If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 61. Standing atop the mountain range. Taigong crouched under the shade of a tree, fishing with his shadow, gazing into the distance at the fortress city shrouded in eternal night, feeling somewhat amazed. What a fellow! This is already the prototype of a vast domain. If it goes further, it would be considered a grand mage craft, replacing reality with a reality marble composed of mental landscape. His magical energy, even from such a distance, makes me palpitate. Old man, he's just a step away from becoming beast. Recalling the various experiences of the past 2 months. The fishing rod in Taigong hand swayed, emitting a sigh. Heroes are not free to choose their destiny. Alas, lamentable, regrettable. He wants the people on the island to survive as much as possible, but alas, fate often does not comply with our wishes, and circumstances have pushed him into this situation today. No. He actually had a premonition, didn't he? He chose this path himself. Beside the man, the burly figure of the king assassin remained silent. The azure flames flickered in his eye sockets, and after a long time, he let out a deep hum. The evening bell tolls. They had been in this singularity for 2 months now. While waiting for Chaldea to advance, the 2 grand servants gathered information through various means. Now, they naturally understood what had happened on this island. The final age of the gods is fading away. The remaining richness and beauty of Britannia are but fleeting remnants. This is the fortune of countless future humans, but the sorrow of the generations on this island. In this singularity, as the last will of Britannia, the vile King Vortigern is actually about to successfully project the Holy Lance and bring back the age of the gods. This could be considered a complete overturning of human history, and something that the counter-force could never allow to happen. The Vortigern of human history did not reach this point, but the variable that led to this is. That variable is you, son of the White Dragon. Looking at the person at the top of the castle, Taigong muttered to himself. This time, as a grand caster, he was summoned to this singularity by the counter-force, gaining the skill Clairvoyance X. However, it's strange, my clairvoyance can't even see him. Taigong now only uses the most basic far sight, which is his naked eye's vision. If he activates Clairvoyance X, and observes everything in this world through its authority, the figure of that person will disappear from his field of vision. Interesting, fascinating. Taigong shook the fishing rod in his hand, and ripples seemed to spread in the shadow. This is not something that can be achieved by the spiritual transfer or ray-shifting, nor does it have anything to do with Goetia or the summoning by the counter-force. He's not a person of this era. No, even saying that is not accurate. Taigong pondered for a moment. It should be said. Non-existent. He is someone who should not exist. First Hassan tilted his head. Foreigner. No. Old man. Even if it's a foreigner, there should be traces of its existence. Outer gods wanting to descend on this planet must attach themselves to a spirit, which will be imbued with Gaia's aura. Taigong shook his head. His voice sounded excited. Even the clairvoyants can't see the essence of his soul. Perhaps, he's a product leaking from Tao. Tao. Also known as root. The perfection, the truth, the vortex of chaos, the outside of the world, all causality. Different cultures have different names for root. According to the hermit's understanding, it is also the Akasha records. First Hassan pondered slightly. Yes, you understand, don't you, old man? Vortigern is insignificant. This person, Alvin Pendragon, is the purpose for which we were pushed here by the old men. Swish. Taigong raised the fishing rod. A shadow, just like that, he fished it up from the distant fortress city, thousands of meters away. He reached out, and his fingertips gently lifted the thin, almost invisible shadow. Clearly a shadow, yet it flickered like flames. Just a moment of contact. Hiss. Taigong fingertips suddenly emitted a faint hissing sound. The skin of his fingers began to slowly wither and shrivel. Wow, this thing can even scorch my soul. Bang. A dark purple flame quickly surged in Taigong palm, dispersing the shadow. After extinguishing the flame, he vigorously slapped his palm and sleeves to make sure the thing was completely gone, before finally heaving a sigh of relief. Sucking on his own fingers, Taigong Wang showed a relieved expression. First Hassan just silently watched him. So familiar, the aura of the abyss. Tisk tisk, that's right. That kid is your kind, old man. Sucking on his fingers. The skin on his fingertips finally returned to its plump state. Taigong Wang then wiped the saliva off his armor. Not only did he touch the concept of death, but his magecraft also carries the effect of scorching souls. You don't mind, because you're half dead already. But I, particularly dislike such troublesome things. Or should I say, our Saint Graf is not enough to deal with that person. He is the last glimmer of the age of gods, and even with the addition of the team below, it's still difficult. We need more grand servants, and counter guardians. To ensure 100% correction rate, the counter force will definitely send more people. What a spectacle! It's been a long time since we've had such an exciting battle. Anticipating the subsequent situation, Taigong Wang's purple eyes opened slightly, then he looked with interest at the top of Londinium's tallest tower, at the man who was universally feared, Alvin Pendragon. Alvin Pendragon? Who are you really? No, what are you, exactly? In a trance, as if sensing something, the silver-haired youth slightly turned his gaze and looked straight back. Taigong Wang immediately closed his eyes and held first Hassan's hand. The figures of the two seemed to ripple like water mirrors, and in an instant, they were transported to the blind spot in the field of vision behind the mountain. Oh my, Taigong Wang covered his heart and chuckled. I almost got caught, what a terrifying guy. That's not even the most terrifying thing, gentlemen, be cautious of the strange sword in his hand. Crimson petals fell from the sky. The figure of the Magus of Flowers quietly appeared behind the grand servants. Both turned back as if sensing something. As grand servants or each other's candidates, they were all familiar with each other. Seeing Merlin's face, his closed eyes and blood flowing from his eye sockets. First Hassan made a sound of acknowledgement and remained silent. A teasing expression appeared on Taigong Wang's face involuntarily. Merlin, how did you end up in such a sorry state? At the words, Merlin could only smile bitterly. What do you think? Oh, no wonder. I thought this era of Britannia was your territory. Why am I, as a Grand Caster, summoned, while you didn't come along? Taigong Wang burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Ha ha ha. I see, it's because you're blind. He knew the temperament of this half-incubus. He liked to make fun of others, but now he had become the #1 target of ridicule. Merlin, who had lost clairvoyance, no longer had the qualifications to be summoned as a Grand Caster, effectively being kicked out of the Grand Caster candidate. Why jest, fisherman? Merlin smiled and said, I may have lost clairvoyance, but if you're not careful, you might end up in a similarly miserable state. We're just projections of the counter force, blind or not. Taigong Wang chuckled, sounding unconcerned. Indeed, they were summoned and projected by the counter force, and this body was merely molded by it. Even as grand servant projections, being summoned as agents was a kind of limitation on their abilities. It was like scooping a bucket of water from a pool, unable to exert their full strength. The so-called grand servant were just slightly larger buckets. Or rather, they were specifically designed for dealing with the beast. Normally, they wouldn't end up as grand servant projections. However, although they couldn't exert their full strength, the advantage of doing so is, since it's just a projection, there's no remorse even if it's damaged. At Taigong Wang's response, Merlin couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't really want to remind these two, but he was worried that negligence in defeating Alvin would lead to failure. Even if it's a projection, so what? Go try it, that sword can directly attack the essence of your heroic spirits. The smile on Taigong Wang's lips froze for a moment. First Hassan's armor made a clacking sound. There can't be such a weapon. Taigong Wang's tone became solemn. Breaking through the heroic spirits is equivalent to penetrating the barrier of the world and throne of heroes. Do you think I'm blind? Despite his own suffering. Hearing the other's incredulous tone, Merlin couldn't help but feel somewhat satisfied. My illusions were pierced by his sword, injuring my body in the inner sea of the planet. Such an effect. Taigong Wang and First Hassan glanced at each other. That's right. If that were the case, it might actually be possible to damage their essence on the heroic spirits through the projection. What kind of sword is that? Some sort of British holy sword. Taigong Wang had noticed the strange spiral sword on the opponent, but unable to recognize it, he thought it was just an ordinary British holy sword. After all, there were too many sacred swords in Britain, they couldn't count them even if they used both hands and feet. Even if it's the Excalibur, which is free from 13 restraints, wouldn't be able to penetrate the heroic spirits like that. Merlin shook his head, frowning. I can't identify that holy sword. No, that's not even a holy sword, and it's not even a sword that should exist in this world. Such words caused both Grand Servant to fall into contemplation. Recalling the figure of that person, Taigong Wang smiled slightly. A person who shouldn't exist, wielding a sword that shouldn't exist. It's like a bug in the world, truly an intriguing fellow. First Hassan's armor clattered as he took a step and strode toward the fortress city below the mountain. A familiar aura. He is an assassin who has touched my domain. In that case, I shall go and meet him. Oh, I can't let you have all the fun, old man. It's useless to play relatives, seeing is believing. The man with long hair and the burly assassin descended the mountain step by step. Although their steps seemed light, they seemed to traverse hundreds of meters in an instant. Gazing at the large shadow in the center of his grayish-white vision, Merlin's smile remained frozen on his face, but there was no longer a hint of gentleness. Instead, he seemed somewhat chilling. Struggle, and then meet your unshakable end. This is the unwavering fate you will face, Alvin Pendragon. Is it my imagination? Faintly sensing that someone was spying on him, Alvin glanced in that direction, but the wilderness was empty. No, it's not my imagination. My instincts never fail. These past few days, the feeling of being watched had become increasingly strong and frequent. Alvin understood that more and more people were keeping an eye on him. But what did it matter if they watched him? In the Eternal Night Spiral City, it was his domain. Vaguely, it seemed like he sensed something. Alvin's pupils contracted slightly, and he dissolved into the darkness, instantly appearing in the lightless hall. A robust silver-haired old man sat calmly on the throne, surrounded by clusters of blood-red crystals. A pitch-black knight stood before the throne, his iron-grey eyes slightly lowered, expressionless as he gazed at the strange figure in the skull mask below the steps, also shrouded in darkness. The other's presence was deeply concealed. If not for this realm of eternal night where shadows were his senses, Alvin would have found it difficult to detect. An assassin? In the eye sockets of the strange figure, blue flames flickered, and his aura was ghostly. A deep and solemn voice emanated from beneath the skull mask, resonating like the tolling of a bell. Oh, son of the White Dragon! We have no intention of being your enemies. But your father defied the world, and the age of gods cannot continue. By the divine decree, I shall take his life. As the voice trailed off, the shadows in the hall converged like flames, enveloping and obscuring the entire throne where Vortigern was seated. This was Alvin's response. No matter who you are. The silver-haired youth spoke calmly. Take one more step forward, and you'll die. After a moment of silence, the old man of the mountains lightly raised his foot and stepped forward. Hiss! A burst of dim sword light shot out from all directions, piercing through the body of the assassin. The figure of the strange man swayed for a moment, then dispersed. It was an illusion. Good speed. Clang! The intersecting and annihilating sword lights flashed abruptly in the hall. In an instant, the two had exchanged blows more than 100 times. Silence. Calm. The sensation of the opponent's sword was what Alvin felt. A familiar feeling. Despite concealing his aura like an assassin lurking, this strange figure did not seem like an assassin at all. He wielded a giant sword, opening and closing it grandly. With every slash and thrust, he aimed directly for Alvin's vital points, always penetrating his weakest defenses. But Alvin understood that the opponent was indeed an assassin. Because his sword was imbued with death. As an assassin among knights, Alvin was extremely familiar with it, that was the pinnacle of death. The pinnacle of assassination. Combined with the skull mask, the opponent's identity was obvious. This was the assassin among assassins, the king of assassins. First Hassan, the old man of the mountains? Recalling the class of assassin in the Holy Grail War, Alvin instantly understood the opponent's identity. This person was not born in Britannia. So, to stop himself, had the mechanism of the Holy Grail War been activated, summoning them to this era? Excellent, then, die. Boom. A majestic shadow surged from his body, covering and shrouding the entire hall. Under the domain of perpetual night, his magical energy was truly endless. Clearly an assassin but playing with a great sword. What is an assassin? To kill everyone you see is the best assassin. Smart? Extravagant? A precise evaluation was given. With a sudden swing of his sword, the old man of the mountains cleaved through the surging shadows like a surging wave. However, those flickering shadow flames slightly adhered to his armor, emitting a sound akin to corrosion. It had no flesh, and it hardly had any vital points. That was correct. However, Alvin, holding the fire-link greatsword, was now most proficient in burning souls. As they wore each other down, the ghostly flames in the eyes of the assassin seemed to flicker slightly, becoming somewhat weakened. Good. You've already understood the true meaning of assassination. Being able to kill people is what makes a good assassin. A watery ripple behind the old man of the mountains suddenly opened up, supporting his collapsing body as he retreated. A smiling man, draped in a black cloud robe, emerged from the ripple. He gently brushed his sleeve, causing a circle of purple flames to ripple out, slightly dispersing the thick shadow in the hall. Alvin. Taigong Wang stared at the silver-haired youth's face, momentarily feeling somewhat distracted. At this distance, he could feel the captivating charm even more. This reminded Taigong Wang of the bewitching fox that had plunged nations into calamity. However, in this situation where the world was his enemy, it seemed more like the tyrant who defied the world. Ah! The more brilliantly blooming the flower of evil, the more beautiful it appeared. He then spoke. Be more calm. I am called Taigong Wang, and your actions are distorting the human history. We are sent here by counter-force, sent to repair this singularity. Do you know, Alvin? You are on the brink of becoming a beast. When that time comes, we will have no choice but to subdue you. Even if you manage to stop us, more and more counter-guardians will be summoned and descend upon this place. They will all want to kill you, and once it reaches that point, everything will truly be irreversible. Be rational. We don't actually need to be enemies with you. Just kill Vortigern. Boom. A massive, earth-shattering black beam of light suddenly shot out from the tip of the fire-link greatsword, rushing towards the faces of the old man of the mountains and that too-much-talk man. A wry smile appeared on the too-much-talk man's face. He shook out a decree from his sleeve, igniting it with 2 fingers. The surging purple flames all over his body surged out like money, slightly resisting the annihilating breath of the beam. Old man. We have encountered the worst situation. His transformation into a beast is inevitable now. This person's determination is beyond our ability to persuade. The figures of the 2 men disappeared into the ripples of water. Boom. The massive black beam of light poured straight down, silently engulfing and devouring the pillars and walls of the castle, directly piercing through the buildings and houses of the external city, creating a 1,000-meter hole. Cracks began to spread. The ceiling above began to tear apart inch by inch, collapsing, disintegrating, and collapsing layer by layer, with no hesitation. The entire castle collapsed with a resounding crash. Looking at the enormous gates before them, it seemed to welcome the arrival of the knights. Oppression. Standing before the gates of Londinium, everyone felt a strong sense of oppression. Within the city, darkness shrouded the atmosphere like hell, contrasting with the bright sunlight outside, creating 2 completely different worlds. A gate. Separating the mortal realm from hell. The deathly silence reminded everyone of the danger within Londinium. With the Celtic army stationed at the gates of this fortress city, no one dared to step forward. Except her. Artoria walked directly, without hesitation, towards the gate, raising her hand with a slightly trance-like expression and touching the shadow of the gate. Her hand entered the shadow. Her figure followed suit, melting into it. The slightly cold touch. It was reminiscent of his sword. Behind Artoria, the Avalon emitted a faint light, enveloping her entire body. The defense of Avalon, shielding her from all darkness. Wait for me, Alvin. Without looking back, she walked slowly towards the central castle of the city. Lily, I'll go with you. Kay followed suit. The moment their figures disappeared into the shadows, the burning sensation made him show a somewhat uncomfortable expression, but Kay endured it. The 2 figures gradually moved away. Artoria-san. Mash extended her hand and called out but received no response. Seeing the city, something seemed off about the situation. The determined expression on her face. Like that of the king. This won't do, senpai, we must follow them immediately. Mash exclaimed anxiously. This must be the crucial point. We need to find King Arthur's heart knot. Looking at the faintly appearing silver arm seal on her arm that only she could see, Ritsuka bit her lip. Bedivere-san, I will not disappoint your righteousness. Phew. Mash. Wait a moment, both of you guests. Behind them came a deep call. As Knights of the Round Table, how can we let guests charge ahead? A purple-haired knight of the Round Table clad in exquisite armor approached. It was Lancelot. For some reason, ever since they first met 2 months ago, he felt an unusual fondness for the purple-haired girl before him. As a demi-servant, Mash naturally knew that the man before her was Galahad-san's father. But how could she explain this complicated relationship? Galahad-san has already returned to the throne of heroes, and what remains on her is nothing but a saint graph and noble phantasm. Chaldea is here to repair the human order, not to disrupt it. The less interference with history, the better. In the round table here, there is also that Bedivere-san. But at this moment, both sides are just strangers. The knights do not recognize the Chaldea team, only knowing them as honored guests of the king. As Knights of the Round Table, how can we let guests risk their lives? How can we let the king go alone? Although Lancelot was unruly, his loyalty to the king was unmatched among the Knights of the Round Table. He turned back. Fellow warriors, stay here, you have no obligation to sacrifice yourselves. Knights, if you fear death, stay here, the king does not ask it of you. If you are willing to follow, if you are still a Knight of the Round Table, then charge with me. Let's exterminate the dragon that defies the natural order. The undamaged erudite in his hand suddenly burst into a faint blue light, dispersing the dense, oppressive shadows slightly. Leading the increasingly spirited Knights of the Round Table, Lancelot decisively launched the charge, leading the knights forward. Mash, let's go too. Looking at her resilient Cowherhay. The last master of humanity stepped into the gates of this eternal night spiral. In an instant, the vision suddenly darkened. Then, the chill. A chill rose slowly from the depths of their hearts. Although Lancelot's sword had slightly dispelled the burning shadow, it couldn't dispel the haze shrouding people's hearts. Ritsuka raised her head, looking at the dark clouds swirling strangely in the dark sky. These dark clouds seemed to oppress people's hearts. Just at this moment, a sense of relief washed over their hearts. The shadows that pervaded the entire city began to sway and then surged towards the central castle under the eternal night spiral. Clang! A resonant clash of metal rang faintly from the hall. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Someone is fighting the son of the White Dragon. For a moment, everyone stopped, then. Danger! Lily, don't get close. A sudden palpitation surged in their hearts. That was the instinctive fear as living beings. Kay reached out, suddenly grabbing the golden-haired girl who had already stepped onto the castle steps, pulling her back continuously. In the next moment, boom! A massive beam of pitch-black light, like the breath of a world-destroying dragon, suddenly erupted from within the castle, blasting a 1,000-meter hole in the city's buildings. The ground of the entire street rippled like waves. Wherever the breath passed, buildings collapsed, houses torn apart. Everything in its path was completely pierced, shattered, and turned into fragmented debris. Kay stared blankly at the scene. The Chaldea team stared blankly at the scene. All the knights stared blankly at the scene. Was this the monster they could fight? The magnificent castle in the center of Londinium began to tremble violently, cracks spreading from its walls. Crack! Giant debris from the building began to tilt and fall. Wait! Lily! Kay grabbed the golden-haired girl on the stairs, pulling her back suddenly, pulling her back continuously. The entire castle collapsed like an avalanche, the piles of building debris crashing to the ground, emitting a deafening roar. The billowing dust, like a surging tsunami, surged in all directions. In just a few minutes, the once grand castle had turned into ruins amidst the dust. In the silence, the shadows began to flow. The haze that pervaded the horizon was swept away by the surging, pitch-black shadows, clearing it in an instant. Crash! The final battlefield emerged. It was a vast ruin with only remnants of walls and debris, and there, upon the dais, sat the throne of the silver-haired old man. Before the intact throne stood a figure, clad in armor stained pitch black, as if shrouded entirely in shadow. He wielded a spiral greatsword, his figure akin to a captivating vortex. Regardless of gaze or sunlight, Any light that fell upon him seemed to be devoured. As if a hole in the world had opened. An icy, inhuman fear pervaded everyone present. Time seemed frozen in amber. Artoria gazed at him in astonishment. The man raised his hand, slowly removing the black helmet, revealing the bewitching, captivating visage of the man. Like an oasis hidden in a desert. All desires for beauty erupted forth, and people worshipped him fanatically as if possessed. Alvin Pendragon. But there was no smile at this moment. The silver-haired youth spoke indifferently, yet his words resonated in the hearts of everyone present. Wishing to kill my father. He spoke each word. Then, you must step over my dead body first. The Black Knight stood before the throne. Alone, yet seemingly an impregnable barrier like the last line of defense of Britain. Below the steps of the Great Hall, the Knights of the Round Table, gripping their swords, began to tremble and step back. Artoria stared blankly at the man. Though he stood right in front of her, it seemed as if she couldn't utter a word. Their distance drew closer. Yet kept growing farther apart. Meanwhile, Kay continued to flee with her. As a knight, the ancestral sense of duty made Kay feel. Ritsuka grabbed hold of Masha's hand, starting to retreat. Even they, who were most familiar with battle between heroic spirits, seemed to feel it. This was a battlefield they could not participate in. A tremendous sense of oppression descended. The man with long hair and the burly assassin stood on the battlements of the fortress, silently watching the scene below. Suddenly, Taigong Wang lifted his gaze, looking at the increasingly grey clouds above his head. In the clouds, faint flashes of lightning darted like electric serpents, and there seemed to be a glow flowing like molten lava. It's coming. The old man in the mountains buzzed. Taigong Wang also revealed a wry smile. Yes, the Holy Lance is about to be projected. The counter-force will have to be exerted to the fullest. As if sensing something, Alvin lifted his head, gazing at the endless horizon. The brilliant sunlight seemed to continuously magnify before his eyes. A familiar sight. Hiss. Space seemed to tear apart, rippling with fine ripples. In the center of that field of view was an incomparably dazzling, brilliant sun, as if transformed into a pure light spear, annihilating everything along the way and shooting towards them, piercing through the throne of Britain. In an instant, the tip of the spear abruptly stopped. The Black Knight raised his hand, grasping the shaft of the light spear. The trembling tip of the spear was barely an inch away from the old man's face. As the temperature was too scorching, the entire arm of the silver-haired youth kept decomposing, yet it kept repairing in the surging shadows. This time, he couldn't dodge. The one wielding the spear was much more terrifying than Percival. But, get out of my way! With all his might, Alvin activated his light-devouring power, shifting his arm slowly to deflect the attack of the light spear. Boom! The spear tip crashed to the ground, and a burst of intense light erupted, obliterating a district of Londinium. To be able to withstand my full force blow, you're enough to make me remember your name. Bathed in the brilliant sunlight penetrating the dark clouds, the blue-haired man descended slowly from the sky. Behind him, a pair of wings seemingly made of gold suddenly spread out, shining brightly under the brilliant sunlight. Romulus Quirinus. The blue-haired man said expressionlessly. The soul under my spear, if you die, you can also remember my name. The earth began to tremble. A man as huge as a bear slowly walked in from the gates of Londinium, every step he took causing a continuous tremor to spread on the ground. The strongest hunter who hunted beasts throughout the world looked up at the Black Knight, sighing heavily. Orion, you'd better not remember my name, sorry. Tick. Tick, tick, tick. In the spiral grey sky, it suddenly began to rain heavily. A silver blue-haired boy, sitting on top of the highest pillar of the ruins, began to swing his legs slightly. He held a golden weapon resembling a boat paddle in his hand, and there was a hint of sadness in his light green eyes. God so loved the world. Sorry, Alvin, I also have to let the world go through this ordeal. The Knights of the Round Table stared blankly at this scene, their bodies began to retreat involuntarily. Ritsuka and Mash were dumbfounded, never having witnessed such a spectacle. Romulus Quirinus, the founding emperor of Rome, Orion, the strongest hunter of Greek. Savior, helmsman of the Ark, Noah. As Mash uttered each name, the knights beside her seemed momentarily stunned. Lancelot glanced at the erudite, a deeply bitter smile crossing his face. The Knights of the Round Table. He didn't even have the qualification to participate in this battle. Men descended from heaven, cloaked in golden armor. A figure resembling a massive bear of a hunter. A youth holding an oar, with a sorrowful expression. The three figures exuding divinity suddenly descended, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield with a majestic pressure. Oh my, the counter-force seems to be going all out. Behind the two spectators on the city wall, the voice of a somewhat frivolous man suddenly rang out. A hand extended abruptly, tapping the empty armor of the old man of the mountain, producing a dull sound. May I also request permission from both of you, to spectate here? Upon hearing the words, Taigong Wang smiled bitterly and turned his gaze aside. Did he even need to give his permission? He looked at the blonde, strangely dressed man wearing sunglasses, seemingly out of place in this intense battlefield. He didn't seem like someone who would appear in such a fierce battle. Indeed, his unusual attire made the blonde man look more like a tourist on vacation. But Taigong Wang knew better than anyone that this man before him was the most terrifying among all the summoned heroic spirits. In Aztec mythology, the gods were merely his playthings. Tezcatlapaka. Taigong Wang said with a bitter smile, even you are mobilized. That's right, because the counter-force cannot accurately measure the threat level of the kid below. He's a virus that doesn't exist in any human history. It's impossible to target him as precisely as before. So, he gave us an hour to mobilize en masse. We must stop the return of the Age of Gods. Are you going to join too? Taigong Wang shook his head and sighed, if so, then this battle is indeed without any suspense. Upon hearing this, the blonde man couldn't help but reveal an uncontrollable expression. What a load of crap, might as well be a day laborer every day, I'm here just to show my presence. The blonde man cursed as he sat on the ground. What do you think I wear sunglasses for? Damn it, I'm really on vacation with my sister, and I'll be scolded again when I go back. The blonde man raised his middle finger slightly, lifted his sunglasses, and glanced at the Black Knight in the battlefield. Oh! This kid! I actually quite appreciate him. You know what my title is? This eternal battlefield really suits my taste, but, tisk. This lousy world, damn it, should have been destroyed sooner. The blonde man chose to be outright lazy, put a lollipop in his mouth, and took out a comic book from his pocket, flipping through it on the spot. That's right. Not taking action was already the greatest kindness that could be expressed, and all that was left was to see what fate had in store for that kid. Taigong Wang shifted his gaze, glancing at the assassin beside him. The old man of the mountain seemed to sigh from the skull helmet, shaking his head. They didn't want to take action either, but pressure. It was like the collapse of the abyss, pressure. Since birth, Alvin had never felt such immense pressure. These suddenly appearing servants did not deliberately attack him. In fact, as if out of pity, their attacks deliberately avoided him. All their attacks fell on the throne, where the silver-haired old man sat with closed eyes. They aimed to destroy Vortigern's physical body, but their attempts to return the Age of the Gods to nature failed. 9 lives Roma. The golden man threw down the spear in his hand, and a meteor shower of light fell like shooting stars towards the throne. Artemis Agnos. The hunter, now like a giant bear, suddenly rose again, his body expanding once more. The wolf-toothed club in his hand, comparable to a city gate, smashed down on Vortigern's throne like a battering ram. Noah Ark. A vast ocean spread out, seemingly emerging from the void. Amidst thunder and lightning, a violent storm mixed with raging waterfalls surged fiercely towards the fallen king. Swoosh! Alvin plunged the fire-link greatsword into the ground. In an instant, everyone's vision seemed to dim for a moment, becoming pitch black. Not bad, kid. The blonde man raised his sunglasses, looking at the scene with interest. Whether it was eternal night or flames, all the light, all the darkness, surged towards Alvin in an instant. He unleashed all his power, without any reservation. From his body poured forth boundless, incomparably thick shadows, spreading like an ocean. Not only enveloping himself but also swallowing Vortigern's throne. The falling starlight was consumed by him. The impact that could destroy a city district was entangled by him. The vast and boundless storm melted into the even more vast black abyss. Alvin endured all the attacks. He couldn't retreat even a step. He could have escaped himself, but he was Vortigern's last line of defense. The onslaught from the grand servants became even more fierce, one noble phantasm after another activated. Artoria stared blankly, watching as the figure was engulfed by countless violent attacks. A sense of powerlessness. She knelt on the ground. They had all come before him. But she couldn't do anything. After all, she herself had come to kill Vortigern. The clouds in the sky seemed to tremble. Taigongwang glanced at the almost formed spiral cloud and couldn't sit still. Sorry, Alvin. He formed a seal. Beside him, the figure of the old man of the mountain dissolved into the shadows, leaving only the blonde man sitting alone on the city wall, holding a comic book to pass the time. His fingertips slightly indented the paper. The entire world was doing its best just to kill one person. One person was giving everything just to protect another. Truly, a tragic scene. Damn it! If his true self were here, he could take action, but he also descended as a grand servant, and he couldn't do anything either. Blood. Black, thick blood surged up his throat. Clang. Struggling to fend off the heavy blow from the assassin aimed at the throne, Alvin half knelt on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. Ugh! The grand servants, everyone's faces turned ugly as they looked at the silver-haired youth bathed in blood. Their forms also appeared somewhat embarrassed, entangled by the shadowy flames of the sword, their original selves on the throne of heroes actually suffering some damage. Such a tough guy. The entire central district of Londinium had already been bombed into a pit 100 meters deep by now. Only the main hall of the castle and a small foothold of the throne remained, standing like a lonely pillar in the center of the spiral. Alvin coughed up blood. The fire-link greatsword kept twisting, and the tens of thousands of souls stored in the sword were consumed, burning, continuously repairing his injuries. To die, to seek life. His entire body, an outpouring of shadows, endured the next wave of attacks. His brain seemed to become sluggish. His thoughts seemed to become sluggish. Only, the instinct for battle remained. In his mind, only the duty called guardian remained. Your shoulder pierced by gunfire. Your arm hit by poisoned arrows. Your left foot invaded by abyssal water. Your body attached to purple flames. Your spirit eroded by the concept of death. Why do you still persist? His body was already broken, but he blocked it. He desperately blocked every attack to Vortigern's body. He was his father's last line of defense. Cough. Cough. Black blood pooled on the ground, forming a lake. Injuries continued to be inflicted, yet they were continuously repaired by the lingering flames of eternal night. The soul within the sword diminished more and more. He had become numb. It was as if he no longer felt pain. In the indifferent field of view, system notifications crazily flashed. Learned, battle continuation, A. Learned, death resistance, A. Learned, super high-speed regeneration, A. Learned, indomitable will, A. Learned, curse of separation, A. Blood. Pain. Devastation. Torture. The spirit was trampled, the body tortured. Don't do this, Alvin. The sorrowful voice of a youth rang out before him. It was Noah starting to shed tears, tears like golden streams trickled down the oar in his hands. Move aside. We only want to correct history. You're just one step away from turning into beast. Quickly, please stop. You'll lose all your humanity, and if that happens, there will truly be no turning back. Turning into beast? Alvin vaguely remembered that many people had said this to him before. What was beast? In this narrow world, on this weak planet. It seemed to mock the entire universe. The silver-haired youth bathed in blood raised his head and emitted a hoarse, blood-spitting laugh at the heroes. Losing humanity, losing many things. Losing beastliness, losing everything. Moved. All the grand servants in the arena fell into silence in an instant. The rain gradually intensified, washing away the blood on the ground. The biting cold wind, the icy raindrops. Creatures in cages flapped their wings, but once they fell into the world of laughter and abuse, they couldn't escape the cage called the soul. Romulus, the ancestor of Rome, slowly raised the spear in his hand. I admit, you are a formidable opponent, Alvin Pendragon, and next, I will do my utmost to respect you. Per aspera ad astra. Boom. The sun plummeted. Launched by Grand Lancer, the strongest in destructive power, a fiercely radiant light spear pierced through the throne on the ground. Pfft. The spear did not pierce Vortigern. Everyone knew, they were already well aware, that the spear would only pierce through that person's chest. With both hands holding the handle of the light spear, the silver-haired youth stood before the throne, vomiting a large amount of blood. As if his insides were about to be vomited out. The pain. His nerves seemed to be shattered. He stiffly, incomprehensibly tilted his head, emitting a cracking sound. In the pouring rain. Under the gaze of all. The sound of raindrops dripping sounded like a funeral procession without drumbeats or music. The brilliant, radiant heroes, their souls slowly merged into the soul of the dragon's son, defeating the darkness at last, and then a brilliant flag was planted on his drooping head. The collapse of will, the collapse of the building. System prompts were spread by incorrect signals. The mask was removed. Beast? The silver-haired youth coughed, hoarsely, laboriously laughing. Although blood oozed from his eye sockets. But he laughed hoarsely. There was no despair. Only a howl emitted by a beast, as if awakening. Everything belonging to this body was paid with a single torch. Just to refuse to be a slave to fate. The hero's perspectives didn't matter at all, did they? After all, he was a villain filled with evil. Alvin lifted his gaze. The face beneath the pitch-black armor of the silver-haired youth. In the eyes of everyone at this moment, it was no longer a complete human form. Instead, it presented an incredibly eerie and grotesque posture. Hands all over the body. Eyes all over the body. Eyes still growing on hands. Hands still growing eyes. A hair-raising, spine-chilling sensation, being watched. Several, dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people. They all looked this way. Their gazes converged, silent. Chill. Chill seemed to surge up the spine. Malice. Malice began to invade the mind. The grand servants at the scene looked at this scene with immense sorrow. Salvation, mercy, sacrifice, love. The evil of these humans, and the heart that desires peace. Forged together, giving birth to a beast that persists. Its name is Beast, remain, may you rest in the embrace of the Most High. Noah drew a cross on his chest, offering a silent eulogy for a life past. The golden-haired man fell silent. He raised his head, gazing at the spiral night sky. The sorrow of a man who had been staring at the black night for a long time. The dilapidated, pitch-black armor finally shattered and fell off, revealing the incredibly eerie appearance of the silver-haired youth with 1,000 hands and eyes. As if all restraints had been removed. Freedom that felt as deep as a well. There was no ecstatic joy of violently breaking all chains, only the profound tranquility akin to the clear water in a well. I am free. The body expanded. The will extended. His spirit seemed to stand at some lofty height, overlooking this island, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. Silent and motionless, the silver-haired youth stood before the throne, his blood-stained body with 1,000 eyes and hands gradually splitting open, oozing crimson blood. Claws began to grow on him, teeth began to grow, dragon scales grew, wings grew, and countless grotesque golden vertical pupils grew. All the primordial instincts surged forth. He engulfed the throne of Vortigern, enveloping his own body, forming a twisted and grotesque amalgamation of countless phantasmal species blood. Countless human souls writhed and wailed beneath his surface. The endpoint of continual evolution, adapting to all extreme environments in order to survive. The ultimate life form is named Beast of Preservation. Thoughts broke free. Bestial nature unleashed. Wants to eat. Wants to completely overthrow this world. Countless blood-red golden pupils stared intently at the magnificent and dazzling people floating in the air. On the city walls, the golden-haired man who witnessed everything crushed the glasses in his hand. Evils of humanity, is revealed. As a grand servant, he must join the fight. Sorry, Alvin. The grand servants raised their noble phantasms. The fallen into beast, there's no one left who can save you, no one can reverse this process. We must do our utmost to kill you. It was already difficult for him to understand their words. All that was needed was to kill. Nothing, no one, could stop him from surviving. Alvin. What? Alvin. What are they saying? Lily. Don't get closer, he's already a monster. No. He is Sir Alvin. It seemed like someone pounced on their body, then was pushed away. The grotesque monster's body had already swollen larger than the entire castle, and the countless vertical pupils all over his body were brewing countless annihilating, magical, and terrifying black beams of light. In their dazed consciousness, the sky seemed to be torn apart suddenly. It seemed like a silver-haired witch descended from the sky, gently cradling his face. He raised one eyeball, staring blankly and absent-mindedly. That tearful smile seemed familiar. The grand servants looked bewildered, almost frozen, and lowered their noble phantasms. This is impossible. Romulus murmured such words. Noah shed tears. Orion stared blankly and absent-mindedly. Taigongwang and First Hassan glanced at each other, then sighed deeply. Tezcatlipoca suddenly stood up, a brilliant, joyful smile appearing on his face. 4. The dragon scales faded away. The wings fell off. The grotesque flesh and eyeballs all over the body sank back into his body. The silver-haired youth, kneeling in his tattered, pitch-black armor, raised his gaze blankly. He looked at the silver-haired woman shedding tears. Alvin. I have come. Chapter 62 Father. The dragon scales fade away. The wings fall off. The grotesque flesh and eyeballs all retract back into that body. On this burning battlefield, akin to a pillar that supports the heavens, the silver-haired witch embraces the dark night, tears welling up in her eyes like broken pearl curtains. The grand servants, entranced, gaze at this scene. The biting cold wind, the pouring rain. Yet, whether it's the sound of the wind or the rain, it seems to dissipate in this silence. Alvin Pendragon. He has transformed from beast into a human. But, how is this possible? Romulus gazes incredulously at the scene. He is the founding emperor of Rome, revered as the ancestor of the gods, his life magnificent and glorious, admired and worshipped by countless people. But even as a god ancestor, he has never seen such a scene. He has completely turned into beast. Such a thing completely subverts all his knowledge up to now. Why can this abnormality be reversed? Because of love. The silver-haired youth bows to the sky, tears of emotion filling his eyes as he prays for the meeting of his beloved and wishes them true blessings. The so-called evil of humanity is also the love of humanity. The beast-ified Alvin has forgotten everything, only the desire for existence and power remains, but he still remembers her face. At this moment, she is his salvation. Noah clasps his hands tightly together, as if in prayer. The pouring rain in the sky gradually diminishes like a waterfall, and the spiral of strange clouds also cracks slightly, allowing the enchanting clear sunlight to shine through, gently caressing the bodies of the lovers like a warm veil. Truly, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to witness such pure love, to witness such a miraculous salvation. The silver-haired youth sheds tears of excitement, his sincere prayers echoing on the battlefield. Watching the lovers embracing before the throne, as if at this moment, they only have each other's true intentions. The greatest hunter of Greece, Orion, gazes blankly. Love. What a glaring word! Enduring the love of Artemis, he seems to glimpse the figure of the moon goddess from the silver-haired witch. Watching the silver-haired youth on the field, Orion holds his trembling hands. Because he sees himself in it too. He was deprived of life because of love, separated from Artemis, and now he has to let Alvin endure the same fate. Taigongwang and King Hassan exchange a glance, both letting out a sigh of relief. Although he cannot see the expression under First Hassan's skull mask, Taigongwang knows that the other party must feel relieved too. Their duty is to subdue Beast, indeed, but they don't want to kill Alvin. This time, they came to here with a mission. Compared to subduing Alvin, they actually want to recruit him. The appearance of both of them at the same time is also a game between the forces behind them. Leaving aside the content of the mission for the time being, their own thoughts are like this. Such determination, such temperament, this person's will moves every grand servant present, and when it comes time to kill him, even Taigongwang's hand holding the spell is trembling. Just wanting to live quietly, what's wrong with that? Such a small wish is also suppressed by the counter-force. Taigongwang's heart cannot help but be filled with indignation. The counter-force is actually a cage in reality. In order to avoid the destruction caused by being cut, following the fixed path of quantum time lock is the most stable way. So in this world, it tends to reject all changes. Not only the forces behind Taigongwang and the Old Man of the Mountain are playing against each other. Even the consciousness of the human race on this planet is constantly playing against the living primates on it. Alea. This is the collective unconsciousness of humanity, tending to avoid the destruction of humanity. Gaia. This is the subconsciousness of the planet, trying its best to maintain the survival of the planet. Both are collectively referred to as counter-force. The game between these two sides leads to the anchoring of human history. Because following the fixed path of quantum time lock will indeed allow human society and this planet to pass through a long and peaceful time together. But, at the same time, it also seals the upper limits of both sides. The gradually intensifying, irreversible contradictions will eventually lead to a desperate end. Humanity needs variables. However, the grand servants are pushed by the counter force to strangle the variables. This is the tragedy of humanity, and more so, the tragedy of this planet. Taigong Wang sighs at such a situation, and more than that, he feels emotional about Alvin's determination. Even in his beastified state, he has not forgotten his love. To turn from beast into a human is a great good. Alvin Pendragon, you are truly a miracle in human history. The frozen moment of the grand servants. The figure of the golden-haired man suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. Standing between the two, facing the 5 grand servants, he tilted his head slightly, and there was a crisp crack as he adjusted his neck. Today. He dropped the crushed sunglasses from his hand, and the azure pupils seemed to emit smoke. No one touches this kid. The expression of the golden-haired man was calm. His tone was even. However, his arrogant words caused a sudden silence in the atmosphere on the battlefield. Not for any other reason. Simply because Tezcatlipoca was undoubtedly the strongest presence here. He was the one who dominated over all other grand servants present. As the most powerful god in Aztec mythology, Tezcatlipoca was the god of war and magic, the god of beauty and disharmony, the god of night and dominion, the god of storms and diseases, the god of crime and order. What he controlled were the 2 opposing sides under the will of heaven, and he, a person, was the embodiment of all the contradictions and oppositions. So to speak. This kid Alvin really fits his taste. This battlefield fits his taste. The style of fighting fits his taste. His unwavering fighting spirit fits his taste. The endless spiral of conflicting conflicts is even more to his taste. Survival is indeed a battle. Alvin, if only you were a woman. Tisk, well, maybe it doesn't matter. Anyway, Tezcatlipoca thought he could become a woman himself, as his incarnations were numerous. Although it was only a superficial connection. But Tezcatlipoca already regarded this kid behind him as his soulmate. Screw the counter-force. The golden-haired man flipped off the sky. Alvin was no longer beast, so there was no reason for Tezcatlipoca to lay a hand on him. How could he, the elusive soulmate, not come to protect him? PSSSHH. The golden-haired man opened his mouth and exhaled a misty breath. This mist enveloped his whole body, instantly transforming his shabby windbreaker and jeans into a tight-fitting armor. The leopard tail extending from his spine swayed behind him, and the shattered and reassembled limbs symbolized the collapse and destruction of the world, making the solemn expression on the faces of the grand servants even more palpable. Tezcatlipoca, he switched to combat mode, and he was actually serious. What about the saint graph of the grand servants? The power that Tezcatlipoca could exert with the body of a grand servant was beyond the reach of these people, he alone could suppress the entire field. Tezcatlipoca, you have to protect him, but what about the return of the Age of Gods? Romulus looked solemn. We have half an hour left until our descent, and Vortigern is about to project the Holy Lance, he only needs a few minutes. What do I care? If there's a problem, the damn counter-force should take back my saint graph. As soon as the words fell. As if following Tezcatlipoca's words. A counter-summoning magic circle suddenly lit up under Tezcatlipoca's feet. He stomped hard, immediately crushing the thing. Good. Good, good, good. Are you really going all out? Tezcatlipoca looked up at the sky, a slightly ferocious smile appearing on his face. If a god-class figure is summoned to descend as a servant, their existence in this world can form a massive singularity. Goetia and his 72 pillars can mess you up big time, believe it or not, I can make your people bloom all over the place. To protect one person, he's going against the counter-force. The faces of the grand servants changed. No one responded to the golden-haired man. But everyone knew that Tezcatlipoca was speaking directly to the counter-force. Click! Above the throne, the blood-red crystal that enveloped the upper body of the silver-haired old man suddenly cracked open. The old man's fingers seemed to twitch slightly. Vortigern is about to awaken. The return of the Age of Gods, ensuring the survival of the races, this was the last will of the dragon, the final will of the British Isles. If he breaks free from the 13 restraints, pulls out the Holy Lance, and the anchor of the planet falls with it, human history will be thoroughly overturned. No one hopes to have the chance to persuade this dragon to stop. They all know what kind of figure Vortigern is. Like father, like son, seeing Alvin's determination, they know that Vortigern is even more unshakable. Moreover, the grand servants have no other solution, and the people on the island are destined to die. Step aside, Tezcatlipoca. We have no objections to you protecting this kid, but Vortigern must die. The grand servants dare not let Vortigern wake up. Because they only descended as grand servant spirits, while the Vortigern here is an entity. In this Britannia, there is no protection from the Roman gods, and others. The vile King Vortigern standing on the island carries the blessing of the entire British Isles. Before his Britannic body, the grand servants will be deprived of their fame bonuses. However, as Romulus finished speaking, the silver-haired youth kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at the witch, slowly turned his gaze. His consciousness seemed somewhat hazy, but his hand subconsciously gripped the fire-link greatsword. Tezcatlipoca turned his head to glance at the kid, feeling somewhat emotional. His subconscious urge to protect his family had almost become ingrained. There was no doubt. He would definitely resist all attacks against Vortigern. A dilemma. Even as an Aztec god, Tezcatlipoca's face also showed a difficult expression. The grand servants remained silent, simply raising their weapons. The atmosphere on the battlefield gradually became tense once again. In this almost stagnant atmosphere, suddenly, the faint and ethereal voice of the witch rang out. There is a way. Instantly, everyone present looked at her. Embracing the face of the silver-haired youth tightly, she gently pulled him into her embrace. The Witch of Britannia spoke softly. There is a way to persuade Vortigern. For a moment, the expressions of the grand servants were filled with disbelief. In this hopeless situation, there was still hope? What way? The decline of the Age of Gods will cause all prosperity on the British Isles to gradually disappear, and the land will become barren. Vortigern. He only wants to resist the decline of the Age of Gods to ensure that the people on the island can survive as much as possible. And Alvin, for the sake of this goal, has been conducting research for almost 10 years. Holding her beloved, the Witch of Britannia continued speaking in a soft, ethereal voice before the throne. Her words made the grand servants ponder. And it made the knights standing on the edge of the battlefield below, their expressions almost frozen. Morgan Le Fay. Is she saying what? King Vortigern. He wants to let the people on the island survive. Nonsense. It's nonsense. If that's the case, why did he introduce outsiders? Why not reveal this truth to everyone? This answer, which almost subverted their understanding, left the Knights of the Round Table incredulous. Or rather, they couldn't believe it. If that's the case, then what is the reason for holding on to their swords? Hasn't the goal of slaying the dragon become a joke from the beginning to the end? Because. Morgan spoke softly. If he told you, it would only hasten the decline of the Age of Gods. I see. Tezcatlipoca instantly understood. Because the Celts are the remnants of the Age of Gods, their beliefs will also affect this island. His Aztec civilization had also experienced such destruction many times, eventually written into the Epic of the Five Suns. The golden-haired man turned his gaze away, his azure eyes lowered, looking at the knights below the battlefield. Don't understand. He smiled. The world wants you all to die. Silence. Dead silence. The battlefield fell silent, not a sound could be heard. The Knights of the Round Table, their eyes downcast, looked at the swords in their hands. Their wrists trembled. Morgan raised her head and met the slightly dazed eyes of the silver-haired youth in front of her, gently pressed her forehead against his, and kissed his lips. Alvin's research has succeeded on the algae. He has found the microalgae that can serve as a last resort food. Give him 10 years, transform the ecology of this island. Even after the decline of the Age of Gods, most people can barely survive and gradually adapt to the changes in the environment. Microalgae. Noah murmured the word. On his Ark of Salvation, he had gathered almost all species, making him almost familiar with all the animals and plants. Yes, this is an answer. And a superb one. Alvin has definitely put in countless efforts. The smallest creature can break through the most formidable fate. As the words fell silent, the expressions of the grand servants became quite complicated. They had tried their best to try to kill Vortigern. However, that person was not only doing his best to protect his father, but also doing his best to protect this island. At this final moment, All the truths were revealed. All the silent secrets were no longer buried. Kay stood at the edge of the great hall. He had chased Lily up here, but his hands were trembling at this moment. Alvin! You rascal! You've been keeping everything to yourself. Beside his brother, Artoria's expression was dazed and stagnant. The decline of the age of gods would cause people to die. She had known such things for a long time, but she couldn't say it. Because if she did, the entire kingdom would quickly collapse and fall apart. If Alvin wanted to destroy her country, it would be very simple, he just needed to reveal the truth. But, he carried it all by himself. This was the unspoken secret between them. She and that person had a telepathic connection. She always held the same unspoken understanding with him. But what she didn't know was, it wasn't just verbal oaths, he was actually trying to save this land all along. He had been stepping on that dark and lightless road with his footprints and sweat, step by step. He had never, ever stopped his own steps. Artoria faintly recalled the first time she met him, in that wheat field. Because there are research topics I want to study. Ah! So it started from that time. But all her attention was focused on sword practice and on him. A sense of loss. As if her soul had been drawn away. Agony. Artoria felt as if her heart was being twisted in pain. Yes. She had actually overlooked such an important matter. Actually, she didn't really understand him, did she? She hadn't paid attention to anything. Because she had never truly believed in him, believed that he could save this island. Just as he had described. What she held onto was nothing but a ridiculous desire to sacrifice. The world and everything in it didn't matter. She just wanted to save him alone, by seemingly sacrificing herself, in order to prove her love. As her worldview collapsed, Artoria finally realized that everything she had done was pulling him away. Pulling him. Hoping for him. Hoping that he could selfishly stay by her side like that. Ah, that's right. Why was she pushed away? Why couldn't she save Alvin, unable to bring him back to sanity? Because she was never as good as her sister. Boom. Artoria collapsed weakly to the ground, covering her face, making a sound that seemed like a sob, like crying. In the end, she still couldn't do anything. In the center of the ruined hall, the grand servant stared blankly at the silver-haired youth half kneeling in front of the throne. Taigong Wang sighed deeply. Alvin. His perseverance, his determination, his enlightenment, allowed him to grasp this only lifeline. Really? The more you look at him, the more likable this kid becomes. Taigong Wang secretly glanced at the old man in the mountains beside him and found that the blue fire in his eye sockets was also glancing at him. This child is fated with our majesty. First Hassan hummed. Fuck off. He is a Briton, bathed in our majesty since birth. He is not of this world, how dare you assume his beliefs, old man. Fisherman, you reject the truth of reality too much. Hey, fuck that reality. That's right, each to their own. The situation seemed to have cleared up. Something called hope seemed to be taking root and sprouting. Yes, if that's the case. Morgan. Romulus said solemnly, are you confident you can persuade Vortigern? Although the counter-force command was to kill Vortigern, yes. But, out there, fate is not always under control. Do you understand this concept of counter-force? The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. To kill or not to kill, it's not for us Grand Servant to decide. If Vortigern can be persuaded to abandon the age of gods and return, then the Grand Servants actually don't need to subjugate him. This is a perfect ending. This is the glimmer of hope that Alvin Pendragon, with his perseverance day after day, has finally pursued, a glimpse of perfection. Hearing Romulus's question, Morgan's expression was slightly dazed. In fact, beside the anchor of the planet, she had already asked Vortigern this question. With the hope now finally dawning after hearing all about Alvin's efforts, the eyes of the silver-haired old man drooped slightly, seeming sorrowful and sighing. Morgan, sorry. I dare not gamble. Yes, Vortigern dared not gamble. The Holy Lance was right in front of him, and Vortigern dared not gamble on what would happen in the next 10 years. Alvin's research was indeed hopeful, but it was just hope. What if this hope were shattered? The Holy Lance setting sail was 100% certain answer. And The success rate of ecological transformation was still unknown. Vortigern was the embodiment of the island's will, and everything he did was for the sake of the island's continuation. He was reluctant to go against this will. So, I am not confident. The witch confessed softly. She knew that in front of these people, any lies, disguises, and pretenses were meaningless. But the witch lifted her gaze, fearlessly locking eyes with every renowned hero present. Alvin definitely can. She said with conviction. If it's Alvin, he can definitely persuade his father. My dear. The silver-haired youth lifted his gaze. That dazed look seemed to gradually regain its luster. And the witch's answer. It made Tezcatlapaka's face suddenly burst into a brilliant smile. Yes, if it's this kid. He can definitely do it. I believe in this kid. Tezcatlapaka took out a new pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on with a smile. His tight armor had somehow changed back into that flashy coat and jeans. The gaze under those sunglasses swept over the grand servants with determination. Come on, show some attitude. After a moment of silence, Grand Lancer, Romulus, lowered his eyelids, sighed, and folded his golden wings, slowly descending to the ground. It's something that can't be doubted. Grand Archer, Orion, the burly man, like a bear, slowly relaxed the tension in his hands, and the warm sunlight draped over him like a cool moonbeam. I don't want to ruin such a beautiful love anymore. Grand Rider, Noah, clasped his hands together, his face adorned with a devout and serene smile. The snow-white doves chirped softly and settled peacefully on his shoulders. Ah, this must be the true will. Even after the flood of destruction, the earth will surely welcome the sunshine. Grand Caster, Taigong Wang. Facing everyone's gaze, the man with long black hair draped in a black cloud cape waved his hand. What am I supposed to do? I'm the most useless one here, so let's finish early and have a meal. Grand Assassin, the old man of the mountain, first Hassan I Sabah. From under the skull mask, the assassin's dull buzzing sounded. Have you heard? The evening bell hasn't sounded yet. The 5 grand servants all expressed their stance. Hey, consensus reached. Tezcatlapaka clapped his hands with a smile. The tense atmosphere seemed to dissipate suddenly. Well, there's still half an hour left. What if Vortigern wakes up? If he wants to set sail with the Holy Lance, we'll just keep beating this old man with Alvin until he dares not to. As if the suppressed breath in their hearts could finally be exhaled. The anxious atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly became lively and enthusiastic. The grand servants gathered together, starting to chat about various mundane things. Seeing this scene, Ritsuka and Mash finally breathed a sigh of relief after exchanging glances. Great! Mash! Although they didn't do anything. But, as humanity's last masters, Ritsuka was present to witness this tense and vast battle. The grand scene of 7 grand servants fighting Beast, Fujimaru Ritsuka, was there. Wait, it seems like there's one grand servant missing? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Now that the dust has settled, Ritsuka finally felt genuinely joyful and relaxed. It seems that things have been resolved satisfactorily. That's right. They had already seen it, the knot in King Arthur's heart. The person she wanted to trim the world for, the one she sought to save was none other than Alvin Pendragon. Now, since Alvin hasn't perished, then, that noble King Arthur naturally wouldn't think of destroying the world in the future. This time, coming to Britannia, along with resolving the singularity in Jerusalem, the red-haired girl couldn't help but marvel at how everything had been a win-win situation. If every singularity could be resolved so satisfactorily, wouldn't that be great? The two hurried towards the center of the battlefield. As the last masters of humanity, Ritsuka had a bunch of command seals in hand, all of which were pure magical sources. If they could help heal Alvin, it couldn't be better. Standing alone in the corner of the city wall, listening to all the commotion below, the Magus of Flowers' expression looked lost and bewildered. He paced on the city wall with a dazed expression, as if he had lost his soul. Why did it turn out like this? No. This is wrong. Shouldn't it be, Vortigern being targeted by the grand servants, Alvin falling into becoming beast, and then being relentlessly killed by the grand servants, leading to such a tragic ending? There must be something wrong with this. Ha ha. In people's hearts, tranquility and joy surged. Savoring such emotions, the Magus of Flowers couldn't help but laugh. His lips split, revealing a chilling smile on his face. So, he was wrong. Everything he has done, all the careful planning, is just clownish behavior. It's worthless. It's meaningless. Even this world has abandoned him. The people's happiness piled up in the magus of Flowers' heart, like the most intense mockery. Alvin Pendragon has come to a satisfactory conclusion. Emptiness. Loss. As if his soul had been sucked away. Dust settled. He didn't matter at all. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The magus of Flowers let out a hoarse, beast-like laughter. The view dimmed suddenly, and the whole person fell from the sky to the ground. He had gone mad. The swirling clouds above began to converge more intensely, flowing faster and faster, like a mesmerizing vortex. On Vortigern's throne, the old man's body was constantly collapsing and crumbling, the crimson crystals all over him. The vile king was about to awaken. The grand servants also held their breaths at this last moment. Artoria stepped forward in a daze, gazing at the silver-haired youth embraced by the witch. Ritsuka's command seals were activating, infusing him with pure magical energy. His consciousness was becoming clearer and clearer. The witch gently embraced her husband with eyes only for him, stroking his face. In a moment of confusion, there seemed to be a realization. That person, he slightly raised his gaze and looked over here. Artoria. He recognized her. But there were still lingering tears in her eyes. How could she not present her best self in front of him? Her soft golden hair fluttered in the fiery wind of Londinium. Artoria struggled to force a smile from the corner of her mouth. He doesn't love her, and that's okay. Artoria felt relieved. Just being able to look at him was enough. Alvin. Such a settled encounter. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. At the center of the Citadel City, amidst the eternal night spiral. That pitch-black void, like a cold and indifferent pupil, overlooked all the beauty in this world. Everything. Everything. All for this moment. All the attention of the grand servants focused on Vortigern. Meanwhile, Morgan and Ritsuka were focused on Alvin. And so, at that moment, except for Kay, no one noticed, the blonde girl's hand quietly grasped the hilt of the holy sword. Excalibur. Everything. Every scene seemed to slow down. Lily. Kay shouted in horror, his lips barely opening. The emblem on the silver arm suddenly lit up. Ritsuka was slightly stunned. All the command seals. Without her permission. In an instant, they were all activated by the emblem on the silver arm. Tezcatlapaka, the most sensitive in the field slowly turned his gaze. He slowly raised his hand, and a deep black hole began to form in his palm. But it was too late. The emblem on the silver arm, at such a close distance, completely awakened the sword of promised victory. Boom! An immensely fierce, endless beam of light suddenly burst from the blonde girl's body. Her body floated in the air, a blazing white halo appearing behind her head, her golden hair slowly floating up, each strand shining with brilliant light. Forged from within the planets, the divine construct known as Excalibur. Under the full power of Gaia's will. All the seals were instantly broken. All the restraints were cast off in an instant. All 13 restraints, completely released. The sword of promised victory, fully unleashed. In that moment, she was no longer Artoria, but the original saber. The will of the sword of promised victory completely occupied Artoria's body. This is the battle to save the world. Amidst the incredulous, astonished, and shocked expressions of everyone present, the sword of promised victory's strike targeted Vortigern Pendragon. No. Don't ah! In the girl's wailing. The sword swung down. Boom. Light. Seemingly endless, boundless, ceaseless light. Like the exhalation of a planet, an unstoppable force of nature. The brilliant radiance pouring forth from the sword of promised victory pierced through Vortigern's throne. Trap. This was a trap. At the closest distance. At the most relaxed moment of vigilance. By the most unexpected person. Was launched the most difficult to defend ultimate attack. Counter force. In the blink of an eye. Realizing this fact, the expressions on the grand servants' faces twisted with anger and disbelief. All noble phantasms were instantly activated, all available enhancements were instantly applied. To protect the White Dragon of Britain. The heroes wagered everything they had. However. Bang! The entire armor shattered, Romulus's golden wings on his back were destroyed and fell off. Bang! The bowstring completely snapped, Orion's chest was pierced and burned through. Bang! Attempting to transfer Vortigern, but the radiance had already firmly locked onto its target, the oars broke in his hands, and Noah Ark overturned in that sea of light. A huge golden whip descended from the sky, but it was intercepted by the light with a single blow, and Taigong Wang looked at the burnt whip in his hand, his face dark and difficult to look at. Attempting to cut through the beam, Azrael emitted an unbearable buzzing and suddenly cracked apart. The black hole gathering in his hand was completely engulfed, the sunglasses on Tezcatlapaka's face suddenly shattered, and one hand of his body was completely obliterated in that starlight. Layers of legendary defenses were pierced through. Under the full power release of the Sword of Promised Victory, which could defeat the White Death, even the defenses of the Grand Servants were nothing but a drop in the bucket. Amidst the raging and noisy wind, the beam surged towards the throne. Morgan looked blankly as the silver-haired youth gently touched his own face. "I love you." A majestic shadow spread out, pushing the witch's figure away. Alvin gripped the twisted fire-link greatsword. The deep green lake surged. The radiant face of the blonde girl was filled with holiness and divinity, but in her deep green eyes, there was only utter despair. That person! The one in front of the throne, he stood up. He was his own, the final line of defense. Alvin Pendragon. Boundless, endless, ceaseless light completely engulfed his figure. Hiss! Like burning the soul. A harsh, corrosive sound emanated from all over his body. Unspeakable agony. His body seemed to be crushed in an instant. His mind seemed to be tortured and tormented. However, Alvin resisted. Boundless darkness emanated from his entire body, fire-link greatsword in his hand twisted and rotated, desperately resisting the brilliance of the holy sword. The stored souls inside it burned to the maximum, consuming. His body was constantly annihilated by the light, yet constantly repaired. However, having burned through all the souls stored in the sword, it finally burned out completely. Crack! The fire-link greatsword suddenly cracked open. The light completely engulfed the knight's body. A brilliant lightning bolt descended from the sky, thundering, as if the sky was screaming. On the throne, the white dragon of Britain, engulfed in light, suddenly opened its eyes. In an instant, a spiral-shaped holy lance formed in Vortigern's hand. The vile king suddenly stood up, his body covered in shattered crimson crystals. He raised his hand and thrust the holy lance, Rong Ominiad. Breath of Vortigern. Throughout the entire island of Britain, under the blessing of the holy lance, the white dragon of Britain, engulfed in light, unleashed a breath of light devouring. Boom! Endless, boundless, ceaseless darkness burst forth from the tip of the holy lance, completely annihilating the fading brilliance of the holy sword, triggering a violent explosion. Dust! Dust dispersed on the battlefield. A knight, completely black, stood amidst the ruins, still standing tall amidst the dust. On the battlefield of ruins, everyone stared blankly at the figure. The radiance of the sword in his hand dimmed completely. The fallen blonde girl and the silver-haired witch, as if mad, desperately ran towards that figure. Suddenly, Artoria stopped in her tracks. She stood bewildered amidst the dust, like a puppet whose winding had stopped. Morgan continued to run madly, stumbling over rubble, her face covered in dust. She immediately got up and continued running. The dust gradually thinned under the pressure of the wind. The figure also gradually became clear. However, the clearer it became, the more despairing it seemed. The soft silver hair fluttered in the wind. The Black Knight stood in front of the throne, his left hand, along with most of his chest, completely engulfed by the brilliance of the holy sword. In his right palm, the coiled sword was riddled with cracks. His whole body, covered in cracks. The colorful, never-ending flames of the stars continued to burn his body. Through the gap in his chest, you could see the remaining half of his heart, still weakly pulsating. Morgan stood blankly on the battlefield of ruins. She stood bewildered in front of him, unable to say a word. "What happened, my dear?" The silver-haired youth with cracks on his face tremblingly held her hand, placed her palm on his face, and smiled so hard. "Your hand, why is it still so cold?" Click! A piece of facial skin cracked and fell to the ground, turning into black dust. His body had already been incinerated by the Sword of Promised Victory. At this moment, his consciousness was just a dying flicker. No skills, no noble phantasms could save him. The silver-haired youth's head hung low. He still stood. But his head hung low. Thud. Artoria fell to her knees, her hair disheveled. She looked at the sword of promised victory in her hand. Using all her remaining strength, she forcefully threw it away, emitting a piercing, tearful scream as if torn from her throat. Looking at the indomitable Alvin. The grand servants, all wounded, surrounded him with pity, silently. In front of the intact throne, King Vortigern stood expressionless. The silver-haired old man, wielding the holy lance Rongomyniad, exuded an unprecedented majestic aura, so oppressive that it left one breathless. Standing on the land of Britannia, as the will of the island, he was invincible. Failed. Utter failure. A bitter smile appeared on Castor's face, as he looked at his fellow grand servants, all silent and bitter. The counter-force, betrayed us all. The sword of promised victory, Excalibur, a divine construct that even the vanguard of the umbral star could penetrate. It was dissatisfied with the arrogance of the grand servants. It so desperately wanted to kill Vortigern. Its plan was flawless. But it couldn't anticipate the variables. However, the ambush it created at the perfect moment was thwarted by Alvin's desperate efforts, delaying it for a few seconds. This allowed Vortigern to project his holy lance, and no one in the field could stop him. In this situation, killing the opponent's son. How could they persuade this dragon? Ritsuka, kneeling on the ground, his face covered in blood, stared blankly at the emblem on the back of his hand. Mash. Is this, the justice of humanity? Why should we, save? Looking at the silver-haired youth, whose body was like a withered tree about to decay. Vortigern's aura suddenly erupted, overwhelming everyone except for Morgan. Boom. The spiral restraint on the holy lance Rongomyniad shattered layer by layer, breaking through 12 restraints in an instant. The holy lance is about to be uprooted. Bathed in the aura of this dragon, the grand servants, except for Tezcatlipoca, trembled as they raised their weapons. However, after a sigh, they all lowered them again. The golden-haired man, missing his right hand, looked at Alvin's half-heart, his head hung low, with a grimace on his face. I don't want to save the world anymore, Vortigern. Tezcatlipoca pulled out the remnants of his own arm and threw them to the ground. For your son, to hell with this damn world. Thunder roared. Torrential rain poured. In the gloomy sky, the eyeball formed by the gathering spiral clouds began to slowly take shape, staring at King Vortigern on the ground. At the same time, in the depths of the inner seas of the planet across the world, the remaining 19 anchors of the planet suddenly trembled. The anchors of the planet began to resonate with each other, and the projected holy lance Rongomyniad also resonated at the same time, as if trying to break free from Vortigern's grasp. Layer by layer, the spiral restraints reappeared on the tip of the holy spear. These were restraints forcibly imposed by the resonance of the anchors of the planet, aiming to restrain the holy lance once again. Breaking free from these restraints would unleash the power of the holy lance, but as long as the 13 restraints were not completely broken, the anchors of the planet would not fall off, and the laws of the Age of Gods would not be restored. Under Vortigern's power, the spiral restraints continued to shatter and reform on the tip of the spear. 12 restraints had already been broken. However, the last restraint resisted Vortigern's power. Just one step left. All the grand servants present looked at Vortigern and the struggle between him and the world, grimacing. Clearly possessing the power to protect human history. At this moment, they all desperately hoped that Vortigern would win. The holy lance Rongomyniad is the anchor of the Age of Gods in Britannia. The witch's voice, trembling and ghostly, resounded on the battlefield. The thing with the densest Age of Gods aura must be used to break the final seal of the holy lance. As someone who has merged with Vivian, I am the great mother of Avalon. Vortigern. Come. Sacrifice me. Then, pierce through this world. The thing with the densest Age of Gods aura. The silver-haired old man seemed to tremble slightly. Come on. Vortigern. The witch pounced in front of Vortigern, grabbing his collar, roaring and shouting. Then, she was pushed away by the old man. No, Morgan. Vortigern said softly. It shouldn't be you. You need to live, your power is useful. The most suitable one on the field undoubtedly is the thing with the densest Age of Gods aura. Under the shocked and horrified gaze of everyone. Splurt. The silver-haired youth's body trembled. The tip of the holy spear pierced through the black night, his broken and drifting heart. The dying are the most suitable. Vortigern. You motherfucker. Tezcatlapaka's eyes wide in fury, rushed forward to fight the dragon but was thrown away by Vortigern and slumped into the ruins. Ugh! He vomited out a puddle of black blood, like charcoal. Stimulated by the final pain, Alvin raised his gaze blankly. His eyes struggled to lift up. He looked at the burly silver-haired old man in front of him, his expressionless face. So that's how it is. Ah! I see now. He wasn't surprised. Rather, he had foreseen this outcome long ago, hadn't he? The vile king. The light-devouring dragon. The will of this island, which resorted to any means necessary, now gasping its last breath. Cough. Cough. Coughing blood from his shattered lungs. The silver-haired youth smiled laboriously. Old man. You did well. Take my share and defeat that damn Alvin. Amidst such thunder and lightning. In such torrential rain. Vortigern lifted his head and looked at the entire world that wanted him dead, vaguely recalling the afternoon many years ago when his father had him drink dragon's blood. Vortigern, you must protect this island, protect Britannia. No. I'm sorry, father, I didn't protect Britannia. Because I had to protect my son. The Holy Lance is a divine construct that connects the inside and outside of the world. Therefore, it can also connect the blood of me and my son. Faces cracking. Bodies collapsing. The consciousness of a human being extinguishing. The figure of the silver-haired old man began to dissipate from the earth. Under the influence of the Holy Lance, everything about him began to be sacrificed, all his magic and vitality continuously poured into the body of the silver-haired youth. The flame was also being suppressed under the majestic will of the dragon, dimming and wavering. At this final, one-step-away moment, as long as he pierced Alvin's heart and sacrificed his own son, he could pierce through this world. However, he gave up. He gave up. Because he had grown soft-hearted. Vortigern Pendragon. Not the vile king, not the light-devouring dragon, not the incarnation of the island's last will. At this moment. Just, a father. Don't be soft-hearted, Alvin. This is my final advice to you. Live well. With a gesture, the old man reached out and ruffled his son's silver hair as usual, his face showing the usual gentle and kind smile. My son. His figure dissipated into the spiral of light. Chapter 63 The Dark Son of Britain. Flames. The fire in the hearth crackled and burned. Alvin's gaze flickered. He found himself sitting in a chair. Sitting in his incredibly familiar bedroom. He faced the window of the castle tower. Before him stretched the vast expanse of Britannia. Birds sang joyfully. Flowers smiled. The sun hung high, nurturing all life. Everything in the world seemed to thrive. Just like this cloudless, bright sky, the heart of the young man couldn't be bound by anything. The bright sunlight streamed through the window grill, warmly embracing him. Like his father's warm embrace. Flames. The fire in the hearth crackled and burned. Alvin lowered his eyelids slightly, gazing at his palm. The hand of a young boy, fair and tender. On that smooth and delicate skin, there was no trace of blood. Blood. No. Blood. Was it a dream? So, was it a dream? Alvin vaguely recalled dreaming of a very fierce battle. So fierce. He was about to die. But it was a dream. Too surreal, just a dream. Flames. The fire in the hearth crackled and burned. Alvin raised his gaze to the window in front of him. Bathed in the clear and pure sunlight, the land under the towering castle tower was radiant. Looking at this beautiful scene, the expression on the silver-haired youth's face was slightly dazed. Alvin, you seem distracted. Accompanied by the familiar, mellow voice of the old man from behind. A rough hand, covered in scars and calluses, gently pressed on the boy's shoulder. Alvin turned his head suddenly. What met his eyes was the gentle smile on Vortigern's face. Father! He called out softly, somewhat too lightly. Lightly, as if afraid of scaring something away. However, there was no response. The smiling silver-haired old man fell into a strange and silent silence. Like a clockwork doll running out of gears, the expression on his face quickly melted away, becoming as cold as ice. In Alvin's field of vision, blood slowly oozed from Vortigern's 7 orifices. The figure of the silver-haired old man collapsed like a pile of ashes, leaving no trace behind, like sand washed away by the tide. Father! Alvin stood up suddenly. Suddenly. The light dimmed. The clouds darkened, the sunlight waned. As if, in an instant, noon turned into dusk. Outside the window, the bright and clear sunlight in the sky was obscured by a layer of gloomy clouds, casting a misty and sickly light into the bedroom. Flames! The fire in the hearth crackled and burned. Alvin turned his head slightly in confusion, looking at the dim sunlight behind him. However, he did not see the sun, because dusk had already turned into night. Under the deep night sky, the figure of the tall silver-haired old man, holding a wooden sword in his hand, stood in front of him with a stagnant expression, seeming somewhat compassionate. Alvin stood dumbfounded in the training ground. In front of him lay a broken wooden sword. His sword broke. But he won. Because, at just 8 years old, he had defended himself against his father's 10 rounds of attacks with superb swordsmanship, proving his determination to protect himself. Standing in the vast night, the silver-haired old man remained silent for a long time, finally letting out a faint sigh. Alvin, as far as swordsmanship is concerned, there is nothing more your father can teach you. You will have to explore the path ahead on your own. Father! The silver-haired youth stepped forward. His pace quickened. He started to run. He stumbled and fell to the ground, but despite the dust on his face, he immediately got up and began to run forward. Father! However, no matter how he ran, no matter how he exerted himself, trying to catch up, Vortigern's figure gradually moved away, and the desolate twilight of the night did not make the old man's figure appear lonely. Flames! The fire in the hearth crackled and burned. The sound of the wind faded away. Everything around seemed to dim. Alvin's steps also gradually slowed down. By his side, faint flickers of what seemed like fireflies began to shimmer. The boy's figure also began to grow. As he walked, the boy grew into a young man who could stand alone. Alvin seemed to remember something. Vaguely remembered, he guarded Londinium. Alvin! Surrounded by dim flickering light, the silver-haired old man stood in front of him, his back to him. The old man's voice was like a flickering ember. Alvin, this world demands that we offer ourselves up, demands our deaths. Death! The silver-haired youth muttered the word. In front of him, the silver-haired old man, who had turned his back, began to change shape. He grew sharp wings. He grew sharp fangs. Around Vortigern, dark figures emerged, painted with angry expressions, wielding various weapons and shouting angrily. Those twisted, resentful faces, like graffiti, painted with blood-red paint on people's faces. Tick! 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 Alvin raised his face. A drop of rain fell on his face. He stood at the top of the castle, and the pouring rain began to fall, but it was thick and red like blood. As if the whole world was bleeding. Clang! The white dragon of Britain let out its final roar, flapping its wings and soaring high, its majestic dragon body heading straight for the sky. Father! The silver-haired youth shouted subconsciously, reaching out his hand. The next moment, whether it was the sound of rain or the angry shouts, the noisy sounds suddenly stopped abruptly. The falling blood rain suddenly stopped. More accurately, the whole world stopped. As if a movie suddenly had its pause button pressed. For a moment, all was silent, all noise ceased. The silver-haired youth stood dumbfounded at the top of the castle, as if he had suddenly been thrown into a paused silent film, unable to see any signs of life. Those angry figures, like erased hard drive data, became blurry, distorted, chaotic. The images from all directions began to fold and shrink, as if a child were manipulating paper doll models. In the glaring firelight, Alvin lowered his gaze in a daze. In the gradually clear vision, he saw flames. The fire in the hearth crackled and burned. No longer a boy. The silver-haired young man stood silently in the bedroom. He was draped in that pitch-black, lightless armor. However, the grievous wounds that had engulfed half of his chest had all disappeared. As if sensing something, Alvin raised his hand and gently wiped his cheek. Looking at his fingertips, where there was a slightly moist trace, he couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Tears. Why am I crying? Why am I shedding tears? Sorrow. A surge of sorrow, like the surging tide, seemed to wash over his heart. "Father!" he murmured. Raising his eyes, he looked forward with blurred vision. The silver-haired old man sat quietly by the fireplace. The flames of the hearth flickered onto the old man's face incessantly. Vortigern gazed at the flames in the hearth, sitting there quietly, his back to this side. The crackling of the firewood. Everything seemed so peaceful and serene. As if everything that had happened before was just a fleeting dream. Father and son, in fact, had been in the bedroom all along. Peacefully, enjoying the quiet and simple moments together. Vortigern Pendragon. As if hearing his son's call, the silver-haired old man slightly turned back and looked at the silver-haired young man. "Alvin, you're here. I have a request." The old man smiled. "Burn yourself and pierce the inner sea of the planet." Looking at his father, the silver-haired youth remained silent. He stayed silent for a long time, a very long time. As if trying to imprint the other's face into his eyes. "I can't do it, Dad!" Alvin cried, shaking his head, forcing a smile on his face. "Didn't you want me to live well? Alvin, don't you want to avenge me?" The old man smiled and said. "Gaia still watches you like that. It takes pleasure in your pain." "I want to, of course, Dad. But I still have Morgan, I still have my daughter." Unable to contain the surging sadness in his heart, the voice of the silver-haired youth trembled. "They're both waiting for me to come back and live quietly and happily with them. But the counter-force killed me, Alvin." "Counter-force?" "Yes, counter-force." The old man smiled and said. "To survive, they'll do anything. Do you forget how you were forced to become beast? If they don't feel pain, they won't let you have peace. All of this, because they pushed you to such an extent, they are the parasites of this world. Not only did they kill me, but they also ruined the peaceful life you wanted. Do you really not want to avenge me? But this isn't what you truly want, Dad." The silver-haired youth sobbed, choked up, forcing an incredibly ugly smile on his face. "This is my dream. You sacrificed yourself to save me, Father. You clearly told me to live on. Just do it for me, Alvin." The old man stood up. He reached out and ruffled his son's silver hair as usual. On his face, the same as always, that gentle and kind smile. "Use the holy lance on the inner sea of the planet. No wailing. No shouting." The silver-haired youth just stared, dumbfounded, as the figure of his father slowly dissipated before his eyes. The cold wind howled. The torrential rain poured. Unstoppable tears, mixed with rainwater, fell to the muddy ground. On the ruins of broken walls and debris. In the almost frozen gazes of everyone. Click! The Dark Knight standing before the throne slowly raised his arm. He grasped the holy lance plunged into his own heart. Squelch! The holy lance, Reinhard, was pulled out. A large amount of blood splattered out. However, Alvin didn't even tremble a bit. Because such pain no longer mattered. The gruesome wound on his chest quickly healed, shrouded and obscured by shadows, forming a dark and lightless armor. The silver-haired youth slowly raised his gaze. The pouring rain dripped down his face. Like mottled tear stains. In the torrential rain. Alvin looked at the grand servants in front of him, their expressions incredibly complex. "Thank you," he said softly. "You've all worked hard. Heroes. They shine brightly. They are dazzling. They are true heroes. And you, carrying the blame of thousands, suffering the scorn of millions. You are the antagonist, the infamous villain. But, even if fate never stands by your side, even if you're a villain, you still need the savior of a villains. The savior of a villains." Alvin lowered his eyelids and looked at the holy lance in his hand. It seemed to still retain his father's warmth. "Alvin, how do you feel?" The sound of Grand Servant's bitter voice rang out, however. There was no answer. Alvin lifted his head, somewhat dazed, and looked at the sky pouring with rain. In the center of the spiraling grey clouds, the vortex formed, as if an indifferent pupil, overlooking him from above. The holy lance in his hand hummed. The spiraling restraints, layer upon layer, were instantly shattered at the tip of the lance. Having absorbed all of Vortigern's magical energy and life force, his power now surpassed even the peak of the White Dragon of Britain, towering and mighty. Even if the will of the world tried its hardest to stop him. It was not enough to resist the will of the white dragon's son at this moment. The grand servants looked silently at the silver-haired youth bathed in rain. This damned world, is it going to be destroyed? They wanted to persuade Alvin to give up. But how could they even begin? If any of them were in Alvin's shoes, they would have made the same choice. The return of the Age of Gods. That was Vortigern's will. The world wants me dead. So I'll overturn the world. Don't hesitate, Alvin. The golden-haired man, with only his left hand remaining, wiped his damp hair, his eyes filled with pity. I support you. In the mixed gazes of the grand servants, the final spiral of restraint collapsed inch by inch. Click. The 13 restraints of the Holy Lance fell off. The Holy Lance has been lifted. The grand servants sighed, smiling with both regret and relief. Regretful because the irreversible ending was set. Relieved because such a world was better off predetermined. They were weary of counterforce. These two parasites would be dealt with once they returned to the throne of heroes. As for what happens a year from now, we'll talk about it a year from now. First, they had to settle the score with counterforce. The Holy Lance was the projection of the anchor of the planet. The lifting of the Holy Lance meant the detachment of the anchor of the planet. From now on, the Age of Gods would gradually return to this island and spread throughout the world. History. From this moment on, it was declared thoroughly overturned. However, after a moment, the grand servants realized with some confusion. The anchor of the planet did not detach. What? Everyone suddenly looked at the silver-haired youth in the field. Alvin, you. Why? Vortigern sacrificed himself, almost managing to free the Holy Lance from the 13 restraints. But Alvin did not let the anchor of the planet of Britain detach, did not choose to let the Age of Gods return. He gazed at the Holy Lance in his hand. Then looked at the spiral in the sky. His expression seemed somewhat confused. The Age of Gods did not return, so could it be that he wants to? Looking at the posture of the silver-haired youth. In the grand servant's heart, an incredible thought suddenly emerged. To directly pierce through the inner sea of planet. Removing the anchor of the planet, allowing the return of the Age of Gods, this was equivalent to boarding a train heading towards a cliff, and a year later, the entire world would face a predetermined ending. However, the person I love is still in this world. The faint voice of the silver-haired youth echoed. The Britannia entrusted to me by my father is still in this world. I have no reason to choose destruction. But to twist off the head of the counterforce, to pluck out its spine, I want them to feel pain. Yes. The inner sea of planet was the dream of the planet, and also the carrier of counterforce. Alvin wanted to directly open a bloody hole in counterforce's body. It's impossible, Alvin. As Romulus, the Grand Lancer, knew better than anyone. Even with the fully liberated Holy Lance, it can't do such a thing. Even Vortigern only wanted to use the lifting of the Holy Lance to make the anchor of the planet detach. That's right. How could the Holy Lance Rongominiad, forged by the planet, be used to resist the body of the inner sea of the planet? The Holy Lance was not enough. So, what about adding the Fire-Link Greatsword? The Dark Knight slowly raised the coiled sword in his right hand, which was already cracked. The endless spiral on the sword twisted and turned, whining and howling, summoning all the lost souls in the world. However, you attempted to continue burning souls. You failed. Because you no longer have any souls to burn. No. Alvin said softly. I still have. That's right, you still have. However, that is. Are you sure you want to do that? No answer. But Alvin gripped the coiled sword. Flames. The flames quietly spread. The overwhelming power of shadow surged out, gradually taking on the fiery color like flames from the entire body of the Dark Knight, and slowly forming a crown of thorns representing the birth of the Lord of Cinder above the silver-haired youth's head. What are you doing? Alvin, no. Stop. Sensing the burning of souls, Tezcatlipoca suddenly raised his only remaining left hand, trying to stop the silver-haired youth. All the grand servants who could still move rushed up to try to stop Alvin. Rain poured down in torrents. The wind roared. The gloomy sky seemed to collapse. The cold and merciless pupil in the sky silently watched over itself. The witch in front reached out her hands, holding the face of the silver-haired youth, tears streaming down her face, realizing what Alvin was about to do. "Alvin, don't! My dear wife, take care of our daughter." At such a close distance, Alvin could see the tears on his face. As usual, she cried, and it wasn't a pretty sight. The witch looked despairingly as the figure in front of her grew farther and farther away. She was gently pushed away by the shadows. This was his final tenderness. "Eternal night flame, endless spiral. Please, ignite the first flame for me." The crown of the Lord of Cinder formed. The dark night, ablaze with brilliant flames all over his body. Crack! The fire-linked great sword in his hand suddenly shattered, all melting into the holy lance Reinhard. Trembling. Buzzing. The body of the holy lance, all over, grew long and ferocious thorns. The dazzling light brewing at the spearhead gradually became deep and obscure, full of the demonic nature of annihilation. The holy lance, fallen, tainted. No longer the divine construct, the lance that shines to the end of the world, Reinhard. But, the demonic lance, the lance that brings the end of the world, Reinhard Morgan. Counterforce. Confronting the gaze from the sky above, without fear, the newly crowned Lord of Cinder held the spiral demonic lance and said softly, "Welcome, my second phase." Boom! As if endless, infinite, and endless brilliant flames surged out from around the silver-haired youth. A deep and suffocating aura spread slowly, driving away all the grand servants who approached. "Alvin!" The grand servants looked at the silver-haired youth with ugly expressions, clenching their fists. "That's right. You still have a soul to burn. That is the evil, pure soul called Alvin Pendragon. The so-called dark will. It is also the will to burn oneself completely. Your temperament, your enlightenment, your soul, you have invested everything into the spiral of eternal night flame. You burned yourself. Turned into, the first flame. This is the afterglow of the fiercely burning flame under the decline of the age of gods, a reflection of the past. And its target of burning is, this entire world, the corrupt and fallen souls. Activate the reality marble. The dark sun of Britain." In an instant. Silence between heaven and earth. The pouring rain was swept away, the pouring water evaporated, and everything not allowed by the Lord of Cinder was instantly annihilated. The burning, dark, and intertwining battlefield of darkness and flames, centered on the dark night, spread rapidly, covering the entire Londinium. Replacing reality with the landscape of the mind. The grand servants almost froze as they watched this scene. He burned himself and launched this miraculous reality marble. In the air, there was a burning heat haze. In the scorched earth, there was the glow of flowing lava. This was the declaration of war launched by the newly enthroned Lord of Cinder against the world's will. The fiery crown of thorns hovered over his head, crazily absorbing all the surrounding light like a black hole. Compared to the blazing flames all over him, the noble phantasms of the grand servants seemed dim and dull. It was like a grand debut welcoming the Lord of Cinder to this world. In the void, there suddenly sounded either deep or majestic music. As if roaring. As if the tolling of a bell. As if the cheering of a jubilant crowd. A dazzling dark sun rose slowly behind the Lord of Cinder. One strike. Under the blessing of the entire Britain, under the blessing of the reality marble, under the blessing of the ultimate life form soul, everything was burned and turned into the first flame. This was a strike made with all his strength and piercing through the world. The so-called Lord of Cinder. He was also who completely burned himself. Facing that gaze of counterforce. Aiming at the barrier of the inner sea of planet. The dark night raised the demonic lance. As if sensing the mighty threat. In an instant. The earth shook. The sky tore apart. Countless flashes of light kept appearing in the clouds, and countless barriers spread and expanded over the dome. With the power of the planet, with the radiance of human reason, the counterforce suddenly spread the strongest defense in front of the inner sea of the planet. It's actually anti-purge defense. Grand Caster murmured in amazement. This is the ultimate defense system, capable of withstanding attacks from the end of the world, driven by the full force of a planet. The radiant barrier formed by countless layers of magic circles seemed to disdainfully overlook the tiny and ridiculous people below. So, the Dark Knight raised his hand. With all his might, he threw the demonic lance in his hand. Reinhard Morgan. In an instant. It was as if the brilliance of the entire world dimmed for a moment. All sounds were instantly smoothed out, leaving only the buzzing resonance vibrating in the ears. Profound shadows, and raging flames. The two had never been so perfectly harmonized together. It was the culmination, the explosion, the surge, the outpouring. It was the first flame. Boom! The torrential rain was swept away, the clouds were cleared. Countless violent air currents began to surge, countless dark clouds began to dissipate. The gloomy and crumbling sky over the city was suddenly torn apart by a majestic force. It was a black spiral so deep that it seemed to be able to devour souls. The endless, boundless black flames erupted suddenly from the top of Londinium, from the toughest defense barrier of the inner sea of planet. Like a slowly rising dark Sunday. The scorched battlefield, inch by inch, faded away. The dark knight stood before the throne. Crack! This clear cracking sound seemed to resonate throughout all of Britannia, echoing in everyone's hearts. Alvin! You! Tezcatlipoca muttered to himself. Whether it was the Knights of the Round Table, the Chaldea team, or the Grand Servants, everyone looked up in astonishment. They looked up at the sky, where a pitch-black, lightless, fiery-edged, dark sun hung. The reality marble had faded away. However, the dark sun still hung high in the sky. It was just that, fundamentally, it was not a sun. But, a hole that had opened in the inner sea of the planet. The anchor of the planet had not fallen off. The age of gods had not returned as expected. Yet, the inner sea of the planet had been pierced by someone. This meant that from now on, true ether would slowly pour out from that hole. This was not the surge and ebb of the tides during the return or decline of the age of gods, it was a gentle stream. A stream called hope. Pain. The world seemed to weep. The clouds in the sky above continued to tremble, and the rain seemed to sway with it. The counter-force desperately tried to repair the hole in the inner sea of the planet, but no matter what, it couldn't do it. Because, on the edge of that dark sun, the eternal first flame burned, never to be extinguished. It would forever burn the soul of the counter-force, causing it to forever wail, forever scream, forever engrave. Crack! Artoria looked on in shock as a scabbard floated beside her, suddenly cracking open. Avalon, this sacred defense had been pierced. That profound hole seemed to be able to drain one's soul. Alvin! She murmured. Everyone finally came to their senses from the shock. Suddenly, it seemed like they realized something. Whether they were knights, the Chaldea team, the Grand Servants, they all looked in astonishment at the figure before them. A bitter expression appeared on Tezcatlipoca's face. On Alvin's chest, there was a huge cavity, several palms wide, burning on his body. It was the spiral-burnt structure. It was as if the dark sun had appeared on him. Even such a wound through the heart was not fatal to the ultimate life form. However, Tezcatlipoca could see it. Alvin's soul had been consumed. Only ashes remained. No one could save him. Crack! A crack appeared on Alvin's face. The additional crack on his face was inconspicuous among the many cracks, barely noticeable. Holding his shattered, lifeless face, Morgan had a bewildered expression as if she had lost her soul. As if something had been extracted from her brain. No desire to think. Unable to think. Dizziness. Intense dizziness, almost making it difficult to stand. Legs weak, nerves trembling. Alvin! Morgan's trembling voice uttered his name. Alvin smiled and raised his hand, gently wiping away the tears welling in her eyes. Then, the palm of that hand cracked and shattered, falling to the ground and turning into black dust. Don't cry, my dear. Lost his hand. Alvin lowered his eyes, gently rubbing Morgan's hand with his face. A piece of skin cracked open. At such a moment, he was still in the mood for jokes. Your hand is as cold as ever. My hand. Tears fell down. However, he no longer had a hand to wipe them away for her. It's warm, you always touch it. He touched it every day. Held it tightly. Held each other's hands. So it became warm. It wasn't cold anymore. Alvin smiled bitterly. Of course, she knew. So sorry, it turns out I couldn't feel it anymore. Alvin gently pressed against her forehead, gently kissing Morgan's lips. Because, I'm going to die, my dear. No. You're not allowed to die. Alvin, Alvin. Alvin Pendragon. I beg you, don't leave me, don't leave me. Don't leave me alone. Morgan didn't say a word. Although Alvin could see tears in her eyes. However, she didn't say a word. Yes. As always, she looked terrible when she cried. I have a gift for you. Trembling, he reached into his chest with his cracked left hand. Alvin pulled out his heart, which had been burned by flames until it was crystal clear and shining. It was the only intact thing on his body. He smiled. Just like 10 years ago, on that night when the roses fluttered. The silver-haired Alvin smiled gently, and a large piece of his jaw shattered. I'm very fortunate to have met you, my dear wife. You're so beautiful, yet I've never given you any jewelry. The heart of a witch is not to be approached by mere mortals. So, I'm giving you my heart. Morgan averted her gaze. She sobbed, trembling all over, and averted her gaze. Just like that night 10 years ago. She didn't dare to meet his eyes, so she shyly ran away. Alvin's face collapsed a large piece. So, he could only use his remaining eye to search in that grey, bleak field for that trembling golden color. Her conspicuous ahog was really useful. Artoria. Ven. The golden-haired girl could no longer make any expressions. Her sorrow, her bitterness, her pain had already completely destroyed her. It was she who caused all this. It was she who drew out the Excalibur. It was she who killed Alvin. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she felt. Frightened, her body began to tremble. Wanting to end her own life. What's the point? Feeling lost. As if souls were being blown away by the wind. It's not your fault. That person, half of his face struggling to smile, said. Artoria, don't blame yourself. Why? Artoria trembled slightly, roared out in despair and powerlessness. Why? You said I have a desire for sacrifice. Then what about everything you've done? You could have lived well, so why did you have to burn yourself and pierce through the inner of the planet? Wasn't it for you to live well, Alvin? Faced with such questioning, Alvin fell silent for a while. Indeed, he didn't know how to answer himself. Perhaps he had always been such a stubborn person. Not listening to his old man's advice. It's like he never listened. If he had to say, if there was a reason. Perhaps. Do not go gentle into that good night, Artoria. The silver-haired Alvin smiled weakly. His hoarse voice, too, was like the elusive wind. Intermittently, it swept across the ruins. In the faces of the people, it rippled. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Though I understand the coming of the eternal night. The abandonment of the sun makes my words burst like thunder. Denounce, denounce the fading of this light. If there were never this fierce noon, I would still choose to be the burning fuel. Facing imminent death has rendered my eyes unable to see the flames. Yet the lost gaze still shines like a joyful shooting star. Even if it's the dim, decaying, and flickering residual fire. Still, I will throw my decaying body into it. Only because I am unwilling. Unwilling to go gentle. Into that good night. The night is coming. His words, too, flickered and extinguished gradually, like wavering flames. Congratulations, Artoria. Alvin raised his gaze, smiling weakly at Artoria. Your sword has defeated me. Finally, he gently kissed Morgan's lips. And thus, he dissipated into the wind. You have died. Simulation terminated. You unlocked the ending, the rising dark Sunday. Your name remains unknown, but your achievements will endure forever. You have gained the support of villains and the scorn of knights. Even heroes have fallen under your charm as the ultimate antagonist. Among all the fates, you chose the most perfect path, successfully saving the fate of the British Isles. However, your actions will significantly increase the hostility you receive from the counter-force. Evil Alignment Score, SSS. You have received a simulation reward, White Dragon Token. White Dragon Token, a scale from a fiery dragon marked with the symbol of the Dark Sun. Engraved with the will of the son of White Dragon, Alvin Pendragon. Holding it allows you to inherit some of Alvin Pendragon's characteristics. Current synchronization rate, 1%. Facing the dark sun hanging high in the sky. Artoria watched as the silver-haired figure before her collapsed under the ethereal winds, scattering into a pile of black ashes. The age of the gods, too, seemed to converge upon this moment. He appeared as if he had never existed before, leaving behind only that one crystal-clear, shining heart. The knights and grand servants remained silent, standing still in their places. The expression on the witch's face was bewildered and frozen, as she held his heart in her hands. She lifted her gaze, looking towards the golden-haired girl. The witch's faint voice echoed softly. "The happiness I had gained, you took it away from me. Artoria. But it was his own choice, I don't blame you. But from now on, I don't want to see you ever again." The witch's figure melted into the shadows, leaving only Artoria, kneeling on the ground. Amidst the ruins and debris, the grand servants had all dispersed. She remained there, kneeling in a daze. Clang! A menacing, pitch-dark lance descended from the sky, piercing the ground in front of the golden-haired girl. Artoria stared in astonishment at the lance Alvin had used to pierce the inner sea of the planet. Unknowingly, her hand slowly grasped the handle of the lance. He was dead. But she could still protect his kingdom. The golden color faded away. A slightly demonic grey spread from her hair. The development bound by her sword was unlocked once again. Her figure gradually became fuller. Her gaze gradually became indifferent. Artoria stood up, holding the lance, clad in her black, lightless armor, and slowly walked towards the army waiting outside the city. Watching her back growing further and further away. The lone, one-armed knight of the Round Table, with a bewildered expression, picked up the dull, lightless Excalibur from the ruins. Melusine curled up alone in the shadows of the underground. Just as her daddy had instructed. She obediently stayed here, waiting for her mommy to come pick her up. However, how long had passed already? In this deep underground, Melusine had lost track of time some time ago. She curled up in the corner, lonely. In a daze. She seemed to feel a familiar daddy presence. Melusine, dazed, moved towards the underground cave. The earth seemed to tremble. The petite and cute silver-haired girl eventually stood somewhat bewildered before the enormous, mountain-like, golden vertical pupils. She raised her head, locking eyes with the dragon. Is this her daddy? In the domain that was as splendid as brocade, with picturesque scenery. At the end of the land of fairies, stood a stone tower that stretched infinitely into the sky. The heart pierced by the spiral long lance emitted a painful gasp. The half-incubus with disheveled hair, foolishly laughed, gazing at the witch before him. Lost all sight. As a half-incubus, he was impaled on the tower by Morgan. His soul and body, enhanced by the immortality of incubus, kept recovering, only to be constantly burned by the spiral lance reproduced by Morgan, tormenting his soul. Recovery, then burning. This was an endless punishment. In the desolate view, there was no need to look. As if he could also glimpse the overflowing anger on the face of the witch. Your daughter can't be found, your husband is dead too, Morgan, you and I are both left alone, he he he. A sharp twist of pain came from the heart, causing the expression of the half-incubus to begin distorting. In a daze. The Mad Merlin chuckled, finding it a very amusing game. It was also a secret buried deep in his heart, burying many hidden intentions. In fact, Alvin Pendragon. Oh Morgan, your husband, might still be alive in some era. Decaying and withering fallen leaves, wilting and decaying flowers. In the pitch black, completely devoid of light, deep forest. The cocoons on the ground slowly tearing apart. A pair of moth wings then unfurled. Crowned with a crown of thorns in deep blue. A handsome silver-haired youth emerged in this forest, stacked with the corpses of fairies. In a daze, as if sensing something. He raised his hand blankly, wiping his eyes. Gazing at the moist traces on his fingertips. He was somewhat bewildered. Tears. Why, am I shedding tears? So, sorrowful. The silver-haired fairy, born from the corpses of fairies, lifted his gaze blankly, looking at the cloudless night sky. He shedding tears. Murmuring the name that surfaced in his heart. Alvin. Volume 1, End. Chapter 64 The Pretender. Name, Alvin Pendragon. Class, Pretender. Strength, A+++. Endurance, X. Agility, A+++. Mana, A+++. Luck, E. Noble Phantasm, X. Magic Resistance, A+++. Your ultimate life form has transcended to the level of beast, where only magecraft thick enough with mystery has a chance to harm you, and even then, it's just a slim possibility. Writing, A. Combining modern knowledge with phantasmal species blood, you have gained exceptional writing skills. Whether it's modern vehicles or magical beasts, you can easily master them. Mana Burst, Light Devour A+++. As the name suggests, it is the ability to devour light. Vortigern is known as the demonic dragon that devours light, and as someone with the bloodline of the Vile King, you inherit his shadow attribute. Understanding the unity of light and shadow, you can now steal the ubiquitous light of this world and convert it into your own magical energy. Now, whether it's day or night, even the radiance of noble phantasms can be easily taken away by you. Before the radiant light emanating from the breath of planets, you exerted all your strength, briefly resisting its onslaught, buying Vortigern the precious time he needed. Brute Strength, A+. A basic skill inherent in it enhances your physical strength. Your strength shakes the earth. As the ultimate life form, your strength is top tier among all creatures, surpassing even Heracles, also known as a demigod. Dark Will, X. In this pitch-black, lightless wilderness, you walk your own path. Your will, unshakable. Ultimate life form, X. The ultimate life form known as the Beast of Preservation, evolved far beyond the end of life. Even cast into space, you can maintain vitality unscathed, though temperature and magic are additional considerations. Peaceful Life, X. The torrent of fate flowing within a peaceful life has propelled you to this conclusion. You lost your own peace but bestowed tranquility and happiness upon everyone on this island, the peace and contentment they yearned for. The Savior of Villains, X. Sinking into the abyss, gazing up at heaven, you are the savior of villains. If you are evil, why speak of redemption? Even pursuing a peaceful life is a form of evil, and that evil is your justice. Your nature, will, and enlightenment overwhelm villains. Those who meet you for the first time are naturally drawn to your charismatic personality, and characters belonging to the chaos or evil attributes will receive a significant increase in favorability towards you. The dark soul over the heaven, X. Burning in this eternal night. Life and death, the cycle continues. This is the coiled sword called the Fire-Link Greatsword, which brings hope and death to all things in the world. It acknowledges your determination, transforming into your ultimate power, shattering and merging with the Holy Lance, forging the lance that brings the end of the world, Rongomini ad Morgan. The Dark Son of Britain, X. The determination of Alvin Pendragon, the Pretender, has manifested as the dark sun rising above the British skies. It is the first flame that consumes your remains, never extinguishing, forever burning the souls of the world, forever wailing, forever suffering, forever engraved. The end, heralding the arrival of death and annihilation. Chapter 65 To you, 1,000 years later. Cold, yet not shivering. Amidst a hazy and heavy chaos. With black hair, youth slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a pristine, unfamiliar ceiling. Modern-looking recessed lights adorned the ceiling, but they remained unlit. Outside the window, the sky was veiled in mist. The morning haze of London cast through the window bars, its light neither gloomy nor bright. The room was dimly lit. A faint scent of disinfectant permeated the air. The sensation behind his head wasn't quite soft and comfortable, and the bed beneath him felt narrow and hard. Alvin, no, now it should be Reinhard, lowered his gaze to the striped patient gown he wore. His gradually awakening brain soon realized where he was. Ah, the hospital, how nostalgic. He had lain on a sickbed just like this before his journey to the moonlit world, facing the doctor's pitiful expression as he silently read through his own medical record, declaring his terminal illness. Alvin Pendragon. That dream of unwaking finally shattered. In a daze, as if he had experienced a lifetime. Reinhard propped himself up with his hands. Slowly, he sat up. The first thing that caught his eye was the figure of a silver-haired girl curled up in a chair beside his bed, her whole being shrunk into a ball as she dozed lightly. His gaze involuntarily scrutinized the beautiful figure before him. First, the suede strap of her shoes. Next, her elegantly shaped calves wrapped in black fabric. Above that, knee-high stockings with a tantalizing sheen. Her pleated charcoal grey skirt shielded against any improper gaze into her modest domain. The black hood slightly obscured her forehead, and her delicate sleeping face seemed immersed in peaceful slumber. Her thin and dainty lips were slightly pursed, a glistening drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. The girl, named Grey, was his mentor's disciple. Like a curled-up kitten, cute and petite. She must have fallen asleep, on the chair. Reinhard gazed at her face, her silver hair's fine eyelashes seeming vividly countable. Seeing this scene, Reinhard immediately realized. Gray had been caring for him here. He had been brought to the hospital. So, the simulation ended, and he had been unconscious for how long? He cautiously lifted the white blanket and slid into a pair of cotton slippers marked for patients. Creak. Despite the faint noise, it was enough to rouse the silver-haired girl from her light slumber. Senpai. Rubbing her sleepy eyes. The girl slowly opened her deep green, lake-like clear eyes. Beside her, a golden birdcage began to shake. The magical cube inside the cage, now awake, emitted a deafening noise. Wow, you finally woke up, you rascal. Gray-chan, she's been looking after you for 3 whole days and nights. Damn it. Keep it down. Rain-senpai just woke up. Gray blushed slightly as she swayed the cage in her hand, making the noise in the ward even louder. 3 days and nights. Reinhardt's expression turned somewhat vacant upon hearing the time. So, I slept, for 3 whole days and nights, Gray. Rain-senpai. Gray finally managed to silence Ad. Jumping off the chair, she grabbed the sleeve of Reinhardt's black gown and carefully examined him from head to toe. Calling out his name. Her gaze was fixed on him. Looking at her so intimately, her familiar face, her proximity, Reinhardt's gaze seemed slightly bewildered. This familiar silver hair. This familiar face. Their figures seemed to transcend time and memory, overlapping with each other. It was. Who? After a thorough examination, it seemed that Reinhard had no major injuries. Gray breathed a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. You just woke up, after sleeping for so long, your body must be weak, right? Don't get up, I'll inform Sir Waver immediately. Also, if you need anything, I'll. Anxious instructions flowed out. Gray's concerned and worried tone suddenly faltered. She looked at the black-haired Reinhard, tears streaming down his bewildered cheeks, and for a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Rain, senpai. Why are you crying? Did I make you angry? I'm sorry. The silver-haired girl's delicate body suddenly trembled. Because the black-haired Reinhard in front of her suddenly grabbed her arm. That eager face slowly approached. Never had they been so close, staring at each other. As if they were about to be face to face. Rain-senpai. Oh, how abrupt. The silver-haired girl's palm tightened on the bedsheet. This is. Is he going to kiss her here? Is it happening? Right now? Right here? Gray almost froze, her face flushed as she stared. Looking at the black-haired Reinhard, tears streaming down his face, getting closer, gently touching her forehead. He whispered softly. Crossing 1,000 years of time, and calling out to his beloved. My dear wife. Gray's expression was somewhat dumbfounded. After. The silver-haired girl's already flushed face turned even redder in an instant. The enticing blush spread like ripples on the girl's pale and translucent skin, even gradually extending to her smooth neck. Rain-senpai. He's here, just now, he called me, what? Wife, this. Isn't this progressing too fast? A mist seemed to rise from the silver-haired girl's head. In her brain, constantly disturbed by that word, something called reason wavered and swayed. This. Rain-senpai, we haven't kissed, we haven't hugged, we haven't. Are we, becoming husband and wife now? Although it felt, so good to be called like that, Gray's thoughts became dreamy and dizzy. But. Looking at the black-haired Reinhard, staring blankly and tearfully. Gray's misty brain, her swirling thoughts, finally came to, some semblance of reason. No. This isn't right. Gray's dumbfounded expression receded. Reinhard, he wasn't calling her. Looking at his almost dazed, regretful, or relieved expression. Not knowing if it was regret, disappointment, or a sense of relief. Gray gently sighed. Just like the embrace of the past, he hugged her like this. The silver-haired girl lifted her arms and hugged the black-haired Reinhard. Smiling gently. Gray gently patted his back. You look exhausted, Rain-senpai. Don't take advantage of Gray-chan, you rascal. Inside the golden birdcage in the corner. The magical cube named Ad muttered softly, shook, but ultimately couldn't bear to disturb the tranquility between the two. You seem to have had a long dream. I doesn't know who you're missing, whether it's your loved ones from the past life. But you can confide to me. Rain-senpai. No words. Only tranquil peace. Grey softly hummed a lullaby from her hometown, a song she used to sing before her personality changed drastically every night before going to bed. I see the moon. The moon sees me. God bless the moon. And God bless me. Immersed in this warm and peaceful embrace. In the girl's arms, the tired soul closed its eyes peacefully. Reinhard opened his eyes again, and outside the window, the twilight sun was nearing dusk. Grey. He turned his gaze to the side. The silver-haired girl, still wearing her hood as always, sat quietly beside the bed, peeling an apple for herself. I'm sorry for my presumption earlier. Recalling his earlier transgressions, Reinhard couldn't help but smile wryly. The same silver hair, the same face. It inevitably reminded him of his witch. It's okay, Rain-senpai. I'm just happy to see you awake again. Grey smiled, carving the apple into a shape resembling a bunny and offering it with a tissue. Although it was late evening study, she addressed him as senpai. Not just because of Reinhardt's seniority, but also because, he, who had attained the rank of pride, was now considered the foremost in magecraft proficiency in the entire El Meloy classroom. Not only did he often substitute for overworked instructors, but his teaching was also widely praised for its depth, humor, and accessibility. Moreover, no matter how complex the magecraft, it seemed to be deconstructed into clear and understandable concepts in his classes. He called it modularization. Regardless of age, in terms of scholarship and achievement, the entire El Meloy classroom now regarded him as their foremost figure, and senpai was a title of respect. Grey looked at her senpai with a smile of satisfaction. You've slept for so long. You should eat something first. The doctor has already examined you, and you seem to be fine. How do you feel? There was no stiffness in his limbs. Nor did he feel the weakness that often comes from long periods of bed rest. Reinhard looked at his palm, flexing his fingers slightly. It feels. He muttered to himself. Better than ever before. Indeed. His body seemed to be filled with an inexhaustible energy. He felt as though, without using any magical energy, he could smash the floor with a single punch. Thinking so, Reinhard raised his hand and accepted the apple Grey offered. However, as he tested the strength of his fingers, snap! He accidentally crushed the slice of apple he had caught. Reinhard looked somewhat embarrassedly at Grey. But Grey didn't seem embarrassed. Instead, her face lit up with a smile. It seems, you've just woken up, and your body still isn't feeling well, senpai. Then, let me feed you. Senpai, here, open your mouth. Ah! The upper half of the silver-haired girl leaned over, her deep green eyes blinking, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush, as she offered the apple to Reinhardt's face. Reinhard obediently opened his mouth and bit into the apple, chewing. A wave of sweetness surged into his stomach. His tongue, which hadn't tasted food for 3 days, suddenly savored the sweetness of the apple, and his nerves seemed to emit a pleasant hum. Under the bed in the ward, a sarcastic voice sounded. Enough already, Reinhardt, you rascal, can't even eat an apple without someone feeding you, don't have hands, hey. Snap! Grey kicked Ad, knocking the birdcage over. Grey-chan. Wah! Crying face, Ad began to cry loudly, emitting a tone of unparalleled sadness. Clearly, I've been your longest companion, this annoying man, he's just the third wheel. How did I become the stepchild now? I shouldn't have looked at him more than once in the crowd. Ad. Grey's face flushed. That's right, thanks for looking at him more than once in the crowd, Ad. Recalling the circumstances of their initial meeting, Reinhard couldn't help but sigh. When he walked out of the hospital gate, he suddenly found himself in London in 2002. But at that time, he didn't know he had Isekai'd into the moonlit world. This strange reality made him numb, and he even began to suspect if it was a brain tumor causing hallucinations. The mobile bank on his phone dropped out, unable to pay. He had some cash on him, but since it wasn't pound sterling he couldn't spend it either. When the old Londoners looked at him curiously, someone even offered to call the police. It was Grey, who was out buying bread, who emerged from the crowd and grabbed his hand. Sorry, this is my lost brother. Ah, yes. That's how a cute touch of warmth was added. Later on, Reinhard asked Grey about the reason she came to his aid that day. She answered that she noticed Reinhard because of Ad, who she was carrying in her hands. Grey-chan, that person's presence is so annoying. No, I shouldn't say annoying. It's a complicated feeling, familiar, liked, disliked. Ah. How should I put it, it's like the taste of chocolate. So. The girl also turned her attention to Reinhard, which had attracted Ad's attention. However, it felt different from the discomfort with Ad. From Reinhard's body, Grey felt an indescribable warmth. That's right. Just like her long-lost brother. So, almost instinctively, she maneuvered through the crowd and grabbed the hand of the stranger. Thus, she uncovered the unsettling tale of the sleeping magus that had been troubling the entire clock tower. And it was after seeing Grey again. Reinhard, who had watched the Fate series before, suddenly realized, he had Isekai'd into moonlit world. So, I really appreciate you, Ad. Reinhard said with a smile. Your foul mouth after 3 days of silence, it's a bit unusual. You're too much, Reinhard. You've bewitched Grey-chan's mind, she doesn't love me anymore. Ad hopped around in the cage, crying and wanting to give the middle finger, but it didn't have hands. Looking at the mystic code in front of him, acting like a living being. Reinhardt's expression was somewhat contemplative for a moment. Ad. Wrong Ad. Although the impression was not very deep, Reinhard, who had watched the Fate series, knew. Ad was the restrained wrong Ad. But wasn't the wrong Ad already destroyed by him and turned into the demonic lance in the simulation? Reinhard was extremely sure, that was no simulation, but reality. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the remnants of the dragon's essence, relic, passed down. Could it be that there are more wrong Ad? At least, Reinhard sensed no trace of the fire link great sword from Ad. It's obvious. Either there are more wrong Ad, or the demonic lance has turned back into wrong Ad. Was it Morgan's doing? The anime didn't explain Ad's origin in detail. It only mentioned that the ability to speak was a pseudo-personality imposed on the mystic code. And at this moment, Reinhard, who had awakened, finally understood where the familiar feeling he had been experiencing since then came from. This tone. This foul mouth. So it's you. K. Reinhard murmured. Senpai, what are you saying? Feeding Reinhard the apple, Grey vaguely heard him murmuring to himself. It's nothing, just reminiscing about an old acquaintance. More than 1,000 years had passed. That guy who liked to talk trash must be dead by now. Ad is Ad, not the real K. Being able to hear his tone was enough. Reinhard lowered his ink-colored eyes, gazing at Ad, and then, as usual, received the scorn of the others. You rascal, your expression makes me feel so nauseous, don't you dare have any weird thoughts about me, my heart belongs to Grey-chan forever. Grey blushed and picked up the birdcage, shaking it vigorously. Wah! Nauseous, hey? Reinhard smiled. After all, it's the nostalgic vestiges of Britain from over 1,000 years ago. Seems like he's once again ensnared in those grand memories belonging to Alvin Pendragon. Reinhardt's expression was momentarily dreamy. Suddenly, the shadows in the room began to flow silently. Hiss! The bright light in the room began to flicker as if having contact issues. What's this? Reinhard and Grey looked up at the buzzing fluorescent light above their heads. The silver-haired girl tilted her head, looking puzzled. Why did the light suddenly break? She suddenly shivered. Ah, is the room getting colder? As if sensing some unsettling, chilling aura. Grey held the birdcage tightly, her expression suddenly becoming serious. No. It wasn't the light that broke. Rather, the light is being swallowed. Such power is. With a thought, Reinhardt's mind. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in front of him. White Dragon Token. Current progress rate, 1%. You have gained a 1% attribute bonus from Alvin Pendragon. Increasing the progress rate will unlock more attributes from Alvin Pendragon for you. That's right. The White Dragon Token, this was the reward he received after the end of his simulation. With a 1% progress rate, he obtained the extremely weak attribute of Alvin's Mana Burst. If he could reach 100% progress, would that mean he could fully regain the power of Alvin Pendragon at his peak? Reinhardt sighed. The light in the hospital room suddenly returned to its brightness. Gray looked at her senpai with some confusion. Being sensitive, she vaguely sensed something. After scrutinizing carefully, suddenly, the man in front of her, with his ink-black eyes, seemed even deeper. His original demeanor was already mysterious, but now, it was filled with a strange, vortex-like, captivating charm. It's the magical energy leaking out from me, sorry. Reinhard gently shook his head, reassuring Gray. Suddenly, he mentally sent a query to the system. System, if I reach 100% progress, will I be able to restore Alvin Pendragon's power to its prime? Aside from noble phantasms, yes. So, the Fire Link Greatsword can't return. It was somewhat regrettable, but Reinhard expected it. Even without Fire Link Greatsword, his power at its peak could still dominate not only the clock tower, but even the entire moonlit world. This would significantly increase Reinhardt's success rate in promoting world resistance against disasters. So, how do I increase the progress rate? Progress rate, literally. Just become Alvin Pendragon. Hearing this, Reinhard was slightly puzzled as he silently muttered to himself. But, I am him. Can I still become myself? He is you, but you are not him. Alvin Pendragon is just a part of you. To increase the progress rate, in other words, is to experience his experiences, feel his adventures, and bond with his connections. Experience, feel adventures, bond with connections. How does this work? This isn't the 5th century Britain. Reinhard thought for a moment, then suddenly realized. I get it. You want me to join war, and fight against Artoria again. Hey? Isn't that what you mean? The idea is, host, you can dye your hair, farming, practice swordsmanship, that sort of thing counts too. It doesn't feel as heroic as Alvin. To be honest, you're right. Just as he was contemplating this thing, the door of the hospital room was quietly pushed open by a slender wrist. Click. The door was suddenly locked, blocking everyone who wanted to come in from behind. With a small top hat on her head, the golden-haired girl, holding an exquisite lunchbox, smiled politely at the two of them. Yai Rain, I've come to visit you. Miss Rains. Seeing this uninvited guest who came out of nowhere, the silver-haired girl suddenly stood up, her face showing a nervous expression. Rains loves teasing people the most. All kinds of pranks often make her senpai feel uncomfortable and stomachache. And Gray is also one of her frequent targets. That's not a big deal. The daily relationship between the two is actually quite good. But the premise of this good relationship is, her senpai not being present. How can two tigers share one prey? The silver-haired girl and the golden-haired girl looked at each other. The air seemed to thicken. A very pleased smile appeared on Rains's face, and her blue eyes narrowed into thin lines like a cat's. Subtle and tense atmosphere, like a tense battlefield, seemed to quietly spread. Miss Rains, I'm enough to take care of senpai alone. Oh my, is your way of taking care of people by peeling apples, Gray? Rains picked up the lunchbox in her hand and shook it slightly. I made this myself, for Rain, the greatest nourishment for such a weak patient, a bento full of love. A bento and whatnot. I can make one too. Senpai has taught me personally. Are you referring to your green pie, Gray? Gah. Perhaps, no one with this saber face could make any progress in cooking. When it was Valentine's Day, Gray presented her heartfelt pie as a gift, and Reinhard, looking at those unblinkingly, eerie-eyed fish heads, fell silent. But he still, with every bite, twitched a smile and ate it all up. And then got diarrhea for 3 days. Such incidents made Gray feel guilty, and she never dared to step into the kitchen again. Peeling apples is at least good, isn't it? So, taking care of patients should be left to me. The gold-haired girl, without hesitation about visiting patients, kicked off her little shoes. Her slender legs, wrapped in thin black fabric, slightly bent, stepped onto the bed. Rains directly lifted the covers, and curled up in Reinhardt's blanket like a cat. Miss Rains. You. The top of Gray's head was about to explode. She had been here for 3 days and 3 nights without going to bed. Really, you don't know how to take care of patients, Gray? The golden-haired girl smiled very pleasantly. The legs wrapped in pantyhose restlessly rubbed against Reinhardt's thigh. Rains took the spoon and opened the lunchbox layer by layer, placing it on the bedside table. The enticing aroma instantly filled the room. Come, Rain. Rain slightly narrowed her blue eyes. Clearly, she's feeding a patient. But she licked her glossy lips. Clearly, she's a small vixen. Her expression was like a seductive fox. He's hard. Being sat on like this, Reinhard hardened his fist. Woman, how dare you sit on me, this is clearly a position for my witch. The sensation felt from below him. Also made the golden-haired girl's expression, correspondingly more pleasing. Let me feed you, Rain. Come, open up. Ah! Reinhard pursed his lips tightly, trying to resist the temptation in front of him. Growling. However, in the end, his desire faltered. Moreover, as a patient who hadn't eaten for 3 days, he couldn't resist the temptation in front of him. Meanwhile, Gray saw his senpai's defensive line about to be breached. She used her opportunistic theft skill, which was extremely effective. I want to eat too. Miss Rains. Stepping forward, Gray swallowed the meal that Rains had picked up with her spoon in one gulp. She grabbed a new spoon and began to show off the patient's meal to Reinhard. That's right. As long as she ate all the food, Miss Rains, then her senpai wouldn't eat your stuff anymore. While swallowing the delicious taste, the silver-haired girl felt ashamed of her cooking skills, but that was not a reason for her to give up. What are you doing here, Rains? Oh my, Rain, look, Gray is enjoying her meal so much. With delicious food, she easily dealt with the defeated Gray. From the beginning, Rains never considered her as a rival. And at this moment, she also revealed her true intention, which was to hunt prey like a wolf. How about it? As such a virtuous wife, am I not worthy of being your helpmate, Rain? Sitting on top of the black-haired youth, she looked down at him. Rains lowered her blue eyes. The ambiguous and alluring, soft and bone-melting light seemed to flow out from the golden-haired girl's pupils, cascading onto the youth's face. Rains El Meloy Archisort smiled. Consider it, join our El Meloy family, Rain. With your skills, we can definitely produce genius offspring. Gray choked a bit, making a whimpering sound, seeming to remind Reinhard not to waver. Both beauties looked at Reinhard's face. The delicate fingertips of the golden-haired girl kept spinning on the chest of the black-haired youth. The seductive and enchanting voice kept rubbing against Reinhard's ears. We can, even form a football team. That's right. Taking in Reinhard as an addition to their family was the persistent goal that Rains wanted to achieve. The outstanding magus in front of her had no background or status, making him an excellent choice for marriage. Within a year, he would be promoted to a brand rank, and his future as a magus was guaranteed. Apart from that, anyone could see that as long as Reinhard was alive, he was undoubtedly destined to become the lord of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, and marrying into the El Meloy family would be the icing on the cake. And putting aside the plan to revive the family, Rains herself was quite fond of this candidate. Because she was, unequivocally fond of older men. Thinking about forming a football team was not a joke. The black-haired youth in front of her not only saved her life in Twin Tower of Iselma but also left a deep impression on Rains. Moreover, last year, he was ranked first as the male most wanted by Clock Tower female students. By the way, her stepbrother ranked second. The old man was completely pushed down, Hey? The ambiguous rubbing against Reinhardt's ears made him couldn't help but marvel, his DNA was moving. This request was indeed very tempting. This aristocratic young lady with long golden hair, prideful yet possessing a devilish charm, not to mention the attribute of wearing black silk stockings, was simply the best among the seductive demons. The pleasure of imagining conquering her was naturally unparalleled. But Rains, sitting on someone else's lap, isn't that unbecoming of a lady? Reinhard said each word firmly. I admire those who propose to me every day, because they might be rejected. Then, holding the black-haired youth's face in front of her, Rains' stocking-clad thighs restlessly rubbed against him. Would you reject me, Rain? I reject. Reinhard said decisively. You've heard these words countless times already. That's right, Reinhard had rejected her countless times already, but Rains was really persistent. Rejecting means nothing, men's words are all lies, rejection is consent. However, Reinhardt's true thoughts were actually, warp storms are approaching, what's the point of giving birth? Besides, the world only lasts for a decade, isn't it a shame to bring new life into this world just to live for a decade? There was no way he could rest easy having a child if he knew the world did not hold out long for his child to live happily. But, of course he couldn't say that to the girl in front of him. So, for the welfare of all mankind, do I have time for something like that? Recited Reinhardt's consistent reason. Rains laughed gigglingly. Even you yourself don't believe what you're saying. That's right. Such words were, of course, false. The real reason was too aggressive, so she didn't force herself to say it. Reinhard remained silent, staring at her intently, without saying a word. 10 seconds passed. Rain still persisted. Half a minute passed. Her face flushed in patches. 2 minutes passed. Finally, Reinhard turned his eyes away from her, feeling embarrassed. Tisk, for what he embarrassed. Reinhard waved his hand, indicating these two lively girls to move away and not disturb his sleep. He rolled up the blanket, preparing to turn over. Tisk, you're not straightforward, Rain. In Gray's slightly open mouth expression. The golden-haired girl's fair hands suddenly cupped the black-haired youth's face and turned him around. Then, Rains kissed his soft lips. Extremely stiff. Reinhard was injected with her saliva. When it rushed into his throat, it carried a slight, sweet taste unique to the girl. Rains finally raised her head, the sticky strands of saliva making Gray beside her feel a little dazed. You haven't seen me in 3 days, so, here's a little reward for you. Why do I get a reward for not seeing you? Are you SCP-096? Reinhard felt, he might be cursed. This is already the first time he's been forcefully kissed by a girl. This awkward kissing technique, besides tasting the girl's saliva, Reinhard didn't feel anything. Rather, having experienced a 10-year battle with his witch, he simply didn't appreciate the skills of such a small vixen. Fine. If you attack me with your tongue like this, don't blame me for attacking you back. Reinhard wiped the saliva from his lips and said quietly. I like it big. Boom. Rains was struck by lightning. Gray, who had just finished showing off her lunchbox, subconsciously glanced at her chest. I win. I win. You. The golden-haired girl, embarrassed and angry, grabbed Reinhardt's face. Don't underestimate the power of magecraft. My future is still bright. I also want to kiss. Gray belatedly joined in, senpai. Bang. The door of the ward was kicked open by a black-haired man with a furious expression. FBI, get out of here. Oh, my. Is this really a visit to a patient, not a soul-sucking endeavor? Upon receiving the news that Reinhard finally woke up, Waver, who had finished his afternoon classes, cancelled his overtime for the evening and rushed over as soon as possible. Just arrived at the door, and saw his foster sister and disciple, using their tongues to beat up his eldest disciple. Wait. With one hand holding reins and the other holding Gray, he threw them into the corridor. Waver magically repaired the lock, then locked the door with a click. He pulled a chair, sighed softly, and sat down beside Reinhardt's bed. Really causing you trouble, Rain? Reinhardt smiled. What trouble? They are indeed taking care of me, making me full of energy, Professor. Tisk, there's no need for such headache-inducing polite words. Gray is fine, but how could I not know what Rains is like? Never mind, what I want to know is, how did you faint for 3 whole days? What happened? Waver took out a cigar from his pocket, tapped it, and subconsciously lit it up before preparing to smoke. He vaguely remembered where this place was, so he extinguished the cigarette. Sorry, got used to it. I had a long dream, Professor. A dream? Yes, a dream. Reinhard turned his gaze through the window grill of the ward, looking at the sunset on the London skyline. The brilliant clouds on the horizon seemed to be burning. I dreamed that I was the son of the White Dragon. In the spacious facility lobby stands a slowly rotating, azure-colored planetarium model. Inside the conference room, the red-haired girl finished detailing all her experiences in the singularity, causing everyone present to fall into silence. To think such a thing! Romani Arkaman's face turned solemn. When they entered the Londonium, their communication was disrupted by a high concentration of magical interference. So, only at this moment, the entire Chaldea finally understood that such a thing had happened in the singularity. When her silver arm shone, Ritsuka immediately realized that, from the beginning, they had fallen into a trap set by Counterforce. A battlefield intentionally chosen by Counterforce. Because Counterforce simply did not believe in Chaldea as the savior of humanity. Or rather, aside from its own judgment, it simply didn't trust anyone. Regardless of her title as the last master of humanity, she was just pawns. If it weren't for Alvin's kindness, Ritsuka knew that she and Mash would never have made it back alive. What they wanted to protect was betrayed to them. The enemies they wanted to eliminate showed them mercy. Such things made Ritsuka feel disillusioned. We're protecting something, but what exactly is it? Doctor. Dr. Roman's expression was complex. Da Vinci beside him remained silent as well. So, Ritsuka, are you going to break ties with the human order? Dr. Roman sighed. No matter what choice you make, we understand and support you. Now, the singularity in Londinium has been resolved in that way. However, the singularity in Jerusalem is still burning. What do you plan to do next? Or perhaps, think about how to solve it first. Once we understand the cause and effect, we might be able to persuade that King of Knights. The red-haired girl lifted her gaze. There was no expression on her indifferent face. I want to meet Goetia. I intend to talk to him. Inside Chaldea, the system called Fate for summoning heroic spirits was emitting a faint glow. The red-haired girl, with a determined expression, entered the magic circle carrying a large stack of holy grails and saint quartz, all the resources she had accumulated up to this point. Are you sure about this, Ritsuka? Dr. Roman looked at the red-haired girl with some nervousness. Are you going to gamble everything to summon that person? Of course. Alvin Pendragon is someone who could even penetrate the inner sea of the planet. He should be sitting on the throne of heroes right now. With his help, Chaldea can surely reach Goetia. Ritsuka found the key to solving the problem. And now we know that the King of Knights intends to execute her plan regarding human history for her time with Alvin Pendragon. If we want to mend the singularity in Jerusalem, Alvin Pendragon's role is also essential. All right, then go ahead. We trust your judgment. Britain Arthurian Legends Dragons Witches Sacrifice King. An intense search for all the keywords that could lead to Alvin Pendragon, the red-haired girl activated the summoning. Flashes of light burst forth one after another, yet after trying so many times, Ritsuka still didn't get the man she wanted. Mash. Give me maximum power. Ritsuka seemed to transform into a chibi version of herself, piling up the stored saint quartz on the magic circle as if it were nothing. No way. Senpai. The system can't handle such a large amount of energy for summoning. I don't care. I just want Alvin Pendragon. With a face flushed with fervent enthusiasm, Ritsuka initiated the strongest summoning. Respond to my call. Alvin Pendragon. Come on, give this good echo some service. Boom. A pitch-black, abyssal light, as if sucking away souls, soared into the sky from the summoning magic circle. Amidst the gazes of everyone, filled with excitement and exhilaration, the figure of a silver-haired youth wearing a crown of thorns gradually took shape within the light. Fantastic! It must be Alvin Pendragon. Before the words could finish, a lazy, somewhat playful voice came from the figure of the silver-haired youth. What's going on here? Why is something like this happening? I was still sleeping, how did I end up in this weird place? Ugh, such a disgusting feeling. Well, since I've been summoned, let's reluctantly get to know each other. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the silver-haired moth creature before them. Who the hell are you? Chapter 66 He's still alive. So that's how it is. You spent such a tumultuous time as the son of the white dragon in your dreams, experiencing all of that. Quite an extraordinary revelation. Quietly, silently, Waver sat in the sick room, patiently listening to the disciple's slow and detailed narration of the entire lengthy, convoluted, and grandiose story. Reinhard's final words fell silent. Waver remained silent for a long time. His fingers hung slightly in the air, as if holding an imaginary cigar. He took a deep breath, inhaling the invisible substance into his lungs, and then slowly exhaled. Those complex, chaotic thoughts seemed to empty out along with it. Rain, I probably understand, what happened. Well, can this also be explained? Hearing this, Reinhard couldn't help but be stunned. Because he knew best that Alvin Pendragon's adventures were actually triggered by the system as a simulation, it wasn't a real dream. It was the reality of this world, a history that had once existed. But the existence of the system made it inconvenient to speak of such things. So, Reinhard explained it in the form of a dream. Reinhard had complete trust for his mentor. If at first it was just the impression left by the anime that made Reinhard favor Waver, then, after more than a year of being together, he knew exactly what kind of person Waver was, a mentor worthy of entrusting everything to. For his disciple, this mentor could risk his own life. According to Gray, Waver once risked great danger in Castle Adra, bravely continuing to maintain Luviage Lita Adelfeld's magic circuit, breaking the bounded field that trapped everyone in the castle. If there were any doubts, Reinhard wouldn't have accepted Waver as his teacher. His mastery of magecraft had actually surpassed Waver's. It wasn't just his trust in his mentor. His mentor, in turn, also gave him unconditional trust, without treating him differently because of his suspicious identity as a foreigner. They trusted each other as mentor and disciple. However, Reinhard felt that saying, "Professor, you're actually a character from anime," might be a bit too disillusioning, so it was better left unsaid. A dream. This was the interpretation Reinhard had carefully considered for Alvin's experiences. Could such a thing actually provide a reasonable explanation? Yes. Rain. Do you know what necromancy is? Waver brought up a somewhat obscure term. Reinhard pondered for a moment. Are they, the magus who like to use corpses as spell materials? Things like corpse explosion, flesh stitching, undead summoning, resurrection, tainted soil. He actually had quite a bit of impression of necromancy, but only a small part of it came from the moonlit world. The most typical was probably the Lich King, Arthas Menethil. His weapon Frostmourne was so famous. As for the necromancers native to the moonlit world, Reinhard only knew one necromancer, Kari Sisagou, because one of the Fate series anime he watched was Fate/Apocrypha. He has a slight impression. Are these necrophilia enthusiasts related to my dream? Necrophilia? That's one way to put it, but the point isn't the corpses, it's the spells themselves. Waver was amazed at his disciple's rhetoric. Reinhard always seemed to grasp the essence of things and express them in the most straightforward and understandable concepts. Mastery of magecraft doesn't mean one can teach, this is undoubtedly an excellent quality required of an outstanding teacher. Necromancy, in a sense, is a type of magecraft that communicates with the dead. It intersects with thaumaturgy and curse at the clock tower. To be honest, it's a relief that you woke up after 3 days. Otherwise, I was going to ask someone from those 2 departments to see if you were cursed. The phenomenon on your body might be spiritualism. Spiritualism. Reinhard muttered the word. Waver, being the encyclopedia of the magical world, found a logical explanation for the excuse of the dream. Yes, because you came into contact with the relic of the son of the white dragon, the aura on it happened to trigger your clairvoyance, producing the effect of spiritualism with the dead. Waver sighed. That is definitely not a dream. Because dreams are often vague and hazy. Your memories are too clear and too logical, full of various astonishing details. While the development may vary slightly, upon careful consideration, it is basically consistent with the wild history I know. The name of the son of the white dragon has never appeared in official history, but now I know the answer, it is Alvin Pendragon. That is undoubtedly the truth. Rain, what you glimpsed was indeed history itself. Because the abnormality in your magic circuit occurred inside your brain, it was enough to support this level of spiritualism. I'm sure you must be exhausted now, right? No, I feel like I could punch through the clock tower. Feeling the synchronization with Alvin, his whole body surged with energy, and there was nowhere for it to vent. Reinhard nodded solemnly. It's a bit tiring. Then, your magical energy consumption must be severe. Rest well. Such precious memories are indeed an invaluable treasure. As magus, knowledge is, to some extent, our power. Waver looked at his disciple with the eyes of someone looking at a treasure. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but his luck was also so good. The hope of reviving modern magecraft was now clearly evident in Reinhard. Waver was extremely sure that the future modern magecraft would definitely make the clock tower the first discipline. Now that I understand the cause and effect, and see that you're unharmed, I can rest assured. Rest well. I still have to go to class. Don't let rains ruin your spirit. Waver gave his instructions earnestly. However, he only mentioned rains, not Grey. It was clear that he was somewhat biased towards his disciple. Anyone could see the affection behind the 3 days and 3 nights of vigilant watching. Waver was deliberately matchmaking his 2 disciples. Grey, who had a tragic upbringing from childhood and whose face made her even more distant, entrusted her to Reinhard, so Waver was extremely confident. So, Waver prepared to leave and give the young people some space, while also taking care of Rains. This was the art of playing favorites. Indeed. Eating and then sleeping, it was the pinnacle of happiness, and it was even more comfortable with someone warming the bed. Reinhard understood Waver's intention to leave and did not think about that. My body tells me to rest, but my reason doesn't allow it. Reinhard smiled wryly. Don't worry, Professor, you've already taken care of me these past few days. Tisk. The upper body that had just stood up immediately sat back down. It definitely wasn't because of the phrase taking care of me. Are you trying to butter me up? The fees I charge now are quite high. Yes, today is a weekday. The reason why Waver was in a hurry to return was because there was still a big group of students waiting eagerly to be fed, and he still had to teach evening classes to supplement his income. The funds of the El Meloy family were all shouldered by him. Let's not mention the astronomical figures. Anyway, there definitely weren't any gold coins that came pouring out after his death, just a bunch of debts. Being able to spare time to visit his disciple amidst his busy schedule, Waver had already done his best. Before the conversation could continue, the black-haired youth directly took out a stack of pounds from his pocket and gently placed it on the bedside. No need to count, Professor, you can handle it yourself. Waver's gaze was somewhat blank. It's been a long time since I've played. It's quite nostalgic. Let's finish the lesson you didn't complete last time, Professor. I'm interested in that segment about the forgotten history of Britain. Tisk, your adorable attitude as a student who is diligent and eager to learn is truly irresistible. Waver tapped a few times on his worn-out smartphone and sent a text message to the administrative office that had been drafted earlier, adjusted his sitting posture, and half laid on the chair next to the sickbed. Unfortunately, it was a hospital room. If only he could smoke. What do you want to ask, Rain? I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Reinhard organized his thoughts before speaking slowly. First, teacher, what is the account of King Arthur in official history? If it's official history, let's start from where your dream ended. Weber closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. First of all, in the records of British official history, King Vortigern never left any descendants after defeating the petty kings. In other words, there is no such person as the son of the White Dragon. After conquering the petty kings, King Arthur unified the entire British Isles, including Wales, England, Scotland, and Ireland, and built the magnificent and flawless Camelot on the ruins of Londinium. The Celtic kingdom and the Anglo-Saxon kingdom all fell under her rule thereafter. She implemented many policies that might be considered forward-thinking by your standards, dispersing the noble aristocracy, establishing a basic centralized state, emphasizing agriculture and law, and promulgating an official examination system for officials, which is also considered the prototype of the modern British civil service system. According to historical records, she never felt fatigue, not only achieving continuous victories in foreign wars but also handling thousands of political affairs in a single day without making any major mistakes. Under her virtuous and holy governance, the animosity between the Saxons and the Celts gradually diminished as they merged racially over the years of civil war. Only external enemies, similar to the Romans, remained. Here, we need to mention the history of our magical development. The final decline of the Age of Gods is generally believed to have occurred during this period in Britannia. Recalling what his disciple had witnessed and heard during that dreamlike period, Waver sighed with emotion. In theory, as an island nation, Britannia basked in the twilight of the Age of Gods. Once the Age of Gods declined, the barren land would cause all things to decay and wither. The Celtic people, as the remnants of the Age of Gods, would also absolutely not be able to survive in such an environment. According to historical records, Britannia at that time did indeed suffer from years of uninterrupted natural disasters, such as floods or droughts. However, Waver Velvet's expression became solemn. He continued. The virtuous and perfect King Arthur devoted herself to promoting agricultural techniques and attached great importance to food storage and transportation. She even transformed the environment and developed a new type of food that could increase production even in such barren conditions. Scholars have always wanted to know the answer, but no one knows exactly what it was, only that it was referred to as the seed of hope in historical records, described as a spreading, vigorous greenery across the land. Reinhardt's expression became somewhat trance-like. That is. Yes. Now we know the truth. Waver said softly. It's none other than microalgae, such an astonishing answer on this planet, the most ancient form of life. Relying on the existence of the Seed of Hope, King Arthur's kingdom managed to pass through the decline of the Age of Gods relatively smoothly. The vast majority of the Saxons and Celts in the kingdom survived, but, from here, a very peculiar divergence appears. Waver reminisced about the various scrolls he had read. Ordinary people may not care about these historical details, but we magus know, Reign, the Celts are the descendants of the survivors of the Age of Gods. Their bloodlines contain the true ether, and as a result, many of them became outstanding warriors in the years to come. While the decline of the Age of Gods was not a big deal for the foreign invaders such as the Saxon, it was different for the Celts, who couldn't survive without true ether. They would still suffer massive casualties and ultimately be unable to survive. However, the vast majority of them did survive in the end. Although their bloodlines gradually assimilated into those of the proliferating Saxons, according to historical records, the Celts disappeared of their own accord, having achieved a peaceful end. Waver averted his gaze, looking out the window. Due to the haze, London couldn't see many stars. In the quiet night sky hung a solitary, silent moon. This is not something that can be achieved by simply having the Seed of Hope. The real reason, you won't find this passage in any history book of Britannia. Because this is the foundation upon which the clock tower rose to prominence, even within the clock tower, only a handful of lords can delve into the secrets hidden in the ice chamber. The inner sea of the planet, above Londinium, was pierced by a hole. This brought forth a murmuring, like a stream of hope true ether. And it was because of this that King Arthur gathered all the Celts to Camelot, which is the original site of Londinium, and thereby saved the Celtic people. Which means... Waver lowered his gaze and looked at the black-haired youth in front of him. Alvin Pendragon has truly succeeded. His achievements saved everyone. I see. Upon hearing the conclusion of the people on the island, Reinhardt's expression became somewhat trance-like. The world seemed unchanged, but in reality, it had already been altered. Alvin Pendragon's choice not only ensured the world's continuation but also saved everyone on the entire island. Reinhard was extremely certain that it was his own free will, the determination of the king named Alvin Pendragon. However, was it all predetermined by historical facts? Like a connected loop. Interesting, causality. So, Professor. Reinhard raised a new question. Londinium is... London. Yes, Londinium is indeed the ancient name for London. Then why is it that I can't see that empty void above London? Reinhard especially liked to conduct magical research in the workshop at night. The quiet night would make him feel a serene concentration. For over a year, he had often looked at the moon in London, yearning for his family. They must be worried, right? Is his body still in that world? How are Mom and Dad now? Are they healthy? But, such thoughts. The more he thought about it, the more unbearable it became. So he stopped thinking about that for now. And then, for over a year of gazing at the moon, he had never seen that dark sun in the sky above London. I've never seen it either. Waver shook his head. But, the reason why the clock tower in London has always been the centre of the world's magecraft. Besides the spiritual tomb of Albion. Also because the ley lines here are much more abundant than elsewhere. Although it's definitely incomparable to the Age of Gods, it's still several orders of magnitude higher than ordinary places. Do you know, Reign, since the time of King Arthur, the ley lines in London have never dried up. Moreover, the origin of the clock tower was precisely during that period when a group of magus summoned by King Arthur regarded Britain as a base and established the organization. So, I speculate that the empty void has always been there. Just, hidden away. Hidden away. Looking at the moonlight outside the window. Reinhardt's gaze flickered. Yes, let me give you an analogy. Waver smiled. He raised his hand and tapped the wall behind him with his knuckles. If a hole appears in the wall of your home, a hole that you can't repair with your skills, or even temporarily cover up, it looks very unsightly and damages the image. What would you do? Reinhard responded without hesitation. Cover it up. That's right, cover it up. Waver reached for a curtain and covered the area of the wall he had tapped. I suspect that what is doing here is the same. Don't air your dirty laundry. If it can't be repaired, then block it off and don't let people see. Waver toyed with his cigar, contemplating. However, a hole that can't be repaired is still a hole in the end. If everything you've described is the truth of history, then I speculate that there will come a time when this empty void can be glimpsed. What time? Reinhard sat up. An eclipse. Waver smiled. In magical terms, an eclipse symbolizes the aperture of the world. London experiences an eclipse approximately every 370 years. In the Brightonian calendar, in the year 527. In the year 2003. Haven't you heard the recent news reports, Rain? Sorry, I forgot you were unconscious. According to astronomical observations, the next time London will be able to observe an eclipse is within this month. Waver raised his gaze, his eyes seeming to penetrate the circular lamp on the ceiling, looking towards the distant sky. That's precisely the time when. Alvin Pendragon raising. He sighed with emotion. The dark sun of Britannia. Reinhard sat on the sickbed, lost in thought for quite some time. Meanwhile, Waver sat leisurely on the chair, rocking back and forth, observing his disciple with amusement. Heh. Such an exciting deduction truly justifies my appearance fee, doesn't it? Transmitting knowledge and resolving doubts for my disciple is, after all, the teacher's duty. Although, my disciple's rank seems to have surpassed mine already. But, as the saying goes, the student surpassing the master is a natural progression, and I am pleased to see it. They remained in that state of contemplation for quite some time. Finally, the black-haired youth turned his head and asked, "What happened to Artoria?" In the official records, naturally, she died, and it was an incredibly tragic death, so pure, so glorious, so perfect a king, yet she still succumbed to internal and external troubles. Waver sighed softly. Britain and Rome were engaged in intense warfare year after year. To achieve victory, King Arthur led his army across the sea and personally went into battle. In such a grand context, that royal successor, named Mordred, gradually grew up. Mordred. Reinhard vaguely remembered that Mordred seemed to be King Arthur's illegitimate child, but the details of the complicated relationship behind it were not clear to him. Artoria, did she marry, a king? And did she have children? No, she remained unmarried for life. Rumours even say that Sir Lancelot, the Knight of the Lake, proposed to King Arthur, only to have his arm cut off by her on the spot, and he was expelled from the Round Table, which laid the groundwork for her subsequent alienation. We only know that Mordred is King Arthur's illegitimate son, but we don't know who the child's mother is, and that rebellious knight, according to historical records, is said to be even more powerful than King Arthur himself. As Mordred grew older, conflicts erupted between her and the king she served so fiercely. We don't know the exact reasons, but now scholars generally believe that it might have been because King Arthur spent too much time away at war, neglecting his children, which led to Mordred developing abnormal characteristics in her personality. As Britain managed to pass through the decline of the Age of Gods and the Barren period, King Arthur still implemented policies beneficial to the people, which further enhanced the prosperity of her country. However, at this time, her attention was increasingly diverted by the wars with the Roman Empire. Due to her prolonged campaigns abroad, domestic affairs were left in the hands of a stable bureaucratic structure. We don't know the reason why, even though there was peace within the country and victories in war, she dismissed all of those loyal and elite knights of the Round Table and sent them all away to pursue the elusive Holy Grail. This led to her power gradually being eroded and marginalized by the old noble factions. Taking advantage of the depletion of internal forces during King Arthur's final battle with Rome, Mordred launched a rebellion within the kingdom. Long harboring grievances against King Arthur, and with most of the knights of the Round Table now under her command, the Camelot fell, and a trap was quietly laid out. In the end, King Arthur returned triumphantly from Rome. She faced the ultimate battle of Camlan. Reinhardt's expression became somewhat trance-like. Under the twilight, the sunset was blood-red. Before his eyes, a battlefield piled with blood and corpses like gravestones seemed to slowly unfold. The Battle of Camlan. That was her repayment for all her achievements and glory to date. Should we say, she truly lived up to the title of a perfect ruler? Waver's thoughts seemed to have flown to that battlefield. Even in such dire straits, King Arthur quickly quelled the situation, and it is said that both sides' losses were kept within a small range. In front of everyone's eyes, only Mordred and that king remained to confront each other. They had been fighting since morning till noon, and then from noon till dusk. According to historical records, the knights who were watching heard the rebellious knight roar out words like Father King and why, presumably venting her frustrations against the perfect ruler. King Arthur. She managed the entire country perfectly but failed to give her children the love they deserved. It's truly a lamentable ending. In the end, King Arthur pierced Mordred's heart with the holy lance and then discarded all her weapons. In the darkness of the night, she walked away with a dazed expression to her hometown, supposedly a small town in Essex nowadays. When she was found dead, she was standing guard in a field of wheat, holding the hilt of a wooden sword. As Waver finished speaking, his voice fell softly. The lingering sound seemed to hang in the small hospital room. As the mentor, Waver raised his gaze and gazed at his disciple, Reinhard. When she died, she was waiting for someone. Waver said softly. She was waiting for Alvin Pendragon. No. No way. I specifically summoned Alvin Pendragon, putting all their eggs in one basket, but the result turned out wrong. The chibi version of Good Echo went wild in the meeting room, hugging Mash tightly and banging their head against the table. Bang! 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 Senpai! Please calm down. Mash tried her best to hold on to Good Echo, but in this state, even Goisha himself would be helpless. Mash! Why is this happening? Sob! Sob! Alvin, you abandoned me. Inside the meeting room, as chaos erupted with Good Echo's tantrum, everyone present exchanged glances and sighed softly. While I admit that Ritsuka took quite a gamble, there's some truth to it. This is strange. Clearly, the summoning was supposed to be for that Alvin Pendragon. Da Vinci analyzed with interest. Clearly, Alvin should have had goodwill towards Ritsuka and should have been willing to assist us in Chaldea. Well, even if he didn't respond to the summoning, it shouldn't have resulted in summoning unrelated servants like this. Da Vinci's voice trailed off. All eyes turned to the silver-haired, thorn-crowned moth, who, if you ignored the wings of moths behind him, was quite handsome. I'm also puzzled, so what's the deal here? Oberon lazily lay on the sofa in the meeting room, wrapping himself into a ball with his wings. As for, you guys want to summon Alvin? The silver-haired youth rubbed his chin, pondering. This name sounds familiar. Watching Good Echo use her head to bang against the table and break it, Dr. Roman scratched his head apologetically. So, Oberon, do you know Alvin? It feels familiar, but I really don't recognize it. Saying so, tears inexplicably began to flow from Oberon's eyes. He wiped his face dazedly. Just speaking of this name, it's so sad. Dr. Roman and Da Vinci glanced at each other, somewhat hesitant. He must be related to Alvin. But, lost memories. So. Ritsuka. Ritsuka. Dr. Roman grabbed Good Echo by the collar, shaking her vigorously, transforming her from chibi mode into her teenage form. Take Oberon, head to Jerusalem through ray-shifting, maybe he knows that king, or perhaps they know each other. As he finished speaking. All right. Ritsuka jumped up with full energy. Oberon. Mash. We shouldn't delay any longer, let's hurry and depart. Hey. I haven't had enough sleep yet. This shift system here is disgusting. Dragging the hands of the two, they dashed off, leaving a trail of dust behind them. Ritsuka, once again filled with determination, rushed towards the ray-shifting device. Watching the fiery figure of the red-haired girl, Dr. Roman and Da Vinci glanced at each other again, sensing each other's confusion and helplessness in their eyes. Ritsuka's condition is quite worrying, she's going crazy. The one who made her like this. Alvin. What kind of person is he? As the ray-shifting device prepared to activate once again, the entire Chaldea began to operate anxiously. Standing on the magic circle, Ritsuka held hands with Mash and Oberon, her face calm. This time, not only did she need to repair the singularity, but also, I must summon you out, Alvin. To save human order. No. I just want to peacefully and happily live with Mash, with the doctors, and with everyone I cherish. But, I have too much responsibility on my shoulders, I cannot stop. Goisha. I want to hear his reasons. Chaldea, human order, counterforce, so many things have been too strange, too odd. To move forward on this thorny path. If it were you, to protect people, you burn yourself through the inner sea of the planet, would you acknowledge my determination? Alvin Pendragon. As the whirlpool of ray-shifting, dazzling, began to light up, Ritsuka closed her eyes. However, inside the control room, looking at the message emanating from Chaldeus, everyone in Chaldea fell into a state of paralysis. The brilliance of the ray-shifting gradually dimmed. Ritsuka opened her eyes, feeling puzzled. Dr. Roman, is there another malfunction? No. Ritsuka, you don't need to perform the ray-shifting anymore. Dr. Roman's surprised voice came from the control room. Because the singularity in Jerusalem has already been repaired. In the year 1273, Jerusalem, the immaculate and magnificent Camelot stood amidst the desert sands. At its pinnacle, where no one could see, the Black King of Nights stood, with a sinister and menacing lance deeply rooted in the ground. A radiant aura, as bright as the scorching sun, bloomed behind her. The flourishing and dazzling branches and leaves covered the sky, spreading out like a bundle of thunder. Artoria, with her ash-blonde hair, lowered her eyelids slightly. The vast expanse of darkness, spreading from beneath her, extended from this holy city, like the roots of a giant tree growing and penetrating into the souls of the people stationed within the city, consuming their souls. Goetia had summoned her to this era. Their wills aligned. With the help of his lance, Rongominiad Morgan. She was about to burn through human history with her spiral lance, perpetuating that segment of Britain's history forever with Alvin Pendragon. Even if it was just a fleeting illusion. Just being able to see him made her content. Burning the souls of all the people in this holy city. The roots of the holy tree were about to plunge into the inner sea of the planet, and she was about to succeed. No one could stop her determination. Not even the grand servants, nor the gods, nor Goetia himself. Now, under the brilliant and flourishing sacred tree, she was invincible. The radiant wheat field swayed in the wind. The Black King of Nights' eyelids drooped, and in her golden eyes, it seemed she had already glimpsed the smiling face of the silver-haired youth. However, in this brilliance, beneath the burning world and the sacred tree of life, a familiar and unmistakable voice, shrouded in mist, sounded behind her. Artoria. The Black King of Nights turned back in disbelief. And then she saw her, the seemingly non-existent, ethereal, dark witch. Morgan. Her veil and hair gradually transformed, as if night and snow were intertwined. In her azure eyes, there was a hint of aloofness. Every inch of her voluptuous figure displayed exquisite curves, and her subtly radiant skin was like the pure moonlight adorning the night sky. The night was cloudless, and the stars shimmered. The most exquisite, mysterious, and dark. All converged in her figure and her eyes. Interweaving into a captivating witch's countenance, unseen by the brilliant daylight. Morgan Le Fay. She stood there. Even amidst this blazing and flourishing sacred tree, under her dark, night-like skirt, it seemed to dim in an instant. Except for that person, her beautiful face and heart were not allowed to be seen by anyone. Artoria. Her voice, as light as the wind. Alvin, he is still alive. Artoria stood stunned at the top of the holy city. What are you saying? Morgan lowered her bright blue eyes. I once said that I didn't want to see you ever again. I especially didn't want to tell you something like this. However, for him, I came here. You're lying to me. Morgan. Artoria tightened her grip on her lance. Her expression was somewhat trance-like. Because I'm going to be with him forever. Are you afraid? Artoria. The witch spoke softly, he is still alive. This is impossible. Artoria roared, his voice trembling slightly. Alvin. He dissipated in front of you. Why can't you accept the truth? Morgan, I'm about to succeed, we can all be with him forever. He burned his own soul to save everyone. I know. Morgan raised her head and looked at the profound night sky. This shadow, just like him. It was comforting. He's saving the world, even if it burns the soul and dies completely, only ashes will remain, the throne of heroes will definitely record his existence. The witch's ethereal voice, so gently drifting. However, I deconstructed the ritual to summon those grand servants. I deconstructed Chaldea's ray-shifting, and I completely deciphered the counter-forces system for summoning heroic spirits. I stood under the eclipse, stood in front of his residual flame, pasted his clear heart, and tried to summon, my beloved hubby. But, there was no response. Even though there was no response. However, the witch smiled, as if she felt genuine happiness from the depths of her soul. The content of her words also made Artoria's body tremble uncontrollably. My beloved Alvin, if he was sleeping peacefully on the throne of heroes, he couldn't possibly not respond to me. So, there is only one possibility left. He is still alive. I am absolutely certain, he is still alive. Gently stroking the crystal clear heart in her hand, the dark witch whispered softly. My beloved, still waiting for me in some time and place in some era. Thud. Artoria fell to her knees. Behind her, the radiant tree dimmed, and its branches withered. Even if it's the dark sun, it's still my Sunday. The witch raised her head and looked at the brilliant sacred tree. Even amidst this brilliant and dazzling brilliance of this world, it was not as bright as his radiant light, which shone like a million suns. To this day, he is still my light. Chapter 67 Chaldea and Reinhard. When she died, she was waiting for someone. Gazing at the pristine, luminous moon outside the window, Waver's voice drifted as if carried by the winds of a distant past, 1500 years ago. She was waiting for Alvin Pendragon. The King of Knights had an ending like this. Sighs, making one crave for a smoke. Because only nicotine could numb the nerves tingling with such pain. Waver gazed at his disciple. Gazed at him, once again sitting bewilderedly on the sickbed, staring blankly out the window. His dark hair fell over his forehead, slightly obscuring his eyes, making it difficult to discern what ripples were stirring within the profound abyss. To witness such an epic life of the son of the White Dragon, it's only natural for one to immerse oneself in it, isn't it? But Waver felt that things weren't that simple. Could it be described as a dream instead? After all, if one could dimensional travel the first time, could they not also dimensional travel the second? Although it seemed a bit far-fetched to have such an event as piercing through the inner sea of the planet. But the existence of the black-haired youth in front of him itself was an incredible miracle. As for how his disciple's mind and talents were, Waver knew best. Experiencing such a separation and reunion, feeling dazed was inevitable. Ugh, it's giving him a headache. Waver made a pained expression as if having a stomach ache. Forget being a disciple, as a mentor, Waver himself, just thinking about that kind of ending, would inevitably start to have stomach pains. Good grief, is he giving himself a headache? Tisk. But in the end, if his disciple had something on his mind, as a mentor, he shouldn't add to his troubles. Waver flicked his cigar with his fingers, quietly waiting for Reinhard to calm his emotions. Such is life, seeing through but not saying it. Be content with where you are and enjoy yourself. The black-haired youth stared blankly at the London night. So silent, it seemed as if even the sound of the wind had been erased from the night. No stars could be seen. So the moon appeared even more sparse and lonely. Standing under the dark and lonely night sky. What was Artoria thinking before her death? Regret? Pain? Resentment? No. None of those, right? Reinhard could actually guess her thoughts. Because he might be the one in this world who understands her the most. At the moment of dying, she just wanted to see her idol, smile at her as always. Dying. She still held onto that wooden sword, guarding the person who used to train swords with her. A surge of emotions, like tides, surged into his heart, dried up on the shore, leaving traces of bitterness. He saved everyone. But he alone couldn't save her. He tried various methods, but her lonely death, in the end, couldn't be changed. Was it her own choice? No. It was actually the unforgivable sin of the man named Alvin Pendragon. Just like missing the last train. Just like opening your mouth but not being able to call out a name. Just like the speed of cherry blossoms falling, 5 centimeters per second. Regret. Regret always runs through from beginning to end, but perhaps that's life. Memories of the past cannot be chased, so I look forward to meeting you again, Artoria. In the silent tranquility of tacit understanding, Reinhard slowly withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. What about Morgan Le Fay? What happened to her, Professor? Right. Wanting to know Artoria's ending is correct, but Morgan is the question that Reinhard is more concerned about. Unfortunately. I'm sorry. I don't know either. Waver let out a long sigh. Perhaps, my knowledge as a mentor still needs improvement. Whether I've read official histories or alternative histories, records of that which are few and far between. All we know is that King Arthur had a sister named that, her name was Morgan Le Fay, and there are only a few sentences of descriptions and speculations about this character from scholars. For example, it was Morgan's scheming that broke King Arthur's sword in the stone. And also, Mordred was actually the illegitimate child created by Morgan Le Fay, Arthur's bastard. The reason why the rebellious knight was destined to revolt, was to retaliate against the king and usurp the throne that originally belonged to the witch. In general, they are all such esoteric news. But, now we already know, these speculations are not true. Given the nature of that witch, she would never have contacted King Arthur and staged such a scene of Mordred's rebellion. So, the truth of history is really mysterious and fascinating. But, regarding Morgan. Waver played with the cigar in his hand, his tone somewhat hesitant. He was considering whether to say his astonishing speculation. Just what, Professor? Reinhard noticed Waver's hesitation. But, regarding Morgan. After pondering for a moment, Waver felt that it was better to say it. If you want to find information about that witch, maybe there's a place with clues. What place? Reinhard held his breath. That would be in the present-day area of Wales, the Blackmoor village, a village that has existed for thousands of years, overlooking the tomb. Waver glanced at the locked door of the ward. His disciple, guarding outside the door. Grey, you must have noticed her face a long time ago, right, Rain? Yes, that face. Back then, it scared Waver so much that he grabbed Rains's thigh and screamed in horror on the spot. Even now, this incident would often be brought up by his foster sister to tease him, provoking Waver's powerless rage. Because Grey's face was the exact likeness of the one who killed Kenneth. This cast a shadow over Waver's heart. Because of this reason, he was obligated by Grey herself to hate her face. This was something that could reassure his disciple. In the beginning, to plan for the Fifth Holy Grail War, I and Rains went to that village together, intending to ask a gravekeeper for support in our fight against spirits. That gravekeeper eventually entrusted his disciple to me, and this is also Grey's origin. Actually, Reinhard didn't need reminding. He recognized Grey's standard saber face at first sight and only then realized that he had Isekai'd into the moonlit world. I know Grey is. Reinhard paused for a moment. Born as the counterfeit of King Arthur's child. You mentioned this earlier. After all, various homunculi, human experiments, flesh stitching, cult sacrifices. Reinhard had long been numb to them. After studying at the clock tower for over a year, he had already understood how ruthless magus in this world could be and what atrocities they could commit. Regardless of moral ethics or human decency, for most magus, they were the least valued and easily disposable things. If sacrificing their entire family could reach the root, Reinhard believed these magus would change themselves into Uchiha Itachi. Things like wanting to resurrect King Arthur weren't rare in Britain at all. There might even be several places in Britain at the same time, all conducting similar rituals. No, there's actually one more thing I haven't told you. Grey's birth is actually a mission passed down by that village. They were required to do so. Required? By whom? Reinhard wanted to ask, by whom? But immediately realized the answer in his heart. Looking at his disciple's somewhat stunned expression, Waver flicked his lit cigar. By a person villagers call the Black Madonna. This unique style of nickname. Waver said softly. You should be able to guess who it is. Yes. Reinhard murmured. Morgan. That's right, I also speculate it's that witch. Considering his own reasoning, Waver's expression appeared somewhat complex. In fact, that village, built by the Black Madonna to resurrect someone, she arranged a large number of magical rituals and required the villagers to spare no effort in fulfilling this mission. Over 1,000 years of time, much of the village's information has been lost, and even the villagers have gradually become somewhat confused about their mission. After suffering an accident, most of the original scriptures were burned. They forgot who they wanted to resurrect, so based on the remaining information, they speculated that the person to be resurrected was the famous King Arthur. This is quite logical, because I originally thought that the witch wanted to resurrect King Arthur because her sister died on the hill of Camlan, leading her to feel guilty as an older sister. But, according to your memories now, it's impossible for such a thing to happen. Morgan couldn't have wanted to resurrect King Arthur. Waver gazed intently at his disciple. The person she wanted to resurrect, undoubtedly is. Waver hesitated for a moment, then handed over his words. Alvin Pendragon. That's right. A smile or perhaps a complex expression appeared on Waver's face. The villagers mistakenly wanted to resurrect King Arthur, but in reality, the true target they wanted to resurrect was the son of the White Dragon. This might explain why Grey is a silver-haired girl. It's silver hair. In other words, Grey is actually a gender-swapped version of Alvin. Realizing this, Reinhardt's expression became somewhat frozen for a moment. This. Up to this moment, Reinhardt finally understood that even before the simulation of Alvin, there was a natural affinity he felt towards Grey. But where did it come from? It was a resonance of bloodlines. Liking oneself, well, that couldn't be more normal, right? His head was spinning. Reinhardt felt like his CPU was overheating. I've turned into a saber face. Saber is actually me. I mean, when I think about it like this, suddenly it seems so reasonable. There's no way to look at Grey the same way again. Kissing her would be like kissing a gender-swapped version of myself. He clenched his fist. Waver stood up, sighed deeply, and patted his disciple's dumbfounded shoulder. So, treat Grey well, you can't escape from this fate, Rain. As his words fell. Knock *, knock knock. The door of the sick room suddenly sounded with polite, standard 3 knocking, causing both men inside to pause for a moment. I should have told Rains not to disturb. Not to disturb him and his disciple, alone. But, without receiving anyone's permission. The shackles on the locked tongue were easily unlocked by expert magecraft, and a delicate, fair-skinned hand, not at all like that of a man, gently pushed open the door of the sick room. Occupying his disciple, Waver, alertly glanced towards the door. Appearing in front of him was a gentle, smiling, silver-haired man. His face was as delicate and soft as a woman's, and his whole demeanor was gentle, refined, and courteous. A silver hair was loosely tied into a ponytail behind his head, hanging over one shoulder, adding a touch of warmth to his image. Lord of the Department of Astromancy, Marisberry Animusphere. Seeing the newcomer, Waver's expression became alert, and his black eyes slightly narrowed. What wind blew you here without warning? Oh my, Lord Elmeloy too, I heard that your modern magecraft's top disciple was unwell, and now that he has awakened, I came to visit him personally. Marisberry smiled gently, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Without anyone's permission, he walked into the sick room carrying gifts for his visit. With a smile in his grey eyes and a steady pace, like a wolf eyeing its prey. Waver stepped forward and stood in front of the silver-haired man, his dark eyes staring at the Lord. Now that my disciple is unwell, please leave, Lord Animusphere. Lord Elmeloy too, you're really keeping everyone at arm's length, I'm not going to eat your disciple. Marisberry's smile was full of meaning, and a hint of something unusual flickered in his grey eyes. At least, can I have a few words with Reinhardt? Behind Waver. Sitting on the sickbed, Reinhardt scrutinized the silver-haired man who came uninvited, the head of the Animusphere family. It must be said. A side ponytail, your hairstyle, is really quite dangerous, miss. No, wait, is this person an uncle? Or a grandfather? Animusphere. That is the Lord of the Department of Astromancy of the Clock Tower. Among the 10 major disciplines of the Clock Tower, it ranks as one of the oldest and most powerful disciplines. No matter how it develops in the future, its foundation is far beyond that of the modern magecraft department at this time. This person, the head of the family, actually came to visit him? The matter of him falling asleep, only a few people like Waver, Grey, and Rains knew. But, did it reach his ears? Is he concerned about him? In fact, Reinhard is not familiar with the other party at all, at most, it's just a few encounters. However, last time, when he was promoted to the rank of Pride. In addition to Waver, this man stood up and, on behalf of the Animusphere family, gave him full support. Reinhard is undoubtedly an outstanding magus nurtured by our clock tower. The silver-haired man smiled as he stood on the judging seat. For geniuses, their age should not limit their accomplishments. I believe that his promotion to the rank of Pride should be unquestionable. Marisberry's opinion greatly influenced the wavering situation on the judging seat, and in the end, Reinhardt's promotion to the rank of Pride was unanimously passed. It's all very suspicious. Because the Animusphere family is an aristocratic faction, in other words, they are the heirs of thousands of years of magecraft heritage, the old Londoners who carry the banner of the straight line flag. The Department of Astromancy operates a deeply entrenched power within the clock tower, with a lineage that is pure and noble, and its disciples are also exceptionally talented. Most of the noble families in the clock tower basically don't like the modern magecraft department, and they're even more displeased with Reinhardt. So why did Marisberry Animusphere, this magus from a prestigious family, step forward to speak for him? Many people think that Reinhard privately allied himself with the aristocratic faction. But, as the mentor, Waver naturally knew that his disciple had nothing to do with the Department of Astromancy. So, in Waver's view, what does Marisberry's friendly gesture mean? It's obvious. He had hidden intentions towards his disciple. Because of his relatively tall stature. Waver's face was solemn as he lowered his eyes, looking down at the silver-haired lord in front of him. Marisberry Animusphere. The other party's reputation in the clock tower can be said to be known to everyone, well known and well known. Regardless of his fame, at least he has much more power and wealth than El Meloy II, and his family's assets are much richer. But this doesn't mean that Waver is afraid of him. Your money may be more than mine, but your debts are definitely not as much as mine. I win. He looks like he's in his early teens, a little moist and immature. However, Waver was still studied in Kenneth's classroom when Marisberry was sporting that face. He wondered how long this old thing has been alive, pretending to be young? Do you want to say something? Waver's tone was very indifferent. Your intrusion is already very rude. I haven't laid a hand on you, which is already respectful enough. Although he knew he couldn't possibly win a fight. But, if he doesn't stand up for himself, he might as well bury his honor in the presence of his disciple. Waver started to loosen his tie. Indeed, you're so fond of your disciple. There was a smile on the silver-haired man's face, but there was no change in his expression. He turned his gaze, smilingly looking at the black-haired youth sitting on the sickbed. So, Reinhard. I won't join the Department of Astromancy, Lord Marisberry Animusphere. If that's why you're here, you might as well turn around and leave now. Reinhardt's voice, somewhat weary, came from behind Waver. This made Waver feel that the kid is really worth it. No, wait, it seems that he hasn't treated him well either. It's the disciple who pays the mentor's overtime, he's the one who's been taking care of him. Damn, thinking like this, he suddenly feels so ashamed. Tisk, Reinhard, I didn't come to invite you to join the Department of Astromancy. If you're worried about that, you can rest assured. I was really just worried and came to visit you. Marisberry smiled like an old acquaintance, putting down the various precious items he was carrying, and sat down on the chair by Reinhardt's sickbed. That's my seat, hey. Waver's mouth twitched a bit. With just one bed and one chair, are you really asking me to sit on my disciple's lap? Waver stared at the silver-haired man fiercely, but Marisberry just smiled, completely ignoring his murderous gaze. Well, your skin is thick. Waver coughed and then sat down on the narrow sickbed with Reinhard, squeezing together with his disciple, and raised his hand to affectionately press down on the black-haired youth's shoulder. This is to assert his authority. Reinhard sighed softly. This sigh was for Marisberry Animusphere to hear. The trust between him and Waver is not something outsiders can understand, it's a sincerity that transcends even crossing through identities. Reinhard is not interested in the power and wealth of noble families. To be honest, if he were to sell off the El Meloy family, he wouldn't have half as much money as he does now. In fact, as someone who has access to forward-looking intelligence in the world of advanced computing, Reinhard is well aware of the future trends and hotspots of the world. He knows exactly how to invest in cutting-edge information technology industries, and his rate of return in the stock market is nothing short of astonishing. With his current assets, he could have paid off Waver's debts long ago, but he refuses to accept charity. Money is nothing in the face of warp storms, not even waste paper, and he's trying to save not himself, but this world. Reinhard has no favorable impression of this stranger who came uninvited. His gentle attitude is just a facade. In reality, he has never respected Reinhardt's opinions, and every step he takes is overbearing. I'll give you, at most, 10 minutes. Lord Marisberry Animusphere, I hope you won't disturb our mentor-disciple conversation. Having his important study interrupted, Reinhard was not pleased. As they stared at each other, the tone of Reinhardt's voice also became indifferent. This is, to repay you for speaking up for me when I was promoted. If you have any goals, please state them now, I will give you a definite answer, and I hope there won't be a next time. Really, impressive. Marisberry smiled, and his grey eyes slowly opened. He, the lord of the Department of Astromancy, had no awe for this disciple of his rank. Indeed, this person possesses the will to embrace an era and subvert the world. Yes, and it has nothing to do with the Department of Astromancy, Reinhard. Because I want to invite you to join the Chaldea project. Chaldea. Reinhard muttered the word. He had some impression of it, but unfortunately, he had never played Fate Grand Order. Therefore, it was just like hearing the name of some unfamiliar, trendy celebrity, trying hard to remember something, but couldn't help but think. What is this? Upon hearing this term, the person beside them couldn't help but furrow their brows deeply. The Department of Astromancy still hasn't given up on that paper-based military strategy idea. Not only have we not given up, but we are also not far from success. Marisberry smiled. Chaldea base has already been established in Antarctica, with full support from the Atlas Institute. For example, we have already completed the construction of a near-future observation lens named Sheba, which can help us observe the stability of the future humanity, and the success of the construction is no longer out of reach. You guys are insane. Waver twitched his face. Thank you, insane, your praise is the greatest affirmation of our efforts. Marisberry slightly bowed and smiled. The great progress in human history has never been accomplished overnight, but rather requires the spirit of exploration that is willing to subvert everything like a madman. This kind of talk sounds familiar. Reinhard gazed at the smiling silver-haired man before him, as if he saw another self from his eyes. That is, the determination to subvert the world. What is Chaldea, Professor? Waver glanced at his disciple next to him and pursed his lips. This is a concept proposed by the Department of Astromancy in 1950. Simply put, it is to first observe a certain point in time in the past or future, and then achieve time regression using a spiritron transference, which in modern terms is ray-shifting, ultimately altering the effects of history. Lord El Meloy too, that's not entirely accurate. We don't want to alter history. Marisberry smiled. But it's just that we want to safeguard the stable development of humanity. His tone was sincere in speaking. Hearing Marisberry's explanation, Reinhard was slightly stunned. Spiritron transference. This is the second time he has heard this term. The last time was from the mouth of that incubus. What is spiritron transference again? This is currently just a concept, and I don't know the specific principles, but if it's you, Reinhard. After pondering for a moment. Then, you only needs to describe it like this: we intend to turn humans into Schrödinger's cat. Understood. Having studied quantum mechanics, Reinhard immediately understood the meaning of his teacher's words. Neither dead nor alive quantum state. Reinhard, you truly deserve to be the vanguard of modern magecraft. The silver-haired man applauded with a smile. Or should I say, you truly deserve to be mentor and disciple, communicating with intelligent people is so much easier. Yes, we hope to use magical means to decompose the human body into pseudo-spiritual particles, trapped in a state of both alive and dead like Schrödinger's cat. Then, while exploring history, we can project the spiritron particles that make up the human body into a past or future time point. In this way, we, Chaldea, can fulfill our duty to protect human history. By summoning heroic spirits from the past, we can eliminate all the sources of instability, turmoil, and crises that lead to the humanity, strangling them in the early stages. The silver-haired man's tone was calm but contained fervor. As the conversation came to an end, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat stagnant. Reinhard had to admit that Waver's assessment to him was very fair. Attempting to hold the entire history of humanity in one's hands is indeed an insane idea. No, even insane is not enough to describe such arrogance. But, it must be said, it suits his taste. And also, time regression? Isn't this something his simulation software, with its capabilities? Is his system related to Chaldea? So, why choose me? Reinhard asked the most critical question, and the reason will determine his response. I have absolutely no idea about what discipline of magecraft you followed before entering the clock tower, and I have no interest in it either. No, it has absolutely nothing to do with that. Marisberry stepped forward, enthusiastically shaking the hand of the black-haired youth. Reinhard, you are a genius. No, genius is not enough to describe your talent, you are a monster of the era. I hope this doesn't upset you, but I mean it as a compliment. You're going too far, Marisberry. Let go of your hand. Waver even abandoned the honorifics. What a joke. Reinhard's hand, only I as a mentor can hold it, it's a treasure. Waver gritted his teeth, trying hard to pry open the old man's palms, but couldn't budge the smiling silver-haired man. Please, calm down a bit. Reinhard shook his wrist slightly. The palms of the silver-haired man were suddenly shaken open. He smiled slightly, and a hint of uncertain light leaked from his eyes as he glanced at the palm of the black-haired youth, revealing a trace of suspicion. Physical strength, truly worthy of defeating that practical fighter, Bayzit. I haven't agreed to your request yet, so shaking hands now might be a bit premature. Reinhard held the palms of the two in his hand. To be honest, even though the other party's plan suits his taste, but for this person in front of him, Reinhard felt that he was untrustworthy. Marisberry gave him the feeling, just like Merlin. The smile on his face. But it was just a mask worn on his face to make people feel comfortable. Yes. To imagine holding the entire history of humanity in his hands, this magus. How could he be comforting? He is a person who lacks even more bottom line and is more indifferent than those magus who pursue human transmutation and flesh sacrifices. The old things in the clock tower are completely ignorant, but, Reinhard, I've heard about your substitute teaching. Marisberry smiled brightly. Your ideas about mana open source, external magic circle, can be said to be revolutionary genius ideas, which can benefit all mankind, not to mention your thesis. I've read it completely. To spread knowledge that would subvert the structure of the magical world like this, and to teach it for free, is to offend those old things' interests. Their impotent rage is completely normal, because they're all a bunch of useless people. They don't understand the interests involved, the trends of the times, and they can't stop it. This made Waver's expression somewhat uncontrollable. Marisberry, you are Animusphere family, you are the biggest old thing, don't you have a sense of self-awareness at your age? However, the biggest old thing actually appreciates the most cutting-edge monsters. But I understand. Reinhard. The silver-haired man's tone was filled with fervor. Your ideas, Reinhard, I understand them the most. We can be said to be on the same wavelength. We have gathered in the entire magical world, also known as the most elite cutting-edge team, and your talent is unquestionable. You are a magus who is more talented than David, or even more so than Cursed Arya. No, you are even stronger than them. Those old things suppressed your thesis, so you know, right? Your talent, staying in this clock tower, is like a pearl thrown into mud. Come to Chaldea, that's where you can best display your talents. Chaldea needs talents like you. The silver-haired man, like chasing a star, finally stopped his fervent declaration. Reinhard and Waver in the hospital room looked at him in silence. Pyramid scheme. Too much like a pyramid scheme leader. Exaggerated almost to the point of ridiculousness. Marisberry seemed to realize his own state somewhat, coughed twice lightly, and his face returned to its serene and aristocratic smile. How, what do you think? Reinhard, I've come to invite you personally, you see the sincerity in it, right? He spread out his palms. The organization that maintains human existence, Chaldea. This is paving the way for the grand ideals of humanity and the future. If you also care about humanity, then joining us is your best choice. And with these words, Reinhardt's heart moved slightly. Yes. If Chaldea's ideology is as Marisberry described, then, if various natural disasters in the future are predicted to ravage humanity, Reinhard has found a group of like-minded partners to resist together. So, he was slightly moved. But Marisberry, this person gives him a very strange feeling. For some special reason. Reinhard now really hates silver-haired men who like to speak gently and smile. After pondering for a moment, he gave his final answer. If I have time, I can visit Chaldea first. This is undoubtedly Chaldea's honor. Under the somewhat Waver's complex gaze, the silver-haired man stepped forward, holding the hand of the black-haired youth. This time, Reinhard did not refuse. Reinhard. Marabusri muttered his name. Reinhard, do you know what my first impression was when I saw you? Tree, that's what it was. Tree that would continuously grow beyond limits, that was my first impression when I saw you. Hee. Tree often represents the vigorous growth and vitality of plants. This is just like the development of our humanity to this day. We, the entire history of humanity, are like a tree deeply rooted in the earth, spreading branches and leaves under the sky. This, perhaps, is our unique fate. You're really very interesting. Tree. It seems to give me some inspiration. While smiling, he spoke inexplicable words. Marisberry pulled out a business card from his pocket and politely handed it over with both hands. Chaldea is welcome to your visit, Reinhard. Be sure to come and visit when you have time. Looking at the business card in front of him, imprinted with the pattern of spreading olive branches and the crescent moon's ripples, Reinhardt's gaze was slightly frozen. Not only because the emblem was rotated 90 degrees clockwise from the United Nations emblem, but also because, this pattern, he had seen it before. He vaguely remembered. On the battlefield of the Eternal Night Spiral. On the clothing of a red-haired girl he didn't recognize. That was Fujimaru. Ritsuka. Reinhardt murmured to himself, uttering the name. You're from Chaldea. What's wrong, Reinhardt? Seeing Reinhardt's slightly stunned expression, Marisberry narrowed his eyes slightly. It's nothing. I just think, this emblem resembles the United Nations emblem. Reinhardt snapped out of his thoughts. He thought, those two girls were also summoned by a counter-force. Correction, of history? No. It's not hard to say, Chaldea. If he went there, participated in the construction of Chaldea, the purpose of it would be to subdue himself in human history. So he was digging a hole for himself? Ah, you have a sharp eye, Reinhardt. Indeed, Chaldea's emblem is indeed modeled after the United Nations emblem, which is also a wish for peace and prosperity for us humans. It had already far exceeded the 10-minute time limit. Every step, Reinhardt's and Waver's reactions were already calculated by him. Thinking that another undercover agent was about to be recruited. A gentle and refreshing smile appeared on the silver-haired man's face. Yes. If it's you, Reinhardt. If it's you, you can definitely take on the role of the undercover team leader and lead Chaldea to subvert the entire decaying and corrupt magical world. Well then, please take a rest, Reinhardt. Marisberry walked to the door of the hospital room and waved his hand. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Oh, right. My dear Mary, come here. Come, let's introduce each other to Reinhardt. Take good care of him for me, Mary. Be sure to get along with him closely. Because he might be your future husband. In the expressions of Reinhard and Waver, which were almost frozen, the silver-haired man clapped his hands. Immediately, a silver-haired girl with flushed cheeks and eyes as clear as amber was held by her parents like a tool and pushed into the room. Lord El Meloy, Reinhardt. I am Olga Marie Animusphere. Dressed gorgeously, wearing conspicuous red stockings, the girl's face was almost crimson as she nervously bowed to the two people in front of her. Then she looked back at the one who pushed her out like an item. The silver-haired man smiled slightly, waved to her, and opened his lips, seemingly saying something silently. Get close to him. He needs me. I have to perform well. Yes. To try to make the man in front of me become my husband. She had long heard of the name Sleeping Magus. He was the most popular and talked about Magus among the younger Magus of the Clock Tower, receiving the most rumors and gossip. He's quite good looking too. Olga Marie Animusphere stared at the black-haired youth in front of her, feeling as if her brain was flooding with dizziness, feeling a little unsteady on her feet. He said, he is my future husband? Then, how should I approach my husband? Oh, right, Reinhardt. Already preparing to leave. The silver-haired man seemed to remember something again, smiling slightly. I also plan to participate in the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki this time. I hope the two of us don't meet each other on the battlefield. Looking at the black-haired mentor and disciple in front of him, digesting this shocking news, the silver-haired daughter stood a little awkwardly in the hospital room. The head of the Animusphere family smiled. That elegant figure disappeared outside the door. At the edge of the door frame, two furry heads quietly appeared, one golden and one silver. Stare. Rains and Grey. As early as when Marisberry opened the door, Rains and Grey, who came to take care of their future husband, quietly squatted at the door, facing each other in silence. This situation, it's a 1v1v1 melee. The hospital room wasn't spacious. Suddenly, three beautiful girls entered, emitting a faint fragrance from their bodies and clothes. Two silver-haired and one golden. Looking at Grey beside her and this Olga Marie, Rain suddenly felt uneasy. Her hair color was significantly suppressed. The omen of her defeat seemed to flicker above her head. She must take the initiative to attack. So, Rain smiled meaningfully. We only have a narrow bed tonight, you and Rain is using it entirely. How are we going to sleep? Her words carried an obvious implication. The inappropriate old thing, hurry up and leave. On the hospital bed. Waver covering his face with his hand. Marisberry, you old fox, you even sent your daughter over. So, is the final card left here? Should he chase her away? Unfortunately, the little girl is just a tool, and she seems to listen to her father's words. What should he do now? Waver is least adept at dealing with women. He slowly let out a long sigh and patted Reinhardt's shoulder. Rain, your mentor is working overtime, you should rest. Waver also didn't mention anything about ruining his energy anymore. When it's time to ruin, he'll ruin it, it's not like it's his own energy he's ruining. The mentor and disciple pair looked at each other. From his eyes, Reinhardt saw the character run in those pupils. Do you want to run? In such a chaotic scene, are you going to abandon me? Reinhardt silently took out a stack of pounds from his pocket. Waver took it and put it in his own pocket. Thank you, consider these as detective fees, Rain. I wish you good night in advance. I didn't mean that. The outstretched hand failed to catch the hurried Waver. Bang! The door of the ward was tightly closed by Waver, who seemed to flee, and he also magically locked the door. The scent of the woman was driving him crazy. Rain. After enjoying a few hours alone with that old thing, do you miss me? Rains kicked off her boots, squeezed into the bed for the first time, and a smile as charming as a cat with narrowed eyes appeared on her face. Seeing such inexperienced teasing behavior, Reinhard pinched Rains's face and sighed. Miss Rains, you, don't go too far. I haven't even kissed Senpai after you kissed Senpai previously. Let's even it out. Gray squeezed over from the other side of the bed. The bed shook loudly. The two lively people stirred up in the quilt, occasionally ambiguous, giving a sensation that made one's fists clenched. What are you two doing? Reinhard raised his eyes and looked a bit silently at the other silver-haired girl who was pinching her clothes, her face flushed. Wrapped tightly in red stockings, the girl's plump thighs rubbed slightly, emitting a hissing sound. So? Are I just going to sit on you? From her rippling, amber eyes. Reinhard read such words. A man alone with 3 girls, living together in one room. People would surely think there would be an exciting battle. But unfortunately, there won't be any exciting fights between them, because at the moment his heart is already owned by Morgan, figuratively and literally. So he quickly diffused the situation by inviting them to compete in a different field. So, let's play Uno together. Chapter 68 The Sleeping Magus. London's early morning. In Reinhardt's impression over the past year, the weather always seemed to be misty and damp, just like this. Outside the wrought iron lattice window, a hazy grey-white mist floated, painting the local area in its usual gloomy hues. Merely a stone's throw away, the outlines of buildings were obscured by dense moisture, resembling strokes from an impressionist's brush. Upon closer inspection, only a sense of isolation remained. The sleeping Magus, leaning against the corridor, slowly withdrew his gaze from outside the window. He carried a laptop and a cup of instant coffee. The young man with black hair walked steadily, entering the El Meloy classroom promptly at 9 o'clock. Thunk! The solace of his boots made a faint noise against the wooden floor, causing the previously bustling classroom, filled with students whispering to each other, to instantly fall silent, as quiet as a pin drop. Tiny black bangs swayed slightly, partially obscuring his eyes as deep as wells, as if possessing some sort of magic. His figure, like a captivating vortex, instantly drew the gaze of everyone in the classroom. Approaching the lectern, facing the gathered students' eyes, Reinhard leisurely took a sip of coffee, gently placed the laptop on the table, and opened it. Good morning, everyone, on this Friday. I am today's substitute teacher, Reinhard. The black-haired youth smiled. His words were as warm as a spring breeze, seemingly dispersing the oppressive mist outside the window. Today, I will be teaching on behalf of Lord El Meloy II. Welcome, everyone, to join the discussion here. The Sleeping Magus. Looking at the figure on the platform, everyone's heart recalled this alarming title. He was a foreigner. Yet he had become the most prestigious and controversial figure among the younger Magus at the clock tower. In just 1 year, he had skipped 5 years of foundational courses and achieved the pinnacle of magecraft genius. The so-called pinnacle referred to his mastery of magecraft being sufficient to write a monograph. Thus, after obtaining the pinnacle, Reinhard became qualified to teach for the 2nd generation. to help the professors ease their exhaustion from intensive studies. So, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Reinhard would come to assist Waver, substituting for the morning classes. This led to a phenomenon that the students enjoyed discussing. The classrooms of the second generation at El Meloy classroom were always packed. But Reinhard's classes were even more popular than Waver's own lectures. A seat was auctioned for £2,000, but it was still in high demand. Thus, for every class, there were not only students who came to listen but also many others who wanted to catch a glimpse of the cutting-edge magecraft theories or refute his unconventional thoughts. Not to mention, many female students wanted to see the charm of the current year's most desirable male at the clock tower. With such impure motives, not for learning but to admire the charm of their fellow students, there were quite a few. This phenomenon resulted in the spacious classroom, which could accommodate several dozen people at once, being almost full. Since they were prepared, many people brought folding stools and sat in the aisles. The back of the classroom was crowded with a large group of people who arrived late, only worthy of standing and listening. However, no one complained. Having the opportunity to listen was good enough. This was even an hour earlier than usual, otherwise, there wouldn't even be standing room. However, today, many students were somewhat trembling with fear. Because, the woman who was glorified with a terrifying reputation at the clock tower, with her short red hair, was sitting boldly at the front of the classroom. Her name was the scarred red, Isekai'd. Glancing at the crowd in front of the lectern, Reinhard directly recognized many familiar faces. Gray, Rains, and the like were family members, needless to say. Lovia, Flat, Sven, Yvette, Calls. These younger magus of the El Meloy classroom were also old acquaintances. Reinhard even saw Olga Mary, sitting next to Rains. They sat intimately together, closely attached to each other, their relationship seeming like close friends. Also, they were all young ladies, so they should have plenty of common topics, right? Reinhard thought to himself, perhaps he was the one who facilitated their friendship. Seeing their embarrassed and indignant expressions, it seemed they were holding a grudge. So, he was targeted severely. These familiar faces, compared to that adult, couldn't even be considered heavyweight. Looking at the central seat of the classroom, the large empty space beside the red-haired woman, Reinhard couldn't help but smile bitterly. Good buddy, are you occupying 10 seats alone? Are you going to pay for the tuition for the missing classes, Miss Isekai'd? I sent you an email to come for a prosthetic modification, not to come and disrupt my class. The black-haired youth clicked his tongue and shook his head. The woman known as the Scarred Red, wearing elegant round glasses, quietly held her chin with both hands, her face displaying a smile that seemed both like a smile and not, just watching him like that. She appeared to be a diligent and obedient student. Even though she seemed like a harmless student in the liberal arts department, with a figure to die for, she even wore fishnet stockings under her green dress. However, the aura of death emanating from her entire body made it so that no one dared to approach her. What a mess! A master puppeteer came to attend his lecture on mastering magecraft, really surprising. Forget it. Reinhard cleared his throat, deciding to bring out some substantial content today. He took out a remote control from the lectern and pressed it. Click! A section of the ceiling suddenly opened, and a newly installed projector descended from the ceiling. At the same time, the roll of screen on the blackboard began to extend downwards. When this thing appeared, many students who were attending for the first time, belonging to other departments, started to shake their pupils. Not only bringing a laptop to the clock tower, but also installing a projector in the classroom. It is clear that these various modern technological gimmicks have always been rejected and abandoned by other subjects at the clock tower. Should they say, truly worthy of the famous sleeping magus? No, how did this pass the audit of the Academic Affairs Office? Many people had the same question in mind. The answer, of course, is bribes. Reinhard smiled. The administration initially refused, but he offered too much. The approval process passed in less than 2 days. It's okay, you'll all be thrilled soon enough. Having experienced the clarity and efficiency of PowerPoint presentations, no one wanted to go back to the era of chalkboards. Outdated methods should have been abandoned long ago. Let me show you what it means to be a magus of the digital age. Having survived the hell of Britain. For Reinhard, teaching a few people in a class was no pressure at all. Today, everyone. He smiled as he spoke, starting the slideshow on his laptop. We'll be discussing modern magecraft engineering. Holding the remote control. The sleeping magus began to eloquently discuss, to everyone's rapt attention. This is a course co-authored by myself and my mentor, Lord El Meloy II, which has now been officially approved by the administration. I believe that after studying this course systematically, you will have a clearer understanding of our modern magecraft theories, and in your own areas of magical research, you will also gain a broader perspective. You must be curious right now. What is engineering? And what is magecraft engineering? The so-called engineering is the practical implementation of theory. Through as little time, manpower, and as efficient means as possible. To combine natural elements, human and non-human entities, and energy. To create a reliable, beneficial product for humanity. Various engineering exists in every aspect of our lives. It's like the construction of civil engineering, bridges, tunnels, and skyscrapers. The structure of magecraft is also a complex and profound engineering. We aim to use the principles, logic, and thinking of engineering to guide us efficiently in developing, operating, and maintaining various spells, rituals, and enchantments. This is the significance of modern magecraft engineering. So, why should we learn magecraft engineering? How does this theory help our magical research? I will introduce each concept to you one by one, accompanied by Reinhard's clear and concise explanations, analyses, and introductions. One by one, the beautifully crafted slides he meticulously prepared were projected onto the classroom's enormous screen, switching according to his sophisticated pace of explanation. No need for guidance from textbooks. Reinhard himself was like an open book in front of the students. Regardless of ancient or modern times. His depth of knowledge was unmatched. Throughout the massive classroom, one of the highest institutions in the magical world located in the 1,000-year-old city of London. Never before had there been such a class. No convoluted incantations. No obscure and incomprehensible concepts. There were no demands on the quality of magical incantations or the purity of one's bloodline. If you wanted to audit, just pay a nominal fee and you could come in through the door. The sound of flipping books and twisting cup lids gradually subsided. Only the captivating voice of the sleeping magus on the podium echoed in the hearts of the audience. Time seemed to no longer be time. It was like a perfect thing frozen in amber, vivid and lifelike. The students only wished to hold it in their hands, to forever, endlessly, admire its beauty. The dark and oppressive clouds floated lazily in London's misty sky. From the dusky morning to the gentle noon. No one moved seats, no one went to washrooms. Even though their legs were already sore and numb from standing, their nerves seemed to be unaware of any fatigue. The oppressive gloom of the clouds, the misty haze, were gently dispersed by the clear breeze. The rarely seen, enchanting sunlight in London slightly squeezed through the clouds. Through the classroom's window grills. The brilliant golden light cascaded into this unique classroom of the clock tower, shining upon the sleeping magus. That's all for our first chapter of this course, about modern magecraft engineering basic introduction. Thank you all for listening. Thunk. The gentle sound of placing down the coffee cup on the podium. As if tapping on the students' hearts, suddenly awakening those few who were deeply entranced. In an instant, silence fell. Then, the entire corridor of this modern magecraft classroom erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, like a surging tide. Well done. Absolutely brilliant. Sir Reinhard. We admire you. Wandering for half a lifetime, only regretting not meeting you earlier. I must transfer to the modern magecraft department immediately. This bustling commotion inevitably drew envy from students in other classrooms. Tisk. It's him again, the sleeping magus. On the podiums of various classrooms. The instructors of the modern magecraft department looked at the reactions of their students, shaking their heads, with somewhat helpless smiles on their faces. They still had to teach their classes. Who wouldn't want to sit in and listen? Although they couldn't hear the actual lecture. But that sleeping magus would generously share his teaching materials and resources with all the instructors in the modern magecraft department, for mutual reference. Such generosity couldn't help but inspire admiration. Truly admirable and worthy of respect. It was all due to the influence of that person. Now, the instructors in the modern magecraft department were all starting to equip themselves with laptops. There was no choice. If they didn't learn how to use them, they couldn't even read what others wrote. For the past 2 months. From that classroom, there had been explosive, enthusiastic cheers like a tsunami every week, without interruption. Such cheers made everyone in the modern magecraft department very convinced. Modern magecraft will surely become the primary discipline of the clock tower. Listening to the spontaneous, enthusiastic cheers of these students. Although he had heard it many times before, Reinhard couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. A sense of achievement and satisfaction overflowed within him. In this world, there was no shortage of students thirsting for knowledge. Just a shortage of willing mentors to teach and guide them with earnestness. Reprimanding the laziness and incompetence of the students. It was merely an attempt to conceal the poor quality and dullness of his own teaching. Amidst the cheers and praises of the students, Reinhardt's gaze seemed somewhat distant. The scene before him seemed to surge, and the black-haired youth vaguely recalled his past educational experiences. The education he had undergone undoubtedly bore the strong imprint of its era, where everyone was driven, praised, and deemed unworthy of survival without striving. It was the choice of the times. Reinhard had no intention of criticizing its corruption, it at least provided everyone with the most basic equality. Even though it was based on an examination-oriented system. He had also encountered many outstanding, diligent, humorous, and captivating mentors during his education journey. Because he admired their stature. That was why he felt the need to share their burden. Even though, he worried about himself. Yet, he readily agreed without hesitation, even going against the administration's objections to promote his disciples. When Reinhard taught his first class for the new generation, the students were seated below, listening attentively throughout. After it concluded, the applause from this mentor was the most enthusiastic, and the tears that flowed down his cheeks were just as heartfelt. Because, Waver Velvet saw it. The revival of El Meloy was right before his eyes. Your path is fraught with difficulties, Rain, but I will always support you. Waver Velvet and the El Meloy classroom will forever be your strongest backing. Go ahead and do what you must. The reason why the current situation was so severe was because, writing lesson plans with the disciples and discussing the curriculum together also occupied a significant portion of his energy. This course had the potential to change the landscape of the clock tower and even the magical world, with its benefits lasting for generations. They were prepared to face any obstacles that might come their way. Reinhard pressed the remote control, and the infinitely fascinating slides immediately switched to the large letters Q&A. Now it's the Q&A session, feel free to ask any questions. Seeing the hands raised like flags, Reinhard lightly brushed the feather pen on the lectern, and the small familiar spirit he had created began to flutter, randomly assigning numbers to the raised hands. May I ask, those building engineering can all produce visible products, what is the specific difference between magecraft engineering and them? The essence of magecraft lies in its abstraction. Unlike the visible products of building engineering, magecraft is actually the result of mental activities. Therefore, magecraft engineering are more complex than ordinary engineering and are worth studying to deduce a clear and efficient development process. May I ask, I don't quite understand the modularity of magecraft that you mentioned earlier. A complex magecraft can often be constructed from multiple simple magecrafts, which is the idea of modularity. The key lies in the principles of high cohesion and low coupling. In other words, a simple magecraft only needs to do one simple thing. We need to combine simple magecrafts to create complex magecrafts, rather than directly constructing complex magecrafts. This is beneficial for the development of new magecraft and the maintenance of old magecraft. May I ask, you said that compared to the development of new magecraft, the maintenance of old magecraft might be more important. Why do you say that? This is a neglected aspect of our current magical world. Many accidents that could have been avoided are due to the long-term lack of maintenance of magecraft. Maintaining magecraft can also help us better understand our own magecraft. People are the goal, not the means. Without magus, there would be no magecraft. I believe that the safety of magus is far more important than magecraft itself. May I ask, many magus aim to pursue the true magic through the pursuit of the root. In your opinion, what is the fundamental difference between magecraft and true magic? A good question. Amidst the breathless silence of everyone present, the black-haired youth on the stage smiled faintly. In my opinion, the fundamental difference between magecraft and true magic is: magecraft talks about reasoning, true magic don't. Magecraft talks about reasoning. True magic don't. This simple yet seemingly infinite answer plunged everyone present into contemplation. So, what we magus need to do is to attempt to pursue the true magic through the reasoning of magecraft, which is undoubtedly an extremely difficult challenge. Let's strive for it. Reinhard pressed the remote control, ending his speech. In this pensive silence, a somewhat lazy, inappropriate male voice suddenly resounded. I admit, your course and theories are very wonderful. In the corner of the classroom, a handsome youth with blonde hair and brown skin smiled. He was adorned with sparkling jewelry all over his body, and his ocean blue eyes narrowed slightly, his tone carrying a mocking levity. However, what's the point? As we all know, most of the students in this modern magecraft class are just ordinary folks with ordinary talents. They are not undisputed geniuses like you. Mediocrity is the life portrayal of the vast majority of people in this classroom, their qualifications as magus are ordinary, and their upper limits have long been set. Magecraft is ultimately a mystery pursued by a small number of elites. What you're doing, by broadly promoting your magical theories, is simply turning the trash of the masses into slightly more struggling trash. So, your course may be popular, but it's meaningless. This offensive remark caused many people in the classroom to glare. The students looked towards the source of the voice, catching a glimpse of the person's face, but dared not speak their anger. There was no other reason. Only because the speaker was Atram Galiasta. Reinhard murmured the guy's name with a smile. Long time no see since the parting at the Twin Towers. Hat. Your performance is indeed impressive, Reinhard. You've already become a classic. The youth with brown skin and blonde hair shrugged his shoulders, his face wearing a smirk. The reason why the students dared not speak against him was simple. Because Artram was the new head of the Galiasta family, a prominent upstart in the Mages Association. The wealth of his family might be enough to buy an entire subject at the clock tower. He was what one might call a person born with a silver spoon. Indeed. If he said so, it would only make people angry but powerless. In the modern magecraft classroom, most of the students were just ordinary people. How could they provoke such a bigwig? He had forcefully created a primitive curse that drained others' magical energy, and in terms of strength, he surpassed most of the people present. The most typical manifestation of the power called authority within a family. It was frustrating, but there was nothing they could do about it. Meaningless. Reinhard shook his head with a click of his tongue, feeling somewhat numb to the fact that every class he taught would have a clown jumping out like this. Artram, your words are off the mark. Hat. How so? Artram, with brown skin and blonde hair, asked with interest. It's off the mark, because you're nothing but trash yourself. Reinhard said with a smile. It's off the mark, because in this classroom, you're the least qualified person to say that. You. Artram couldn't contain his anger, just about to explode. But then, the smile disappeared from Reinhard's face. His dark, profound gaze fixed on Artram, causing a palpable unease in the latter. I admit, many families have achieved remarkable success in magecraft through their inherited talents and accumulated wealth. Reinhard said calmly, his eyes lowered. However, simply relying on inherited advantages and treading the same path for thousands of years without reaching the root, does that mean we shouldn't question it? And so what if we can't? Artram retorted through gritted teeth. Everyone is chasing after the elusive root, but who among us can truly reach it? What I'm saying is just the truth. How can ordinary people with ordinary talents in magecraft surpass those born with exceptional gifts like you? Your efforts to promote your theories are futile. That's quite different from our usual understanding, Artram. Reinhard chuckled. It's widely known that magus tend to be selfish. Who wouldn't want to be the one to personally touch the vortex of that root? But alas, most cannot. So, family legacies become nothing but a half-hearted attempt, because they believe they can't achieve it themselves, yet they're stingy and unwilling to share their secrets. So, they can only hope that their descendants fulfill their wishes. It's like parents who lack ambition, placing all their hopes on their children, pushing them and hoping that one day they'll achieve greatness. Isn't it ridiculous? As Reinhardt's words trailed off, laughter erupted in the classroom. Indeed. Upon reflection, isn't that the case with so-called family legacies? The mysterious treasures guarded for thousands of years, now suddenly thrust into the limelight by the next generation, causing panic. They want to pursue the root, yet they don't allow others to do the same. Some have bypassed them, found a new path to pursue the root, leaving them behind, trying to block this new path, and criticizing it as meaningless. But is it really meaningless, or should we at least try before passing judgment? Listening to the students' somewhat mocking laughter, Artram's fair-skinned face flushed with anger. You lowly commoner! Artrim snapped, realizing he couldn't win the argument logically, so he resorted to personal attacks. Your lineage is nothing but impure and lowly, who are you to say such things? Purity. Reinhard smirked, tilting his head. Is purity really useful? This simple counter-question left Artrim momentarily speechless. Is it because my lineage is noble and pure, or because my mentor's lineage is noble and pure, that I'm standing here, in this El Meloy classroom, in front of all of you, teaching? Reinhardt's voice, light and ethereal, floated through the classroom. No, it's simply because the content I'm teaching resonates with the students. I can stand here, in this classroom, in front of all of you. And it means, that lineage, for Magus, isn't a decisive factor. Everyone looked at him. At Reinhard with lowered eyelids. I've never denied the positive significance of family lineage to the magical world. But everything has its dialectical contradictions. If you want to emphasize its positive significance, then its negative significance cannot be avoided either. Lineage. It's both a chariot and a shackle. If you feel we have nothing to discuss because of your noble lineage, then, prove it. Reinhard smiled, indicating the surveillance cameras in the classroom. He continued, if you believe your lineage is noble, and you want to prove it, then, come. With spontaneous murmurs of encouragement from the students, Reinhard slowly walked towards his podium, making way for himself in the parted crowd. Step by step, Artrim trembled, watching the enigmatic figure with black hair and green eyes approach him. Theory has no precedence, strength has no comparison. If you're injured, let's settle it on the battlefield. Reinhard lowered his gaze to meet Artrim's. A smile spread across his lips, like an abyss opening up towards humanity, revealing a profound darkness. I promise, not to kill you. Go to hell. As someone who had always lived a privileged life, Artrim couldn't bear such humiliation. Boom! Violet flames erupted in his palm, as he raised his hand and aimed for Reinhardt's neck. In the next moment, amidst the astonished and somewhat gratified gazes of everyone present, crack, crack, crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Reinhard raised his hand, swiftly grasping the aggressor's face, pressing him against the wall. And then, slowly, gradually, he pressed the man's head, inch by inch, into the classroom wall. The vivid crimson blood flowed slowly down the concave surface. Silence! The scattered students breathed heavily. Reinhard slowly raised his head, wiping the blood from his hands onto his clothes. His chest rose and fell gently. Artrim still maintained a faint breath, wanting to scream in agony, but with his jaw broken, he could only emit feeble gasps. Reinhard surveyed the room, a gentle smile playing on his lips. The students felt a twinge of unease, yet, they weren't afraid. Rather, Reinhard had relieved everyone. And what was most astonishing was the casualness of his strike. With a nonchalant flick, he had effortlessly pressed Artrim, rendering him powerless, into the wall. Is this, the true worth of the sleeping Magus? Is this, magecraft? Or perhaps, his strength has been exaggerated to such an extent? Everyone saw that, right? Reinhard smiled, gesturing towards the surveillance cameras in the classroom. The coffee in his left hand remained perfectly still, without a ripple. He initiated the violence first, I was merely acting in self-defense. Indeed. This was, self-defense. The students nodded in agreement, as Reinhard made his way back to the podium, amidst their astonished gazes. He set down his coffee, and to the surprise of everyone, he slowly rolled up his left sleeve. On the skin of his forearm, a black magic circuit emitted a faint glow. My left hand doesn't have a magic circuit. The glow dimmed, as Reinhard lowered his sleeve. This is my primary research topic now, development and application of external magic circuits. Those of you interested are welcome to join my research group. Don't pay any mind to that guy's words. Compared to the quality and quantity of magic circuits, I believe that magical thinking is the most important quality for a magus in the future. Lineage, Learning to use tools other than our bodies is what sets humans apart from animals. In the starry eyes of Gray and Rains. In the admiring murmurs of colleagues and students. In Olga Marie's frozen, mouth slightly agape expression. In Tuko Ayazaka's appreciative gaze, her name signifying the woman wounded by pain. In the eyes of everyone, filled with discussion and awe. Reinhard gently closed his notebook. The sleeping Magus smiled as he bowed respectfully. Class dismissed. Chapter 69 I am not him. Optimizing the externalized magic circuit to replace your entire spine. When you first proposed this crazy idea, Rain, I was truly taken aback. With fair fingertips, she twirled a classic Marlboro cigarette. A wisp of smoke floated, undulating in the moonlight. The woman with red hair stood at the top of the tower, the cool night breeze gently brushing her forehead. Her short hair was tied into a neat ponytail behind her head, dressed in a simple white blouse. Her tangerine-colored eyelids drooped slightly as she looked down at the bustling city below her feet. Norwich. Belonging to the urban center of the modern magecraft department. Each academic discipline at the clock tower had its own urban center. 11 cities surrounded the central clock tower main city like satellites. Each urban center also boasted a tower modeled after a grand clock tower, the tallest structure in the city. In other words, this was the pinnacle of this world, overlooking the entire city. To be able to rent out the entire clock tower as a magical workshop, how rich must you be? Toko Ayazaka tilted her gaze slightly, looking at the black-haired youth beside her. The woman gazed at him with amber eyes, licking her lips, her expression somewhat ambiguous. As a puppeteer, Toko Ayazaka didn't place much value on assets and belonged to the kind of wealthy individuals who spend money as soon as they get it. However, she enjoyed being around people who could earn money. This guy in front of her. He looked decent and could earn money. But, she liked him anyway. Listening to the other's question, Reinhard recalled setting up his private fund. But it was just investing in some companies based on his past life's experience, and he couldn't quite remember those fluctuating numbers now. It should barely be enough to help the professor pay off his debts. Tisk. That stubborn waver, refusing free lunch? If it were me, I'd already be clinging to my disciple's thigh and begging for favors, never refusing to take advantage. Anyway, just pay me double my overtime fee. 2 days ago at this time, I was clearly sunbathing in Hawaii. So hardworking. Reinhard smiled as he said. Then I'll pay you double. You. Amidst the bustling evening breeze, Toko Ayazaki exhaled a puff of smoke. Have you considered, Rain, that replacing your entire spine with an externalized magic circuit isn't just a reversible surgical procedure? Moreover, even I can't guarantee 100% success rate for the surgery. You could end up paralyzed, or partially paralyzed. No, I should say, I have confidence in my skills, but the crucial factor lies in whether your body can withstand it. That's the most important thing, you know, rejection reactions are fatal. Tisk. As the grand puppeteer, you're surprised by this kind of small matter? Reinhard shook his head with a smile. I thought you would have been immune to body modifications like this, Miss Ayazaki. Besides, didn't we already experiment with it before? Saying so, Reinhard gently lifted his hair at the back of his head. From this angle, one could see a section of his cervical spine, emitting a faint, penetrating light from his fair skin. Thanks to your help, I replaced this section of cervical nerves half a year ago, and it's still working well. That's right. Half a year ago, Reinhard commissioned Toko Ayazaka to replace a section of his cervical spine nerves for experimenting with his newly developed mystic code. This way, a specially made magic circuit replaced the nerve function, not only speeding up his thinking speed but also greatly enhancing the efficiency of his body's magical energy circulation, leading to a significant improvement in various aspects of his senses and making him more sensitive to magical energy. This result significantly boosted his confidence. Because it's a puppet, I can mess with it however I want, but now it's your body, it's even crazier than me, Rain. This lunatic. Toko Ayazaka glanced at Reinhard with disdain. Suddenly, she exhaled smoke, enveloping the smiling, black-haired youth's face. Seeing him cough uncomfortably, the woman with red hair couldn't help but smile. That's just a small section, so I can handle it for you. But this time, with your entire spine, can your body handle it? Cough. Cough. Don't worry, I can. Absolutely no problem. And I won't even make you pay insurance. Laughing as he coughed out the sharp smoke, Reinhard waved his hand, dispersing the smoke. Tisk. Smoking is bad for your health, and I don't inhale second-hand smoke either. Your health concerns me to death. Toko Ayazaka gave him a disdainful look, extinguished the cigarette butt, turned around, and walked towards the magical workshop. Reinhard followed with a wry smile. He could understand Toko Iseki's concern for him. This woman, known as the Scarred Red, how should he put it, her personality is like a leopard. In temperament and appearance, she exudes fierceness and intimidation. But once you understand her personality, you'll find that deep down, she's as soft as a cat. Even the fiercest cat has a soft belly. To a certain extent. Once you understand her personality, it's actually quite pleasant to get along with this Scarred Red. But, there were some things Reinhard couldn't say. He was indeed 100% sure, so he called Toko Iseki over to undergo the next step of spinal nerve reconstruction for himself. Because, he now possessed the second step of Alvin Pendragon. This almost completely transformed his physique, bringing about an unprecedented improvement, thanks to the boost from the ultimate life form, and making his previously feeble body unrecognizable from before. Reinhard closed his eyes. And then he saw on the system panel that his step rate had increased by 2%. A surge of power continuously flowed into his body, bringing him a sensation akin to shaking his brain. Yes, his step rate had increased by 1%. Why did it increase? Reinhard didn't hesitate to guess the answer. Without a doubt, it was because he shoved that guy Artram's face into the wall. This matched Alvin's experience of imposing terror on nobles in the past. So, the clock tower was truly his treasure trove. Descending from the top of the tower, Reinhard walked down the stairs step by step. Toko Iseki pushed open the door in front of her. In front of her eyes appeared a place that had made her tongue-tied in surprise, the magical workshop. With various neatly arranged pipelines, buzzing large-scale computing equipment, fully equipped modification surgical tables, all-weather plant farming systems, and bathtubs filled with cooling liquids. There was no trace of any runes, scrolls, or familiars, those elements related to mystery. Is this really a magical workshop and not the laboratory of some villainous mad scientist? It's not mysterious at all. Just the decoration style. Reinhard replied with a smile. Mad scientist? He thought Toko Iseki's description was quite accurate. Beside the workshop was an obvious lounge area. A young man was holding a cola, playing chess with a handsome white-haired man. Despite his careful and ingenious moves, he was clearly outplayed, and the young man looked visibly frustrated. Waver, your chess skills are regressing. The white-haired man said with a smile, gently wiping the blood seeping from his mouth with a handkerchief. Working overtime all day, where's the room for chess? If it were a video game, he would definitely not lose. Seeing Toko Iseki coming down from the tower, the young man visibly sighed with relief, putting down the black piece he was holding into the chessboard. I concede this one to you, Melvin, it seems we need to reschedule. Tisk. It's so exciting to be involved in the birth of such epic-making mystic code. The white-haired man gently stroked his violin, his face showing a blissful, slightly flushed expression. Waver, your disciple is quite interesting, although you're no less interesting yourself. The young man made no comment, just raised his head, gazing at the red-haired woman descending. Miss Iseki, have you finished smoking at last? Not going to smoke. It was actually to persuade Reinhard. The smoke was extinguished. The result was apparent. You've taught your disciple well. Toko Iseki said grumpily. He wants to do it, what can I do? Rain. Waver looked at his disciple. Their eyes met. Faced with the inquiry of his mentor, Reinhard just smiled faintly. Everything was clear without saying a word. I see. As a mentor. Waver said softly, I won't be an obstacle to my disciple. Please proceed. As soon as the man's words fell, the atmosphere in the workshop suddenly became solemn and stagnant. Reinhard loosened his tie, slowly took off his jacket. With a physique as well proportioned and sturdy as an ancient Greek statue, his movements instantly caught Toko Iseki's attention. Known as the Scarred Red, the woman slowly took off her glasses, and the curve of her lips became correspondingly playful and joyful. Ah, what an exquisite physique! Her fair fingertips slowly traced down his spine. The slightly hoarse voice of Toko Iseki, the woman with red hair, lingered along the edges of Reinhardt's ears. I really want to turn you into a puppet, Rain. That would be my honor. Reinhardt smiled, turning his gaze away. Unfortunately, if I were to become your puppet, Miss Iseki, I wouldn't be able to pay you. Tisk. There was no choice, after all, he was her benefactor. With black hair and blue-green eyes, Reinhardt lay on the operating table, revealing his pristine back. Toko Isekai'd put on a white coat, delicately disinfecting her hands. Like manipulating puppet strings, her fingertips extended translucent, nearly invisible threads of light, pulling all the surgical tools into the air. You might feel a bit dizzy, let me administer anesthesia first. Please make sure, not to use too much anesthesia. Reinhard's voice echoed, causing both Waver and Melvin in the room to twitch their mouths. Rain, what are you saying? Waver's hands trembled as he held onto the blueprints. No anesthesia? While blood loss might not be a concern for a magus, enduring such intense pain without fainting seemed impossible. You want to tough it out? Because I have to immediately reconnect the nerves and magic circuits myself to ensure the best surgical outcome. Compared to the pain suffered by Alvin. Having his heart pierced, his will annihilated, every inch of his flesh burned by the Excalibur, every bone crushed and shattered. But this was just replacing the spine. It was almost, not even painful. Hearing this, the amber eyes of Toko Isekai'd radiated an unusual light. The woman with red hair slowly leaned down, as if caressing a lover intimately. Her fair fingertips gently traced Reinhardt's pristine back. Waver and Melvin were moved by the scene. A thin, blood-red line slowly split open on Reinhardt's back. But he didn't even furrow his brows. Sometimes, you can't help it. Whispered Toko Isekai'd beside Reinhardt's ear, remember to say it out loud. Okay. Reinhardt even smiled. Truly, a perfect physique. The expression on the woman's face, from joy, turned into a somewhat fanatical flush. Waver deeply furrowed his brows, unable to bear to look, and turned his gaze away. The slightly hoarse voice of Toko Isekai'd echoed. Please leave, don't disturb me. I need to focus on removing the entire spine, I'll call for you when I need you. After a moment of silence, Waver hesitantly walked towards the tower. His white-haired friend followed closely behind. Waver, Rain. Melvin began, originally excited and feeling that he could witness magical miracles. But at this moment, his expression couldn't help but become solemn and complex. Is it necessary to go to this extent? Tisk. The spark of the cigar flashed in the noisy evening breeze outside London. The invisible substance filled the lungs, the excitement of nicotine numbing the trembling nerves. The disciple chose not to be anesthetized. As a mentor, he relied on smoke to anesthetize himself. He didn't want to think about it. He didn't want to look. Waver Velvet exhaled a breath, and the smoke dissipated into the air, looking up at the grey and desolate night sky of London. Not a single star was visible. So the pristine moonlight remained as lonely as ever. Rain, he's pushing forward desperately, gazing at the moonlight obscured by clouds. As a mentor, the black-haired man whispered softly. I can tell. He's carrying a burden that we are not aware of. Rain doesn't want to say it. Because perhaps it's a truth that we, ordinary people, cannot bear, a terrifying truth. Terror, that even in this vast clock tower, he can only rely on himself, to bravely forge ahead, bathed in blood. He's truly gentle. Because he's worried, we'll worry about him. So, he buries such cruelty deep in his heart. Waver turned his gaze away, looking at his dear friend, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Melvin, actually, someone like me who isn't brave enough, doesn't deserve to be Rain's mentor. But, still, I hope he'll let this old man, his mentor, bear a little more for him. Gently caressing the body, which resembled a work of art. With meticulous skill, the bones and flesh were delicately cut and torn apart. Thick red, like blood, slowly spread across the pale back. On the eve of the surgery, Toko Isekai'd lowered her face, laughing softly beside Rain's ear. Do you know, Rain? 2 days ago, just before reaching the clock tower, someone invited me for a reunion. They offered a hefty sum to buy your life. Clearly intending to scare him a little. However, this guy didn't even furrow his brow. About that, he even had the mood to laugh. Miss Isekai'd, I believe we've discussed our transaction guidelines. Tisk. I can't do anything with you. Fine, I'll take their lives, but remember to pay me double for my fee. Thank you. Because of the piercing pain. Her voice paused involuntarily. Trust. You. Clearly, it's you, trusting me. No drumming, no music. Silent and completely soundproofed within the workshop. Only the strings, rubbing against flesh, made a sound. Waver held the blueprint in his hand, pressing his fingertips too hard, causing the paper to indent slightly. It was a spinal nerve chart drawn by Reinhard using clairvoyance. Looking at the blurred flesh on his disciple's back, Waver tried hard to suppress the trembling of his own wrist, accurately pointing out every nerve connection for the puppeteer on the side. Reinhardt's entire spine, along with the attached nerves, was being replaced by Isekai'd with meticulous skill, inch by inch, with specially made external magic circuits. Beside him, Melvin hummed a tune, opening the large bag he carried. A finely crafted violin was pulled out from within. As a magical tuner, he could not only repair fine damages to magical circuits with the vibrations of stringed instruments, but also activate and enhance magical energy circulation efficiency. This was Reinhardt's final insurance policy. The white-haired man closed his eyes, gently placing the bow on the strings. May the moonlight caress this body, sheltering the wandering souls into their dream shadows. The distant and soothing melody of Moonlight Sonata flowed. Blood splattered. The splendid and brilliant aura of blood bloomed under the moonlight. The magical workshop was a patchwork of chaos and bloodstains, as if it had witnessed a massacre. Standing amidst the blood, with not a single strand of clothing, the black-haired youth stood tall. His fair skin shimmered with a strange and eerie glow, the result of the magical imprints etched into his flesh. Succeeding, beyond belief. Isekai'd slumped on the sofa, exhausted despite her status as the grand puppeteer, feeling as though she had just run a mental marathon and yearning for immediate sleep. It was simply astonishing. She couldn't help but wonder, eager to witness the ultimate outcome of this miracle. How could your body flawlessly accommodate the implanted external magic circuit without any rejection? Exactly how did you manage this, Rain? Isekai'd gazed at Reinhardt's physique, her eyes gleaming like a hungry wolf, coveting the pristine flesh before her. Such flawlessness! If she were to craft him into a puppet, he would undoubtedly be the most perfect masterpiece of her puppeteer career. Why, was there no rejection at all? Because I am constantly pursuing evolution, every second of every day, as the ultimate life form. That's my little secret. Reinhard turned back, smiling without directly answering Isekai'd's question, eliciting a sigh and a sharp sound of disbelief from her. Tisk. Only you could undergo such a transformation, Rain, because your magic circuit has naturally mutated within your brain. Isekai'd tapped her temple, offering a precise assessment. Only with a brain as powerful as yours could you handle manipulating such delicate magical energy flows. Even if an ordinary person completes such a surgery, they would bleed out and die instantly. So. Reinhard waved his hand, summoning a workshop cleaning robot familiar to slowly remove the bloodstains from the floor. Clad in a simple white shirt, his black hair draped elegantly, still emitting a faint glow from behind his clothes, giving him a somewhat mysterious aura. I will consider simplifying it in the future and then promote the modification process. Simplify, how? Isekai'd sighed. After completing your mystic code, what exactly is its effect? I am curious. It must be more than just enhancing your strength, right? If it's just about increasing output, you don't need to replace your nerves altogether. As Isekai'd's words trailed off, even Waver and Melvin couldn't help but raise their gazes. Indeed, they were also curious. Why go to the extent of replacing the entire spine with a mystic code? What was the purpose? The effect? Reinhard lowered his eyelids slightly. Without warning, the external magic circuit in his body suddenly began operating at full power, filling, sealing, and driving. A surge of magical energy rushed to his brain. The nerves buzzing and vibrating as if in resonance. Reinhard slowly turned his gaze. The flowing water in the pool seemed to freeze in mid-air, suspended and stagnating. In an instant, the world seemed to hit the pause button. Everything appeared to slow down, almost imperceptibly, almost too slow to move. At normal speed. In Isekai'd's slightly contracting pupils. Step by step, Reinhard walked in front of her, smiled at her, took the cigarette from her hand, and extinguished it in the ashtray. Smoke less, Miss Isekai'd. As the words fell. Boom! An incredibly violent airflow suddenly roared through the magical workshop. Surgical equipment rattled, cans on the table fell off, and thin sheets of paper were blown into the air. Waver and Melvin were pushed back by the pressure, the wind almost blinding them. That was the extreme speed that the naked eye could hardly observe, suddenly stirred up, causing the air in the workshop to flow violently. The red hair that had been tossed up by the strong wind finally fell down. Toko Isekai'd stared in stunned silence. In an instant, Reinhard's figure stood beside the surgical table, right in front of her. Her cigarette was extinguished. This isn't instantaneous teleportation. Toko Isekai'd murmured in astonishment, raising her gaze. Is it acceleration? No wonder you're the Grand Magus. Reinhard pulled out a tissue, wiped away the faint blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yes, that's exactly it. This is a mystic code that combines strength, speed, and precision, accelerating my neural and muscular activities, making time perception seem slower when using this mystic code. I call it Sandavistan. Sandavistan. As the words fell silent, the three of them, amidst their astonishment, wore expressions of indescribable confusion. That's a strange name. Waver furrowed his brows slightly. Moreover, this effect, rain, involuntarily reminds me of Yakiritsugu's time altar, right? Toko Isekai'd took over his words. That's right. As if dredging up a memory, Waver nodded with a grimace. That should be his closely guarded secret. It indeed achieves a similar effect. Toko Isekai'd spoke softly. However, the principles and approaches are completely different. Since it affects not the flow rate of time, but the neural and muscle activities of the wearer, the consumption and load on you are much smaller than time altar. This means that it is superior in performance to Yakiritsugu's magecraft and easier to promote. In that instant of consciousness, the three outstanding magus, without reservation, looked at the figure of the black-haired youth in the workshop. Sandavistan. This was a mystic code that was superior to time altar. Moreover, its process was completely open, with principles almost transparent, requiring no generational inheritance of magic crest. It was simply a mystic code produced. In the future, Reinhard would further optimize it. This meant that, as long as the physical and cerebral strength met the requirements for transplantation, and the problem of rejection was solved, this could be popularized. The speed of thought was elevated. The accommodation of magical energy has been resolved. This will allow countless originally mediocre magus to possess talents comparable to those of noble descendants. Realizing this was such a terrifying revelation. Waver took a silent drag of his cigarette. His own magical aptitude. Suddenly, he saw a glimmer of hope. This caused even his fingers, holding the cigar, to start trembling. But then, try to use it as sparingly as possible, Rain. Waver spoke softly. You know, Yakiritsugu, that man. Hunted down by the sealing designation's enforcer. Waver didn't need to say it, but everyone understood his meaning. No. Toko Isekai'd laughed. She laughed joyfully, brightly. It doesn't matter at all, really. Because those old fogies at the clock tower are about to be shaking in their boots. Waver, you slowpoke, haven't you realized yet, your disciple is probably unmatched within the entire clock tower. Not only is he the biggest educational leader today, but he's also incomparable in practical combat, and has even garnered the full support of the Animusphere family. With the temptation of magical aptitude enhancement, neutral faction, they're bound to sway to your side. The tide of this era can't be stopped, so why worry? To dare issue a sealing designation against me? I've long been irritated by that bunch of idiots. The woman known as the Scarred Red pulled out a fresh cigarette from the box, a somewhat fierce smile appearing on her face. In the future, the clock tower will be known as the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. Don't forget, I'm also fully supporting you, Rain. The red-haired woman smiled brilliantly yet menacingly. Your name, along with Sandavistan, will definitely resound throughout the clock tower, no, will definitely resound throughout the entire magical world. Being favored feels like a surprise, hey. Reinhard, with his black hair, coughed lightly twice, facing the gaze of his mentor and benefactor, shrugged his shoulders slightly. He raised his hand and, with lightning speed, snatched the cigarettes from Waver and Toko Isekai'd, tossing them into the trash bin. Well, since you're supporting me this much, at least quit smoking first, Miss Isekai'd. It's killing you. The evening sun lazily cast its glow over London, creating a pleasant ambience. Outside, the lively chirping of birds could be heard through the window grates, while the hustle and bustle of the mundane world subtly seeped indoors. Waver leaned back against the couch in the lounge, letting out a relaxed sigh. This time, I owe you a lot, Rain. Indeed. With a disciple like him, what more could one ask for? Suddenly, the center of the Norwich city fell into an eerie blackout, following the abrupt and mysterious death of Ernest Fargo, head of the Fargo family, a branch of the Animosphere family. With consecutive days of commissioned tasks, it had been quite challenging. But, effortlessly, Reinhard had deduced the culprit and swiftly resolved the situation by apprehending the perpetrator. Was being a detective really that simple? Continuing down this path, Waver felt he might succumb to the temptation of lounging around and resting on his laurels. It was just a piece of cake. Reinhard replied casually. After all, I've seen similar plots before. Following Waver's lead on the commissions, Reinhard noticed a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of an anime he once watched, allowing him to easily identify the culprits. But, Rain, my main concern is, 3 months from now, it's the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki. Due to efforts to quit smoking. Waver took a sip of his ice-cold cola, attempting to replace nicotine with caffeine, as he scrutinized his prized disciple. What are your thoughts? Personally, I suggest you avoid getting involved. The Holy Grail's wish-granting may hold little significance for you, and the uncertainty involved is too great. You're right, but... Reinhard lowered his gaze to his chest. The white dragon scales, once visible beneath his clothing, had now melted into him. In the center of his chest, a black, flame-encircled orifice had formed. It seemed to be a consequence of the Alvin simulation's conclusion. Perhaps due to the change in his relic, it had now fused with his body, rendering it unextractable. Awkward. Can't retrieve the relic anymore, to be honest, it doesn't matter. Waver contemplated for a moment. At most, you can compensate the association monetarily. With your current influence, you may not even need to provide compensation. Upon hearing this, Reinhard was momentarily stunned. Isn't this the relic belonging to the son of the White Dragon that pierced the inner sea of the planet? Isn't it supposed to be precious? Tisk, think about it, Rain. If it were truly a valuable relic, would that old folks in the association readily hand it over to you? Makes sense, indeed. You want to say why not use it for something else? Waver scoffed and shook his head. Do you think that hasn't been tried before? After all, it's a relic from an astounding legend. So, many lords at the clock tower have attempted to use that scale as a magical material, hoping to communicate with the son of the White Dragon's will. However, there has never been any response, not even a hint. Therefore, they all deemed the scale to be fake. Likewise, they dismissed that legends and folklore as baseless. Speaking up to this point, Waver couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. After all, there's no historical record of the son of the White Dragon. History, rather than being written by the victors, is written by the survivors. To survive is to win. The name Alvin Pendragon is destined to be buried. Because, foresight beyond a decade is genius, beyond a century is monstrous, and beyond a millennium, that's outright abominable. Those aristocrats seeking restoration, they're afraid, they're terrified, so, they must erase Alvin Pendragon from history and extol the greatness and purity of King Arthur. So, they do identify a relic as fake and give it to me for the Holy Grail War. Reinhard sighed with emotion. But, why did Reinhard feel not at all surprised? If this relic doesn't work, servants will be summoned based on compatibility with the user. So, they probably don't care if they give you a fake one. After all, they won't admit it's fake. As Waver spoke, even he couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter tinged with irony. So, it's fine not to return this relic. And you know the reason I advised against your participation, don't you? Reinhard pondered for a moment. Is it because of Marisberry's bidding? Exactly. That old man entering the war, who knows what he's plotting? I have a bad feeling. Marisberry might have a wish he wants to fulfill with the Holy Grail. However, since the Holy Grail has been corrupted, any wish granted will only be twisted. No one knows what he intends to do, but it's definitely not good. The Department of Astromancy, it is a discipline that has been passed down for thousands of years. I wouldn't be surprised if Marisberry had many relics he could use, so if you head to Fuyuki, you're bound to clash with him. Reinhard contemplated lightly. Currently, he did want to participate in the war. The reason had nothing to do with the Holy Grail, he just wanted to find his wife. Reinhard was well aware. If he used himself as a medium to summon a servant, there was no doubt that two people would respond to him. Vortigern and Morgan. His bond with Morgan was deeper, having spent more time together, so the probability was slightly higher. However, whether Morgan was alive or dead, Reinhard wasn't sure. If she hadn't ascended to the throne of heroes, he could at least see his old man. Incidentally, he could also see Artoria. He didn't need the Holy Grail. What he needed was just the bonds of old friends. Sorry, Professor, I have a reason I must participate. So it seems. Seeing his disciple so determined, Waver didn't try to dissuade him further. In that case, when the time comes, I'll accompany you. You. Reinhardt's expression froze slightly. Tisk surprised? After all, the Department of Modern Magecraft is your backing. Waver reclined lazily on the couch, gazing up at the ceiling. Not only me, but Gray, Rains, all the students of the Department of Modern Magecraft will be chartering a flight to Fuyuki. We'll definitely all be there. Hearing this, Reinhard couldn't help but smile wryly. That's really unnecessary. Heh, just like me, I can't control you. Waver pulled out a magical cigar from his pocket, tapped it, lit it, and took a satisfying puff. And you also shouldn't control us. Silence. A peaceful silence, named tranquility, enveloped the lounge bathed in sunlight. For a long time. Thank you. Reinhard said softly, Professor. Humph. Waver exhaled a puff of smoke, which wafted into his disciple's face, causing Reinhard to cough. Tisk, that trick the woman taught him was quite amusing. Reinhard, this unparalleled magus genius, also had his weaknesses. Fine. Remembering his disciple's advice, one puff was enough. With that in mind, Waver snuffed out the cigar, which he had only taken a single puff of, in the ashtray luxuriously. Rely on us more. Waver Velvet leaned forward, reaching out to ruffle his disciple's black hair. You little brat. Seemingly choked by the smoke. Choked, to the point of tears. Reinhard raised his hand, wiping his slightly moist eyes. I understand. Reinhard said with a smile, Professor. Tisk, well then, it's settled. The Department of Modern Magecraft students will all go to Fuyuki together, treating it as a long overdue group vacation. Treating the Holy Grail War as a tourist destination. Truly fitting for Lord El Meloy too. It was a rare moment of respite. The magical discussions between master and disciple continued unabated. Your Sandevistan, its significance lies not only in enhancing the user's thought speed but also in magical research. It's even more important than mere combat, perhaps we should start by improving its adaptability. Should we start drafting a syllabus for the newly established course, Fundamentals of Magecraft Engineering? Alright, I'll remember that. The concept of Magecraft open source, meaning opening the way to the root, right? It does have a beautiful implication. Let's decide on the slogan for the new course happily like this. The silver-haired girl with the hood pushed open the door to the lounge. Through the gap in the door, Gray peeked at the lively discussion between mentor and disciple. Senpai. Looking at this scene, the girl gently clenched her palms, a smile of relief appearing on her face. Until the setting sun descended, twilight approached. The declining light gradually dimmed, turning into the night sky of London. Reinhard covered Waver, who had fallen asleep tiredly on the sofa, with his coat. The sleeping magus, hey! With a smile, the black-haired youth murmured to himself. It doesn't feel right. The sleeping Lord El Meloy too. Reinhard walked out of the lounge, gently closed the door, and immediately heard a familiar, slightly soft voice. Senpai. He turned his gaze and immediately saw the brown-haired, gently smiling youth in the corridor. Calls. This brown-haired youth, who served as a master in the Fate/Apocrypha, was now Reinhardt's familiar student in the classroom, especially skilled in electrical magecraft. You're discussing with the professor again so late, Senpai? You've worked hard. Calls Forvijig Millennia carried a pile of documents, nodded slightly in greeting, and smiled. I'll deliver the documents to the professor. You've worked hard too. Rain smiled and nodded. Professor has already fallen asleep. Be careful not to wake him up. Naturally. Calls tiptoed and pushed open the door of the lounge, then gently slipped in. Reinhard slowly walked down the stairs. Eating supper with Gray. He pondered. Suddenly, he couldn't help but think of that restaurant repaired by himself, where his classmates often went. Tisk, it's like entering the plotline of an anime. The next plot should be, what was it? It seems like Isekai'd collection train? How did his mentor be on the list? Reinhard's steps suddenly paused. Heart. His heart seemed to skip a beat. The magic circuits throughout his body suddenly activated, surging up. Time. Time seemed to slow down. In the almost stagnant time of all things, Reinhard pushed open the door of the lounge. He walked straight ahead. In the slightly bewildered and stagnant expression of Calls, who was packing up the relic stolen from Waver. Reinhard grabbed his neck, along with his body, and slammed him to the entire wall. Bang! A violent impact resounded through the teaching building, and then a large cloud of smoke spread out. Give me the relic back, damn it! In the midst of the billowing smoke, Reinhard grabbed Calls by the neck and pinned him to the ground. If it were an ordinary person, even a magus, their neck would have been snapped by him directly. However, the other's expression showed no pain from suffocation, but instead a strange smile on his face. Of course. Because this guy doesn't even have a heart, suffocation is nothing to him. Dr. Heartless. Indeed, the sleeping magus has such keen senses. The face of Calls gradually melted like wax, revealing the face of a red-haired man with a faint smile from under his skin. Dr. Heartless. The former head of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. But, it's too late, Reinhard. I already have the relic in my hand. Bang! Reinhard's palm exerted force suddenly, and the immense force, enough to crush city walls, burst out. Ripples spread on the ground like water, and Dr. Heartless' head was directly pressed into the concrete floor. However, a small holy grail suddenly floated up from the chest of the red-haired man. The small holy grail trembled incessantly, and thick, blood-like liquid flowed out from it, dripping onto the relic in Dr. Heartless' hand. In an instant, a huge summoning circle formed around Dr. Heartless, and he suddenly condensed into a form. With his neck pinched, Dr. Heartless smiled and chanted hoarsely from his vocal cords. Rejoice! Feeling a strong palpitation, Reinhard suddenly released his hand. Boom! In the dark night sky, a resounding explosion thundered down. In the spreading smoke, supporting Dr. Heartless, whose neck was almost sunken, the figure of a black-haired woman slowly emerged from the smoke. Looking at the expressionless black-haired youth in front of her, a playful expression appeared on the black-haired woman's face. Master, aren't you also a genius magus? You seem a bit too arrogant. Reinhard, your strength and speed comparable to a servant. Speaking with a hoarse voice due to damaged vocal cords. Dr. Heartless' face still wore that faint, unsettling smile. Too bad. After all, it's too late. The red-haired man smiled. We'll meet again on the Isekai'd collection train. The black-haired woman narrowed her heterochromatic eyes slightly. Not fighting. No need to linger in battle, this is the main camp of the Department of Modern Magecraft. Hephaestion, take me away. All right. Called Hephaestion, the black-haired woman sighed regretfully. I kind of wanted to fight this little guy in front of me, he fits my taste. She turned around, preparing to leave with Dr. Heartless. However, you're not worthy of being Iskandar's follower. The indifferent voice of the black-haired youth sounded from behind. Suddenly, the black-haired woman turned her head. What did you say? The smile disappeared from her face. Her twitching mouth slightly twisted. In Dr. Heartless' almost frozen smile, Reinhard's voice sounded so deep in the dark night. I said you, faker, are not worthy of being Iskandar's shadow. The black-haired youth twisted his neck and smiled. You're not even in the army of the king, you have completely betrayed Iskandar's trust. What the hell do you know, you bastard? Faker. I should say retreat. Dr. Heartless' slightly anxious voice sounded behind Hephaestion. However, completely unable to stop the enraged woman, she directly picked up a dagger and rushed up. That kind of thing, let me twist his head off before we talk about it. The smile disappeared from the red-haired man's face. Dr. Heartless, the former head of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, narrowed his eyes and looked at the indifferent black-haired youth. With just one glance. Just one glance. He recognized his servant and even knew her weaknesses well enough to make her react like this. What an astonishing observation. The situation seems to be getting a bit out of control. Die. You insect. Facing the sharp edge barehanded, even if his physical strength is comparable to a servant, so what? The dagger in the hands of the black-haired woman gleamed with a cold light as it sliced directly towards the face of the black-haired youth. With this strike, I'll tear that foul mouth of yours to shreds first. However, dust and smoke suddenly surged. Clang! Senpai! Are you all right? Holding a gigantic scythe taller than herself, Gray's figure suddenly blocked in front of Reinhard. I'm fine, focus. This weapon. Looking at the silver-haired girl emerging before him, feeling the vigorous force emanating from the scythe. Another one, a fellow with strength comparable to servant? Where are all these monsters coming from? So many megas who can contend with servants? However, unfortunately, having strength alone doesn't make one a warrior. The black-haired woman laughed wildly, flames erupting fiercely in her heterochromatic eyes. Yet, just as she was about to attack them, Reinhard muttered, Sandavistan, activated. Accompanied by a piercing scream that shakes the eardrums. The earth cracks open. Dust fills the air. Under the violent force spreading radially, countless rocks and soil scatter. His hand directly pressing down on the woman's face, still contorted in laughter, pressing down on her nearly petrified expression. 3%. Reinhard lifts her entire body and smashes her into the ground. Bang! Her colorful armor is now covered in dirt, torn and battered. 4%. He fiercely punches the woman's face. The majestic force, akin to a meteor strike, suddenly pours down on her face, contorting her delicate features. Strength surges like a tide. 5%. Shadows converge wildly. Reinhardt's momentum continues to rise, relentlessly climbing. His mana burst activates, his magic circuits beginning to frantically absorb all the surrounding light due to overload. To think that she would be pressed to the ground and beaten by a human. The intense pain on her face makes Hephaestion let out a mournful scream. Get off me! Hiss! Hiss! Senpai! Boom! Flashing purple lightning erupts, the woman's hair moving wildly without wind, her whole body slowly floating up from the crater. However, the next moment, 6%. The raging crimson lightning, like blood-red thunderbolts, suddenly freeze, abruptly halted and interrupted. When the nerves finally react, the woman's head, like an apple, is held in Reinhardt's hand, then violently, like a piece of rag, thrown out. In Gray's gaping expression of grey. In Dr. Heartless' twitching corner eye. Bang! Hephaestion's battered body is suddenly smashed beside the red-haired man, rolling on the ground like a piece of torn paper blown by the wind. Reinhard felt the gradually surging power within him. The magical energy inserted into his mind begins to spread out like a rising tide. Continuously increasing. Yes, this feeling seems familiar. To take my mentor's relic. The figure of the black-haired youth slowly walks out from the smoke, his ghostly voice echoing in Hephaestion's ears. Give it back! You monster! Dr. Heartless' smile can no longer be maintained. In just a few moments, the power of the person in front of him seems to have surged several times. To press down and beat a servant into the ground. Is this still a human? Dr. Heartless' eyes suddenly lights up, wanting to deprive the black-haired youth of his strength using his mystic eyes. However, gah! Blood suddenly flows from the red-haired man's eyes, as if burned by intense flames, suddenly feeling intense pain. This is magic resistance. Faker, let's go. Dr. Heartless keeps stepping back, a teleporting circle gradually glowing in his heart. However, never has anyone made me suffer such a great humiliation. I'll crush you into dust. Boom! Thousands of raging purple lightning suddenly descend, coalescing into a majestic chariot before the woman. The black-haired woman stands on the chariot's frame, suddenly waving the reins, and the skeletal dragon under her suddenly rushes into the sky. Hecatic wheel! Flashes of lightning fall from the dark clouds, darting around the black-haired woman in armor, blessing her with the shimmering flow of thunder. Boom! The majestic chariot suddenly falls from the sky, violently crashing towards the ground. Senpai! In Gray's horrified cry, the black-haired youth raises his hand. So you have a noble phantasm, hey? As a lancer, without a spear. Isn't that like a lion without its fangs? Completely worthless. So. Reinhard roars like a lion. Suddenly, the scythe in the silver-haired girl's hand, buzzing and trembling. in the perplexed and frozen gaze of Grey. Her scythe suddenly slipped from her grasp, held firmly in the hands of the black-haired youth. "Hey? How did I move on my own?" A panicked voice echoed from Ad. Don't grab me. I'll absorb all your magical." Ad's voice, abruptly halted. Because the original pseudo-personality was suddenly freed, liberated from the form of the scythe, transforming into Holy Lance Rongominiad. Pseudo-personality suspended. The round table conference begins. Screw you. Get lost. I don't need the acknowledgement of you useless bunch. The will of the son of the white dragon erupted. Boom. The restraints of Holy Lance shattered inch by inch. The golden figures that appeared around Reinhard suddenly flickered and dimmed, becoming dark and lifeless. Only the two figures in front of him remained. Time seemed to momentarily stagnate. His consciousness emerged in the center of the Round Table Conference. That was the will of the Knights of the Round Table, attached to the 13 restraints of the Holy Lance, residing in Rongominiad. The translucent figure with golden hair and green eyes stared somewhat blankly at Reinhard. "You. Enough with the small talk, just leave." Kay slowly smiled, his figure flickering and wavering before dissipating, leaving only the radiant, sacred figure of the King of Knights, staring blankly at the black-haired youth before her. "Alvin." Tears flowed down. "Alvin is me. But I am not him." Gazing at the holy and radiant figure before him. "Artoria." Reinhard sighed slowly. He stepped forward, reaching out his hand. Across 1500 years of time. Gently, he wiped away the golden tear that fell on her cheek. "Long time no see, Artoria. I will find you. Yes, I'll be waiting." Reinhard opened his hand, responding to her embrace. No sensation. Only dazzling light. The figure of the King of Knights slowly dissipated in the embrace, 1500 years later. At the forefront of the collision of multicolored lightning, the black-haired youth, his aura restrained and subdued, slowly raised his ink-black eyes. Half should be enough. The holy lance in his hand, in an instant, erupted with a light as bright as midday. "This is actually the Holy Lance Rongominiad." Dr. Heartless raised his hand bitterly. The command seal on the back of his hand emitted a crimson light as red as blood. "Rongominiad. Faker, come with me, let's teleport away." Boom. An incomparably brilliant lance of light soared into the sky, piercing through the night of London, instantly sweeping away the dark dusk as if it were daylight. The figures of the black-haired woman and the red-haired man slowly vanished into the light. Meanwhile, on the mist-shrouded peaks, a woman with bright blue eyes stood before the entrance of the mountain court. A witch who was thousands of miles away from Britain, gazing at the moonlight in a foreign land. Suddenly, she raised her gaze, bewildered and dazed. Her gaze seemed to momentarily traverse the ocean, gazing toward her homeland, nestled in the distant horizon. Who, BBY? Chapter 70. My dear. Day and night alternated. The ancient city gradually opened its lazy eyes to the faint morning light, emerging from deep slumber. As dusk turned to dawn, sunlight streamed in through the glass dome overhead. In the early morning of London, as always, a thin mist pervaded the air, even seeping into this rarely visited abandoned station, lending an air of chilly emptiness. Waiting for the train to arrive at the platform, a black-haired man in formal attire leisurely fiddled with the exquisitely sealed invitation in his hand, his face showing a rather complex smile. "Unexpectedly, you spent a lot of money to buy a dozen invitations to the Isekai'd collection train. I must admit, that's truly you, Rain." Waver sighed with emotion. He specially put on the Isekai'd killer glasses for this journey, glanced sideways at the figure standing beside him. "Must have cost quite a bit, hey?" The Isekai'd collection train. As the most famous trading auction venue for Isekai'd, it only runs once a year. Its invitations are extremely rare and not open to the public, operating instead on a membership invitation basis. And Reinhard. He directly purchased a full dozen tickets, leaving a few leftovers for everyone else on this trip. "No problem, Professor. After all, you don't have to pay for it anyway." Reinhard smiled softly. "If solving problems with money is easy, then it's not really a problem. Tisk you, my adorable disciple, when will I get to enjoy the freedom of being rich like you?" "Freedom, hey? In fact, The black-haired youth spoke softly. It's you who doesn't want to experience it yourself. Reinhard averted his gaze and looked at his mentor. As the current lord of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, if Waver wanted to accumulate wealth, he could have easily become a wealthy tycoon. Those magus who came to him for commissions weren't people who couldn't afford it. By stealing Kenneth's relic, you were indeed at fault first. But actually, you didn't have to take on such a huge debt burden. It's more like you couldn't let go. Sigh. Waver let go of the snow-white cigar held between his fingertips, taking only one puff. He sighed deeply, a bitter smile appearing on his face. My not-so-adorable disciple. You, my not-so-adorable disciple, why are you like me, always liking to see through everything? Life is already so difficult, why ruin some things? Can't we just let sleeping dogs lie? As your mentor, I've always taken care of your little thoughts, nurturing your self-esteem without saying anything. Waver smiled bitterly. Indeed, what Reinhard said was not wrong. Waver Velvet, he couldn't let go. He has always held a deep sense of guilt towards his mentor Kenneth's death. Even though Rains has repeatedly emphasized that Kenneth's arrogance almost ensured his fate in the Holy Grail War, Waver still feels that he killed his mentor. So, just like relying on nicotine to numb the nerves, he also relied on the name of overtime fatigue to numb his body. In fact, attempting to rely on overtime to repay debts is as unrealistic as claiming that diligence alone can bring happiness. It's not something that can be achieved through hard work alone. In other words, the more debt you owe, the more you are the boss. Waver knew this very well. In his lifetime, it's very difficult to repay the astronomical debt of the El Meloy family, which is enough to produce a dozen Hollywood blockbusters. But, he has always been trying to redeem himself as if making amends. Waver and Kenneth are only nominally mentor and student, without any blood relationship. That pile of debt cannot be inherited by him. In other words, repaying the debt is not actually his responsibility. It's just a feeling of guilt. The man named Waver Velvet still carries on with a sense of guilt. After the death of his mentor Kenneth, Waver didn't dare to stay at the clock tower, and wandered outside for a few years. After passing the master's assessment, he finally realized how much Kenneth had taken care of him. He was not a genius in magecraft like Reinhard, but just a third-rate Magus's descendant. Rains's sharp criticism hit the nail on the head. Waver's magic circuit can be described as flammable garbage. But, for such an insignificant role, Kenneth still read his thesis carefully and gave his disciple enough encouragement to see. Those heart-wrenching words was his mentor's way of protecting him. Kenneth was undoubtedly a great teacher, even in terms of moral standards, far surpassing the average Magus. If not, he wouldn't have survived to 20 at the clock tower after refuting his thesis on Magus lineage in person, at that time. Take Reinhard himself as an example. He has encountered all sorts of assassination attempts, and he can't even count them with both hands. But, at that time, Waver Velvet, who was not familiar with him, couldn't understand such a painstaking effort. So, after understanding it, he feels guilty to an unprecedented extent. There is no way to say I'm sorry to his mentor anymore. Regrettable. Waver Velvet looked up, his gaze passing through the glass dome of the station, and looked at the gradually brightening dawn of London. The dawn was approaching. But his mentor, however, was nowhere to be seen. Kenneth's death was not your fault. Reinhard lowered his eyelids. If you want to cherish his memory, what you should do is live up to his expectations. Waver is silent for a while. Thank you, Rain. There was a moment of silence. It was a touching and melancholic atmosphere. But suddenly, it was punctured by the light and frivolous voice of a woman. Hee. Don't bother trying to enlighten him, Rain, there's no point in talking to this blockhead. Listening to the conversation between mentor and disciple, Rains, adorned in a high-slit navy blue dress under a gracefully designed lace glove and thin black silk stockings, affectionately held the hand of the black-haired youth, covering her mouth as she giggled. After all, my dear brother is just the kind of miserly, narrow-minded, not to mention brooding and secretive character who loves nothing more than lying in bed all day. With a playful and mocking smile, the golden-haired girl's azure pupils slightly narrowed, her eyes gleaming softly like a cat's. Always putting on a tired and haggard face, and then calculating behind everyone's back, he's just someone who loves to cause trouble for others. Gah! The defenses were breached. Real hurt, it's the most genuine kind of pain. Waver covered his chest, the words hitting him like a dagger to the heart. And he couldn't refute them at all. Rains, I admit it's an accurate assessment, but at least don't stab like that. Miss Rains. Gray tugged slightly at Rains's dress, to remind her not to be too harsh. She was still slightly concerned about her mentor's mental health. Unfortunately, Rains didn't care, and just like a cat she rubbed her face against the black-haired youth's arm, her azure eyes shimmering. Hee, does Rain think so too? After pondering for a moment, Reinhard couldn't help but nod in agreement. You're right. Gah. Rain, you. This affirmation from his disciple dealt another blow to Waver, piercing him like a stake through the heart. But, people are flawed creatures by nature, imperfections and flaws make us seem real. He pinched Rains's soft cheek. Reinhard smiled. It's because of these flaws that our professor seems particularly endearing. The black-haired youth reached into his pocket. He took out a carefully prepared gift and handed it to his mentor. Professor, it's fine if you inhale some second-hand smoke. Rain, sniff, sniff. Waver wiped away the tears that had welled up in his eyes. In this whole El Meloy classroom, it was only this disciple who cared for him the most. Taking the box of luxury cigars with trembling hands. Waver's hands were shaking. They were so expensive, he really couldn't bear to smoke them. Gah. Seeing this scene of filial piety between mentor and disciple, Rains was struck by lightning. She lost. Not to Gray, not to Olga Marie, but to her wretched foster brother. That feeling, no way. It was as if she could see the Death Star of the loser floating above her head. Rains covered her chest, her expression pained. Sob, sob. Whether in the classroom, in the lounge, or even when you are alone in the infirmary. In your heart, there's always only this old thing. Reinhard raised his hand and touched Rains's golden hair, smiling gently. Don't be sad. And, for your recent oversight in hospitality, I've prepared gifts for you too. The black-haired youth smiled and waved his hand slightly. A rift appeared in the air, revealing a colorful crack. Imaginary number magecraft. Reinhard, with his magical attribute being rare and balanced, known as Average 1, could use any type of magecraft. But correspondingly, he wasn't particularly skilled in any one type. Reinhard reached into the void in front of him and pulled out 3 carefully wrapped gifts. With a thought. One of the gifts untied itself, revealing its contents. A delicately crafted small hat with black lace trim suddenly appeared in his hand. Adorned with a white rose on the hat, its petals still soaked with dew, emitting a faint fragrance. I made this little item myself, and I farming the rose in the workshop, applying a simple solidification magecraft. Seeing Rains's embarrassed expression, the black-haired youth smiled gently and placed the exquisite hat on the golden-haired girl's head. It fits quite nicely. Rains pinched the hat cutely. Although, it's a bit rough, don't despise it too much. Sob. The fickle little vixen covered her head with the hat, her face flushed like she was drunk. Her delicate body trembled. Looking at the smiling black-haired youth in front of her, Rains couldn't help but avert her gaze in embarrassment. It's just okay. I guess you tried your best. Reinhard shook his head at her behavior. Although her attacks were fierce, her defenses were still so weak. Next is Gray. As the second gift's packaging was unwrapped, a framed, quaint tome appeared in Reinhardt's hand. This is a book Senpai wrote for me. Gray took it somewhat dazedly with both hands. With her fair fingertips, the girl slowly flipped open the framed book. What appeared before her eyes, however, were not words. Instead, dancing on the pages were musical notes. She touched the notes with her fingertips, and a refreshing and elegant melody emanated from the pages, enveloping her entirely. On the surface, it's a book, but in reality, it's a music box. Reinhard nodded to the white-haired man beside him. Melvin wiped the blood from his mouth, a smile of understanding appearing on his face. Though this gift was completed under his guidance, it was crafted by Reinhardt's own hands. It was truly commendable, a talent beyond compare. By consulting Mr. Melvin, we crafted a musical tome that contains melodies to soothe the soul. Perhaps, the next time Gray encounters a ghost, she'll be a little more at ease. After all, despite being a gravedigger, Gray was particularly afraid of ghosts. What a contrast! Thank you, Senpai. The girl's meager and nervous words did not fully convey her gratitude. But her actions, holding the book tightly to her chest, and the blush of happiness on her face, showed her excitement and joy. I will, definitely cherish and treasure it. No, it's meant to be listened to. Even if it breaks, that's fine, because that's my intention. Senpai. There was still one gift left. All eyes turned to Reinhardt's hand, where the last exquisitely wrapped gift lay. Was it for Melvin? Or for Toko Isekai'd? Or perhaps, was it still for Waver? Who else could it be for among those present? Previously, the recipients were Rains and Grey. So, this left for Olga Marie? No, it's for Ad. Reinhard replied with an unexpected answer, smiling as he opened the packaging. A dark, shimmering magic cube, exuding a sinister light, floated in his palm. It's a new mystic code for you, nothing major, just a change of skin. With that, Reinhard shattered the magic cube in his hand, and the dim glow attached itself to Ad's body. Immediately, Ad's original golden blue, luxurious appearance transformed into a subdued, dark purple, exuding a gothic vibe. Even horns sprouted from his head. It looked much better this way. The girl carrying the golden birdcage trembled with excitement. Grey raised the magic cube in her hand, and Dark Ad cheered and celebrated within it. It seemed to really like this new look. Wow! Ad also has new clothes to wear. Ah! Rainboy then. I'll reluctantly refrain from scolding you this month. I always knew you were the best. I've liked you the most from the very beginning, it wasn't for nothing that I picked you up back then. But even so, my heart will always belong to Grey-chan. You better not have any ideas. Tisk. Staring at the luxurious cigar in his hand. The poor guy who was working overtime couldn't help but let out a melancholic sigh. Waver thought he was definitely winning big. Now it seems, he's lost everything. The gifts given to Rains, Grey and even Ad were all meticulously handmade by Reinhard himself. The gift given to his own mentor was just buying cigars. It's clear as day which one holds more sentiment. It's not about the money. It's about the fact that Reinhard made the gifts himself. Lost. Lost miserably. So might as well puff away. With a sigh of lamentation, Waver took a puff of the expensive cigar that he could never bear to smoke during overtime. But what he inhaled was not nicotine's anesthesia. It was a cool, refreshing magical energy that invigorated his nerves. A feeling of contentment. Like sweet cotton candy melting in the brain. What I will provide to you, of course, is a product developed by myself. Reinhard smiled contentedly. The cigar is made through a mature process, and its ingredients are taken from the purest elemental magical energy source. Above the cigar, smoke billowed. In front of Waver's eyes, it formed words that drifted away on the breeze. Happy overtime. You little rascal. Waver muttered somewhat bewilderedly. Who wishes for blessings during overtime? Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the air. Amidst the tranquil atmosphere, a pair of fair hands reached out and gently caressed the black-haired youth's face. What about my gift? With her glasses and a smile on her face, Toko Isekai'd appeared before the black-haired youth. Triple the salary figure, compared to last time. Prepared in advance, Reinhard took out a bank card from his pocket and placed it in the puppeteer master. The password: it's your birthday, Miss Isekai'd. It's not for nothing that I spoiled you. Only little girls like to chase after sentimental things. Mature women prefer things with practical value. Toko Isekai'd rubbed the black-haired youth's face with satisfaction, her words causing Reinhard to chuckle dumbfoundedly. Indeed, it's not for nothing. To perform surgery on him, that's also spoiling him. And it's excruciatingly painful. Wait a minute. Toko Isekai'd suddenly felt that something was off. Rain, how did you know my birthday? A woman's age is the deepest secret buried. You were once a student at the clock tower, and there are records in the administration office. I'll kill them. A sinister smile appeared on Toko Isekai'd's face, as she vowed to remember this grudge. Damn it. Then Reinhard knows that she, approaching 40 years old? She hope he doesn't see her as Obazan. Oh well, age doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. As the Grand Magus, Toko Isekai'd could freely change her body, and even this body she was currently in wasn't her original form. So, it doesn't matter. Hee hee. What a lively family. A soft, charming voice of a woman came from the side of their group. Following the source of the voice, Reinhard looked at the enchanting woman clad in a kimono with wide sleeves. Miss Hino, I hope you're well. Her smooth black hair, almost reaching her ankles, along with her whole demeanor, exuded a charm, like a seductive snake. A magus affiliated with the Department of Policies, Hino. The so-called Department of Policies operated independently from the 12 disciplines and was under the jurisdiction of the Bartholomew family. I have to say, young people are full of vitality indeed. The woman in the kimono narrowed her eyes, smiling coyly behind her hand. Beating a Trumkun in the classroom and giving us all this trouble recently, it's one thing after another, isn't it, Reinhard-kun? Tisk, fortunate to have Miss Adashino's care. And besides, my fine money payment has surely boosted the Department of Policies' revenue to new heights, hasn't it? That's right. Since Reinhard arrived at the clock tower, the sleeping magus had never let the Department of Policies rest. All the chaos caused by the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory over the past 10 years combined didn't match what Reinhard had caused in just 1 year. As for that Gayatrim, I did save his life. Reinhardt's words inevitably made Hino smile bitterly, understanding his mercy. Indeed. With over 100 eyewitnesses, plus Reinhard installing surveillance in the El Meloy classroom, anyone could see that it was Atrim who struck first, using the magecraft emanating from his hand, the primitive curse that devours bones and souls. Magus is not bound by secular laws. And in self-defense, Reinhard had the legal right to take his life. But Reinhard just gave him a concussion and a broken face, which could be considered showing mercy. Behind Atrim, the Galiasta family, crazily wanted to trouble Reinhard, but unfortunately, they were on the wrong side, and in the end, they even had to pay a large sum for classroom repairs and Reinhardt's emotional damages. Too bad Reinhard didn't mean it that way. His hidden intention was incomprehensible. After all, according to the Fate/Stay Night plotline, Atrim, this oil man, would summon Castor Media in Fuyuki, and then immediately die from the witch's backstab, receiving a fresh and hot express lunch. If he's injured and hospitalized, he won't be able to participate in the Holy Grail War anymore. So, Reinhard did save his life. Smiling wryly at the black-haired youth in front of him. He was the only one in the entire department of Modern Magecraft Theory who made Hino feel a headache. Compared to Waver, he was simply as innocent as a lamb. Compared to the commotion you caused in London, Reinhard-kun, Atrim is nothing. Thinking about these days of crazy overtime, Hino couldn't help but shake her head. A few days ago, Reinhard directly pulled out the Holy Lance and struck Dr. Heartless, the brilliant brilliance almost visible to the entire London and Clock Tower. The investigation team quickly gathered and found that it was Dr. Heartless, the former head of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory who caused the chaos. And after further investigation, Reinhardt's name emerged, and when the Department of Policies wanted to hold him accountable, he coughed up a large sum of money and silenced the Department of Policies. This resulted in them only being able to issue a verbal warning, so as not to repeat it again in the future. Next time for sure. Reinhardt smiled and gave a sincere promise. The Department of Policies was both pained and happy, as their revenue had increased significantly over the past year, and the overtime bonus was like falling from the sky. Thanks to the fact that the Internet information industry was not yet developed, the fermentation of the whole incident was suppressed by the Department of Policies around London and did not spread further. For the ordinary people, the explanation was that they were developing new missiles. Hino came here not to make trouble with Reinhardt, but Dr. Heartless is my adoptive brother, Kura Hino, and we were both adopted by the Norwich family. This secret made everyone present stunned. They had come here to track Dr. Heartless and ended up like this coincidentally. Miss Hino. Waver frowned deeply. Why did Dr. Heartless steal my relics? I'm not sure. My so-called genius brother has always been mysterious. Dr. Heartless. It is said that he was stolen his heart by fairies but still lived, a man with a mysterious whereabouts, and possessing the teleportation skills to the land of the fairies. It was precisely because of this characteristic that he was named Heartless. Why are you sure he will appear on this train? As Adashino's voice fell, the gazes of everyone present couldn't help but converge on Reinhard. He should. Reinhard smiled and replied. After all, he said so when we met. That was how the anime plot developed. But it wouldn't be convenient to say such a reason. Although his interference disrupted the flow of events, the generous response should not change. That Heartless should still board the train. It was Reinhardt's original intention to stand here. In order to confront that faker without any flaws, he even invited Toko Isekai'd to join him. It could be said that he had gathered the most cutting-edge forces of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. With such a lineup, Heartless wouldn't dare to come, and if he did, he would have no chance. Then I'll wait and see. While waiting, the oddly shaped Isekai'd's collection train buzzed with steam as it slowly pulled into the platform. Magus of solemn demeanor and various outfits stood silently in front of the carriage doors, standing at a distance from each other, wary of each other. Every now and then, cautious gazes were cast towards Reinhardt's group. El Meloy Classroom. Department of Modern Magecraft Theory. In London, both names are currently much talked about and famous. With an invitation letter hard to come by, it was rare for Magus to travel in groups like this, and this group had obviously spent a lot of money just to board the upcoming train. Moreover, there had been many rumors circulating that a few weeks earlier, someone had sold the invitation letter at an exorbitant price. Because of these rumors, the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory and the people in the group were widely talked about among London Magus. Moreover, the news of Reinhard single-handedly knocking out Atram Galiasta and causing a brain concussion had already spread like wildfire in the clock tower. Thanks to the aristocrat's deliberate embellishment, the image of the sleeping Magus became more mysterious and terrifying. It was almost to the point where he was portrayed as a demonic figure who would kill anyone without saying a word. In the midst of this, even though outward appearances may seem gentle and approachable, no one dared to get too close. Except Rain. Accompanied by the golden-haired maid. Dressed elegantly and gorgeously, with voluptuous thighs clad in beautiful red stockings, Olga Marie, heiress of the Department of Astromancy, timidly made her way over from the other side of the station. Seeing the crimson spreading across her face, Reinhard couldn't help but marvel. Red stocking is indeed pleasing to the eye, but how did you manage to wrap it all over her face like that? Oh, Mary, you're here, how convenient. Suddenly seeing her close friend, Rains, quickly pounced, joyfully rubbing against Olga Marie and patting her face. Yes, so convenient. Olga Marie's gaze flickered with charm. As if peeping, she blushed and stole a glance from the corner of her eye at the black-haired youth over here. Tisk. This scene seemed familiar. Waver looked at his disciple with some pity. To be constantly surrounded by young maidens and still manage to find time to study magecraft diligently, Reinhard truly something. Miss Marie, are you here to auction off Isekai'd? No. The silver-haired girl struggled to escape Rains's assault. My father received word that this time, it seems there will be extremely precious, even difficult to appraise grade Isekai'd up for auction. Extremely precious. Waver pondered, pushing up his glasses. If it can be evaluated like this by Marisberry, at the very least, it's definitely a jewel rank. No, it's definitely a rainbow rank. No wonder. Magus who hear the news will surely come here in droves. In this station alone, there are 40 or 50 people wanting to board the train, something that has never happened before. Everyone. As a precaution, it's better to wear the Isekai'd killer before getting on the train. Waver took out several pairs of black-framed glasses from his hand. Isekai'd killer. This is a mystic code that can suppress the effectiveness of Isekai'd and at the same time slightly block the influence of others' Isekai'd. There are several forms of Isekai'd killer, but the most common is in the form of glasses because it's more flexible and lightweight. Including Waver himself. Hishiri Adashino and Toko Isekai'd are also currently using the same thing. Moreover, Toko Isekai'd herself is an expert in preparing Isekai'd killer. The downside of this mystic code is that it slightly affects the flow of magical energy, and if there is a critical moment, users of Isekai'd must remove their glasses to activate their Isekai'd abilities. And upon Waver's suggestion, everyone immediately put on the Isekai'd killer in the form of glasses. After wearing the glasses, Rain's temperament seemed a bit softer, while Grey immediately turned into a literary girl. Reinhard also quickly put on black-framed glasses and gazed at his reflection in the train's window. After coming to the moonlit world, he hadn't worn glasses for a long time because with his clairvoyance, he didn't need glasses. He kind of missed this look. Moreover, his friends used to comment that he looked like Ren Amamiya. After putting on the glasses, they began to board the train one by one. Different from the dim morning light at the station. As they entered the carriage, the bright light from the spacious hall immediately struck their faces. Luxurious crystal chandeliers, shining brilliantly. Intricate velvet red carpets, captivating to the eyes. The passengers on the train, all of noble status, unconsciously turned their gaze towards the person boarding, expressions of emotion appearing on their faces. It's Lord El Meloy too. And the one behind him, looks like the scarred red. SHH. Keep quiet. Do you want to die? You'll be killed. Oh, interesting, even the miss of the Animusphere family, Olga Marie, is boarding. The intensity of this auction can already be anticipated. The train conductor must have some precious items to offer. Surely, average grade mystic eyes won't satisfy everyone's appetite, right? No, those in the front aren't anything special. It's the one at the back, with black hair, emitting the most restrained aura. Did you see him? The sleeping Magus, he's the most terrifying fellow. Anyone who dares to oppose him from the clock tower will be dead the next day. It's said that he's taken the lives of over 100 Magus. Listening to these murmurs and discussions, Reinhard didn't think much of it. Toko Aizaki ran her hand through her hair, took off her glasses, and a malicious smile appeared on her face. You bastards who keep chattering like magpies. If I catch you staring, I'll gouge out all your eyes. In an instant, silence fell over the carriage. Facing the smiling woman known as the Scarred Red, the sinister figures in the carriage suddenly fell silent, instinctively averting their gazes. Truly your style, Miss Aizaki. Waver's face showed a helpless smile. Originally wanted to keep a low profile. No, rather, with this lineup of theirs, it's impossible to keep a low profile, isn't it? When Toko Aizaki spoke up, the already solemn atmosphere in the carriage became even more stagnant. Ignoring the fearful glances of the people and the subdued whispers, the clock tower's dark forces, upon boarding the train, directly occupied the central and most spacious area of the carriage, the round table. Like buzzing insects, the annoying gazes are everywhere. Toko Aizaki threw her personality-switching glasses onto the table, and her orange pupils rippled with ferocity. It doesn't matter if they talk about me, after all, I'm already used to it. Gah, you're just too patient, making even small characters feel they can speak up in front of you. Hearing this remark, the black-haired young man with glasses, exuding an elegant temperament, just smiled and shrugged. It's okay. I've gotten used to it too. But, thanks for the consideration, Miss Aizaki. Reinhard couldn't help but smile. What a bunch of villains. Now, their evil reputation is truly established. He has to say, after all, he is an antagonist. Come in, it's huge inside. Unlike the ordinary exterior of the carriage, upon boarding, they found the interior to be a grand hall large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Grey carried a birdcage, looking a bit reserved as she glanced around. In such a grand place, she felt a bit uncomfortable all over. It's an imaginary number mage craft. Waver immediately saw through the mechanics behind it. The existence of this train itself is equivalent to another world. To open up such a large space, and to bring in so many characters, this auction is truly a spectacle in the magical world. With a casual glance, Waver already noticed dozens of notable figures present, whom he could name. Magus families, the Holy Church, the Atlas Institute. Indeed. Reinhard looked up at the banquet hall inside the carriage. This space was too luxurious and extravagant. Such a scale of imaginary number mage craft consumed a tremendous amount of magical energy. Compared to depicted in anime, this train at this moment appeared much grander and more spacious. A variable has emerged, so the hospitality has correspondingly upgraded significantly. He pondered slightly. Olga Marie glanced around the banquet hall. Even with her status and experience, such a scene was considered a top-notch event. Most of the people here, should be here for the extraordinary grade mystic eyes that will be auctioned off by the train. She spoke, snapping her fingers lightly. By her side, the golden-haired maid immediately understood. A soundproof bounded field quietly unfolded, enveloping the row of the clock tower, cutting off the voices from inside and outside. The silver-haired girl raised her hand, gesturing to introduce everyone. This is my maid and tutor, Trisha. Trisha nodded and smiled. Reinhard gazed at the gentle face of the blonde woman, subtly furrowing his brows. If he remembered correctly, this Olga Marie's maid, in anime, she was the victim of the Mystic Eyes collecting train case, and suffered a gruesome beheading. So, Dr. Heartless, is he hiding among these passengers? Reinhard glanced around slightly. After using the Holy Lance, his synchronization rate had skyrocketed to 10%, and his ability to see through illusions had also greatly improved. However, he didn't sense Heartless' presence. Because his disguise as calls had been discovered early, so, that guy didn't board the train with them? While he was pondering, Olga Marie's voice continued to resonate. Trisha possesses the mystic eyes of precognition. Therefore, she foresaw the mystic eyes that will be auctioned off on the train. Waver showed a slightly surprised expression. That's a very rare and valuable mystic eyes, and its quality is at least on par with a jewel. Precognition. Reinhard then thought about his clairvoyance ability that would sometimes trigger his ability to observe the future. Those disasters, just thinking about them was exhausting. He couldn't help but ask. Professor, what are the specific differences between clairvoyance and mystic eyes? Well, I haven't explained that to you specifically yet, Reinhard. Waver glanced at his disciple and slowly spoke. Simply put, clairvoyance is a talent, while mystic eyes are a magic circuit of mutation, part of the body's official functions. Mystic eyes can be artificially created, but such postnatal creations are the lowest grade garbage. Just like the magic circuits of mutation in your brain. Many Magus families tend to inherit and mutate congenital mystic eyes. That's right. For example, I also possess mystic eyes. Rains removed her glasses, and the blue pupils emitted a fiery light. She blinked coquettishly at Reinhard, her smile appearing alluring and enchanting. They help me control magical energy and peer into the flow of magical energy. I have mystic eyes of enchantment. Toko Ayazaka tilted her gaze towards the black-haired youth, and the orange-colored pupils emitted a faint pink light. But it seems, they don't affect you. Rain. With a hint of amusement, she participated in the discussion. In fact, her mystic eyes were not just limited to that. Fascination was just the most basic ability, as for the truth, it's best not to reveal it. Hee. I, a third-rate Magus, don't dare to aspire to have mystic eyes. Waver chuckled, pointing to his own eyeballs. For example, if I also had the talent of clairvoyance, if my eyeballs were gouged out and replaced with new mystic eyes, as long as my vision was normal, my clairvoyance would still work. But if the mystic eyes were gouged out, it would be equivalent to truly losing them. Understood. Reinhard nodded with understanding. Clairvoyance is passive, while mystic eyes are accessories. Tisk, your rhetoric is always so incisive. Waver couldn't help but sigh. And the tacit understanding between mentor and disciple. Reinhard didn't need to speak, Waver could understand what his disciple really wanted to ask. By the way, the highest level clairvoyance often also has the ability to observe the past, present, or future. But the future is more like a guess, just a possibility. Compared to that, what mystic eyes of precognition see of the future belongs to foresight. Some things are destined to happen. But its predictive ability is greatly limited in time, generally not exceeding a few days. And the future foreseen must also be witnessed with your own eyes. It's like this. Waver's voice trailed off. Everyone's gaze shifted to Trisha. It must be witnessed with your own eyes. Toko Ayazaka looked at Olga Marie and asked. So, you brought Trisha on the train for this reason? That's right. Such information is indeed very rare. But Olga Marie felt that it was best to say it in front of these people. The mystic eyes to be auctioned off on that train are called the mystic eyes of Bloodthirsty. The mystic eyes of Bloodthirsty. Facing this name, Reinhard, Gray, and Rains had no reaction yet. However, Toko Ayazaki, Hishiri Adashino, Melvin, and Waver all wrinkled their brows deeply, as if by agreement. Bloodthirsty. Toko Ayazaki murmured. Doesn't a name like this have something to do with the dead apostles? Dead apostles, the bloodsuckers. This is the ultimate taboo among taboos, the common enemy of the Mages Association and the Holy Church. Waver sighed with smoke and a bitter smile. This train dares to auction off something like this, no wonder so many Magus are interested. It's like a depth charge. Dead apostles. What are they? Even though he had been promoted to a Pride Magus. However, there was still too little time, and Reinhard felt that his knowledge was still somewhat lacking. Dead apostles, also known as immortal vampires. The legend of the 27 dead apostle ancestors and Crimson Moon is the shared terrifying enemy of all Magus. Stroking his violin case, Melvin spoke softly. The wizard marshal, the one who mastered the second true magic, Kisker Zelrich Chwinorg. It is said that he fought against Crimson Moon in the 300 AD and barely won. So, we now have the Mages Association that can survive until today, cough cough. He had spoken too much. The white-haired man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. In other words, if there are dead apostles here, smelling the scent of blood, they'll immediately rush over and can't resist tearing into my neck. This simple introduction also made Reinhard almost understand. Understood, so-called dead apostles, are they vampires? Blonde vampires and the like, he's seen enough. Reinhard just listened to this type of setting and knew it was another one of those things chosen for the pursuit of power rather than humanity. Tisk, it seems like he doesn't have much of a place to say this. After all, he's at least the savior of villains. Well. So, it all makes sense now. Waver touched his chest with a complex expression. There, the holy shroud that he had once kept close was placed. I can now be almost certain, that mystic eyes of bloodthirsty, must be Dr. Heartless' target. In the slightly stagnant atmosphere, the doors of the banquet hall were gently pushed open. A gentle female voice also came from the doorway. Apologies for interrupting the conversation of esteemed guests. All eyes gathered. A mysterious golden-haired woman with a deep red eye patch smiled at everyone's gaze. I am Leandra, the auctioneer for this train journey. Standing beside her, a man in uniform had a cold expression. I am Rodan, the conductor of this train. The Isekai'd collection train is about to depart, and in 3 days, the auction will be held in the auction hall. Please enjoy this pleasant journey, esteemed guests. Amidst the roaring steam sound, the Isekai'd collection train began to move slowly. Let's keep our eyes peeled. Waver's expression turned solemn as he spoke with a firm tone, pushing up his black-framed glasses. Something big is coming, everyone. I'm betting on my great detective reputation, so for the next few days, please remain vigilant. Within these 3 days, something major will definitely happen. That man, he will definitely appear. Gah! No murders. No cases. No abnormalities. Nothing at all. This. Has Dr. Heartless not shown up? 3 days later. Sitting in the VIP section of the auction hall in the carriage, Waver Velvet, with his hands propping up the table, wore an expression of soullessness, as if he had lost his spirit. Tisk, seems like your deduction skills are not up to par, Waver. Wearing a smirk on her face. Sitting beside him, Toko Isekai'd, lazily chuckled and shook her head. What about the big one? The one you said was coming, I've been waiting for 3 days already, the auction has started, is he still not coming? Sitting on Waver's other side, Reinhard couldn't help but smile, already starting to feel embarrassed for his mentor. That's right. Completely contrary to the firm deduction of Waver. For these 3 days, nothing happened at all. Initially, everyone was on high alert, guarding against the possible ambush by Dr. Heartless. Reinhard, having seen the anime, had some suspicions. He specifically instructed Olga Marie and Trisha, giving them pre-prepared mystic code for protection, especially emphasizing the defense of the head. He didn't want any beheadings or anything. After all, Reinhard wasn't a fan of that thing. Trembling, Olga Marie accepted the necklace Reinhard made, thinking it was a sign of his affection. That night, the silver-haired girl blushed in bed, tossing and turning all night, even naming their imaginary child. But that tense atmosphere lasted for only a day. Nothing happened at all. Trisha didn't die. And even the expected ambush never came. The most that happened was when Waver accidentally stubbed his toe while having a drink at the carriage's bar, and then grimaced in pain, paralyzed on his bed. The second day. Still, nothing happened at all. Toko Isekai'd made a few puppets, and together with Reinhard, thoroughly fortified everyone's rooms with the bounded field, which can withstand a servant's full-strength attack for half an hour. Of course it was not the strange servants he had fought before. 2 full days of tense anticipation. Everyone started to relax. So, the ladies gathered in Reinhardt's room and played Uno. Reinhardt, very self-aware, was prepared to win back all the losses from the last game. But after losing his underwear again, he slipped away. It had nothing to do with his Uno skills, okay? So, Toko Isekai'd took his place and battled it out with Olga Marie, Rains, and Grey. The battlefield among the 4 women. In this world, there was nothing more terrifying than this. Thinking of the suffocating atmosphere that was almost murderous, Reinhard couldn't help but feel a little breathless. That's right. What they were fighting for in Uno was, who gets to stay alone in Reinhardt's room at night. Hey, guys, don't you want to ask if I agree or not? He weakly protested like this. And received unanimous answers. Is your opinion important? To some extent, indeed. In the early hours of the morning, Toko Isekai'd, finally using her extensive experience, defeated the 2 silver and 1 gold losers. What? It seems like the charm of a mature woman like herself was the ultimate winner. She glanced over. Reinhard had already shrunk into Waver's room and locked the door. The woman who was called the Scarred Red took off her glasses, silently lit a cigarette. Keep playing. I don't believe he won't come. So the ladies squatted in Reinhardt's room, playing Uno for 2 days. And Reinhardt squatted in Waver's room, having a heart-to-heart conversation with his mentor about the Holy Lance. 3 days. Nothing happened. Waver, who sat in the VIP section of the auction hall, appeared to have been breached. Dr. Heartless. This guy, he tricked us. Waver hammered the table in impotent rage, attracting a few side glances. His brilliant deductions had completely turned him into a clown. Reinhard, on the other hand, had anticipated such a turn of events long ago. After all, if he was Dr. Heartless, he wouldn't show up either. Seriously, with this lineup, even if it's faker, he wouldn't be able to handle 5 at once. Just Toko Isekai'd alone was enough to give that doctor a run for his money. Not to mention, Reinhard wasn't afraid of Heartless Mystic Eyes. With that in his grasp now, his combat power was unmatched in the entire clock tower. Let's see if it's your curses that are more effective, or if my holy lance lasts longer. For Reinhard, the restraints of the round table were nothing. He didn't need the knight's approval, and Artoria and Kay were definitely on his side. As long as his magic energy was enough, Reinhard could liberate the Holy Lance at any time. And now, with his magic power greatly enhanced after the modification, he was practically on par with a servant. So, a shameless person is invincible in the world. Dr. Heartless seemed to reluctantly accept his own weakness, so he stood on an unbeatable ground. Sighing with regret like this. Regret echoed through the room. All eyes turned to the final episode of this journey. Since they were here already, might as well attend the auction. Reinhard was quite interested in the so-called mystic eyes of Bloodthirsty. In the luxurious auction hall, countless fervent gazes converged on the central auction platform. There were over 10 mystic eyes exhibited this time, all listed in the catalogue displayed beside each attendee's seat. A blindfolded, mysteriously elegant blonde woman caressed a glass container filled with green liquid. An eyeball with fiery flames swirling around it soaked in a solution. First up is a noble grade, Mystic Eyes of Flame Burn. As it's the most basic noble color grade, the starting price is only $1 million. The price kept rising amidst the intense atmosphere. Melvin casually bid, but no one from the clock tower cared about this level of Mystic Eyes. The Mystic Eyes of Flame Burn, noble color grade, sold for $7 million. The Mystic Eyes of Plunder, gold grade, sold for $31 million. The Mystic Eyes of Twisted, gold grade, sold for $50 million. Time steadily progressed. Second to last item, the jewel grade Mystic Eyes of Transience, sold for $600 million. We appreciate your generosity, Miss Olga Marie. Gasps filled the banquet hall. The elegantly dressed silver-haired girl expressionlessly lowered her bidding card. This Mystic Eyes of Transience was the item she had set out to acquire on this journey, a specific item she was determined to obtain. Its vision of the past effect held significant research value for Chaldea's facility construction. Thank you, Rain. Lowering her gaze, Olga Marie's tense face finally showed a hint of blush. Reinhard helped her raise the bid, making a statement. Afterwards, the silver-haired girl increased the bid from 200 million to 600 million, tripling the amount, showcasing her determination, stunning the entire audience. I've saved 1 billion. It's not much, but I bet Mother will praise me. Such boastful words caused Waver's mouth to twitch and his heart to ache. The last item, not in a glass container but in a black metal box, was brought onto the auction platform. Olga Marie bowed slightly, left her seat, and went down to the front. Under envious gazes, the silver-haired girl reached out, receiving the pair of Mystic Eyes of Transience that belonged to her. Suddenly, buzz. The moment they made contact, the pair of Mystic Eyes of Transience in the glass container burst into a brilliant and mesmerizing light. Olga Marie seemed slightly dazed. In an instant, the flow of time seemed to stagnate and freeze. The next moment. Boom! A violent gust of wind suddenly swept through the banquet hall, blowing so fiercely that many guests couldn't even open their eyes. In the swirling wind, Reinhard grabbed the hand of the silver-haired girl and pulled Olga Marie into his arms. With his other left hand, he caught and shattered the container, swiftly grasping the pair of mystic eyes of transients, crushing them. However, even with this triggered by an extremely fast response from Sandevistan, for the mystic eyes to activate in an instant, it was already too late. Reinhard. To have such a surprising reaction, accompanied by that gentle and calming voice. A familiar yet unfamiliar figure stood in the center of the auction. He was tall. His seemingly burning red hair, coupled with his fair skin, left a lasting impression at first glance. It was difficult to determine his age. Whether in his 20s or 40s, any number he stated would probably be accepted. But only his lips, that radiant smile like a flower. Clearly so gentle, yet so chilling. Reinhard slowly released his grip on Olga Marie's right hand, pushing the slightly dazed girl towards Grey, who was approaching from behind. Countless people looked on in astonishment at the chaotic hall. Dr. Heartless, I should have guessed. You tampered with that mystic eyes of transients. Yes, Caribou Frampton is under my control. I hypnotized him long ago. The redhead's smile carried a faint tone. It made the faces of the conductor and the auctioneer suddenly turn ugly. The Mystic Eyes collection train had made a grave mistake. Because it was a Mystic Eyes harvested from a living being, they hadn't had the chance to detect any tampering done on it. Dr. Heartless glanced sideways, looking at the grim-faced conductor and the metal box in his hand. Hand over that Mystic Eyes of bloodthirsty to me. The redhead smiled. In contrast to his gentle tone, the content of his words was extremely cruel. In that way, I can avoid killing everyone on this train. If you want to die, that's your choice. Reinhard couldn't help but laugh, his spine cracking with each chuckle. Give back my mentor's relic. Crash! The earth trembled. With an incredibly violent force, Reinhard suddenly punched Dr. Heartless in the face, grabbed the man's flying hair, and elbowed him, snapping his right palm. Like a rag, he fell to the ground. The red-haired man staggered to his feet. Tisk, I really shouldn't have messed with you, Reinhard. Even after receiving such a bone-crushing blow, Dr. Heartless' expression still maintained that calm smile. Sorry, without a heart, concepts like fatal wounds don't apply to me. The red-haired man raised his shattered right hand. The remaining 2 command seals suddenly lit up. Faker. A crimson light burst forth. The figure of a black-haired woman appeared in the center of the venue. A servant, that's a heroic spirit. Hecatic wheel. Boom. The horse-drawn carriage pulled by a skeletal dragon plunged down from the sky, crashing into the banquet hall's dome, causing it to collapse suddenly. In the swirling dust, guests who recognized the arrival of the heroic spirit scrambled to flee. How could Magus' bodies resist the might of a heroic spirit? As a servant, Hephaestion swiftly knocked down the conductor and grabbed the metal box from her hand. I've got it, master. Good. The swiftest of strategies. The most rapid of plunder. Once successful, there wasn't a hint of hesitation. The red-haired man and his servant boarded the carriage. Next time, I'll definitely scatter you, repaying all the humiliation I've endured. Facing Reinhard before him, Hephaestion smirked and ran his hand over his neck. Boom! The wheels of the carriage soared into the air from the hall. However, mid-flight, thud. Dr. Heartless, as if hitting an invisible wall, abruptly fell from the carriage, crashing onto the banquet hall floor. Master! Hephaestion descended back to the carriage. As a Magus, she instantly understood what had occurred. A bounded field. No a curse. The red-haired man smiled, slowly propping himself up and standing once more. Behind Reinhard, the grinning Toko Isekai'd slowly emerged from the smoke, holding a red-haired doll that increasingly resembled Dr. Heartless. Countless seemingly invisible threads extended from the doll, connecting to Dr. Heartless' body. Thanks, Miss Isekai'd. No, thanks to you bringing his hair. Using hair as material, and casting the curse of separation. In this way, there's no escape. Despite facing such adverse circumstances, Dr. Heartless' smile remained unchanged. Scarred red, a troublesome woman indeed. Daring to use that name, you must die here today. Ha ha ha. The red-haired man laughed heartily. In fact, I am a gentle person. I wasn't joking with you. Having obtained the mystic eyes of bloodthirsty, let me go, and I won't kill you all. If you don't let me go, he said with a smile. Well then, I'll have no choice but to kill all of you. Senpai. Catch at. A golden birdcage was tossed by Grey and caught by Reinhard. In an instant, 13 restraints were suddenly broken free, and a radiant spiral light lance appeared in Reinhardt's hand. Hat. Holy lance Rongominiad, hey? Even if it's only a fraction of its full power now, I'll have to avoid its edge. But you can only unleash 1/10 of it, right? Killing trash like you is enough. Tisk. Dr. Heartless shook his head lightly. Reinhard, do you know why I dared to come before you? The sunlight above, seemingly becoming dim and obscure. Dr. Heartless raised his gaze, looking at the hole pierced by the noble phantasm in the dome of the auction platform. The sun. Being devoured. Because now is solar eclipse. A dark sun with flames flickering around its edges appeared above Dr. Heartless' head. Boom. In the brief interval without words, freeing the restraint on the holy lance, Reinhard activated his maximum rate. A brilliant light burst forth from the lance tip, swiftly piercing through Dr. Heartless' figure. Hat. Facing the impact of the holy lance, the red-haired man pressed his left hand against his chest. A dim light suddenly emanated from the hollow space where his heart was missing. Solar eclipse. Heart eclipse. Together we cast this world eclipse. As the man hoarsely chanted, a profound black hole suddenly opened in front of Dr. Heartless, swallowing all the light from the holy lance into it, much to Tokoe twitching eyes. This, even the brilliance of the holy lance. You know, Reinhard. Sorry, you probably wouldn't know about this secret. Bathed in the dark sunlight, the metal box in the red-haired man's hand began to tremble, spreading eerie veins like blood vessels. He smiled. The so-called solar eclipse corrodes the whole of the holy lance. In other words, solar eclipse has a special attack against the holy lance. We're leaving. Rain. The two figures, battered and bruised, appeared by Reinhardt's side. They struggled through the smoke, coughing. Heartless, he's communicating with the solar eclipse through the hole in his heart. It's a grand mage craft that connects with the other world. Hephaestion, that faker, she's a magus of the age of gods. She had already set up a ritual circle outside the solar eclipse. This is the time they're confident in. Tisk, indeed, you two saw through my mage craft in an instant. You undoubtedly possess dissecting abilities. The red-haired man shook his head, smiling. It's a pity, though. When I wanted to, you wouldn't let me. Now, perhaps it's a bit too late. Saying so, the man suddenly opened the metal box in his hand, and from it, a grotesque-eyed, seemingly screaming, eerie eyeball emerged. He grabbed the mystic eyes of bloodthirsty, inserting it directly into the cavity of his heart. Squelch! By the name of the bloodsucker's king, Atrox. Hollow echo of my heart, and the aperture of a solar eclipse. Answer my call, Einash. As his words faded. Buzz. The dark sun hung high in the sky. A deep black hole suddenly opened up. With spreading tentacles of ferocity, gaping maws. A colossal, grotesque creature, emitting its hoarse roar, emerged from the black hole of that other world. That is. Yes. Only at this eclipse's node can there be a chance of summoning the perfected bloodsucker, Einash. Boom. Countless twisted tendrils composed of tree roots surged from the earth, entangling the moving Mystic Eyes collection train. The carriage swayed incessantly, and the wheels on the track emitted a piercing screech. It's my gift to you. Squelch! The Mystic Eyes of Bloodthirsty was suddenly pulled out from the cavity of his heart. Dr. Heartless emitted a muffled groan, and his skin, along with his complexion, seemed to turn grey. The ferocious, roaring eyeball drank deeply of the fresh blood, gaining a bit of respite. The red-haired man reinserted the peculiar metal box. Farewell. Dr. Heartless said weakly, smiling. Hope you enjoy this gift. Enjoy your bloody demise. Reinhard, we have to go. Trying to move his disciple's body. But with his frail strength, he couldn't budge Reinhard an inch. Tokoe seemed to sense something. She held onto Reinhard's shoulder. Suddenly, a sense of palpitation surged into her heart, forcing the Grand Magus back. gazing at the dark sun burning with flames on the firmament. Reinhard's expression seemed somewhat dazed and stagnant. Special attack against Holy Lance. 10%. 12%. 16%. The synchronization rate skyrocketed madly. Behind him were his mentor. His companions. What he cherished. His brain was flooded with the immense power named protection. Gripping the Holy Lance. The radiant light at the tip of the lance suddenly became somewhat flickering. He felt. In that dark sun. There was something, seemingly calling out to him. Hiss. The dark ring on Reinhard's chest seemed to ripple slightly with dazzling flames. The light of the Holy Lance. Suddenly dimmed, becoming silent and profound. The shadows indoors began to flow and converge. Seemingly clad in pitch black, lightless armor, it spread continuously over his body. The black-haired youth raised the Holy Lance. The brilliant light at the tip of the lance twisted into a strange, obscure spiral, seemingly absorbing everyone's gaze. If the Holy Lance was restrained, then, what about the demonic lance? He was going to unleash this shot, wrong Omniad Morgan, to completely annihilate Heartless body. However, at this moment, buzz. In Heartless' somewhat stunned and bewildered gaze, a complex summoning circle suddenly lit up under Reinhard's feet. These patterns, the familiar patterns, gave the red-haired man an incredibly familiar feeling. Heroic spirit summoning? No, completely reversed patterns. This is reverse summoning. In his dazed eyes, the black-armored knight raised his gaze in astonishment. The bright blue witch. That incredibly familiar figure, already engraved in his memory. In the summoning circle, slowly condensed. Accompanied by those fair, soft palms. As always, gently caressing his face. The pitch-black, lightless armor continuously faded and dissolved. The black-haired youth whose face was held by the witch, stared blankly at others with tears streaming down his face, and spoke softly. My dear. I'm looking for you.
Thanks for listening.